flags? We do.
We do. We have both flags.
Good morning. I call the meeting of the Texas Real Estate Commission to order on November the 15th, 2018 at 9 a.m. and ask you to please rise for the pledges of allegiance. Mr. Arriaga, would you do our honors?
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The Texas flag.
Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible.
You may be seated. The Education Standards Advisory Commission by rule is composed of 7 real estate license holders who are active at least 5 years and active at the time of appointment. 4 education members who are instructors or owners of real estate schools, and 1 public member. There are 7 seats which will become open at the end of this year on the Education Standards Advisory Committee. 3 educators / school owners and 4 brokers. This was mentioned at our August meeting and was posted on the website and on social media. We had 66 applicants. I read all 66 resumes and cover letters. The goal, of course, is always to put together a committee for the commission and seek people from a wide geographic range across various real estate disciplines, from rural, suburban, and metropolitan areas, from small and not so small companies. We have people remaining on the committee who are from Houston, Granbury, El Paso, Austin, and Bryan. I've consulted with General Counsel and with the current chairman of the committee to get input on a good mix for these appointments. Here are the appointments we will make today. Educator Scott Hilton from Houston, who owns CE Real Estate School and has been in business for 20 years. He's dedicated to quality education. He's also a licensed broker and has attended numerous ESAC meetings over the years. He is from Houston. Broker Mary Lou Henry for a small firm, also an educator at the local college and at other localities in the McAllen area. Educator Kelly Stokes, who is an attorney and a CE instructor from Louisville. And we found over the years that having an attorney instructor on the committee provides additional valuable insight, and going off the committee is Rick Albers, who was the attorney we've had. Broker Lori Selecki is a small firm broker from Colleyville, well respected as an innovative instructor for many companies in the area. Educator Kalia Youngblood is the Director of Business and Professional Development from the Austin Board of Realtors. We've also learned that having an education member from an association, which we have had in the past, also provides invaluable insight from an institutional perspective. Broker Marianne Napoleon is a solo broker from Grand Prairie and a TREC and a RELO certified instructor. And she has also had academic education background and has been a curriculum writer. Broker Ruben Pena, active for many years in both education and as a broker in the San Antonio area. This group of individuals, when added to the remaining members, will give the commission a diverse geographic and represent providers, instructors, owners of real estate schools, associations, academics, large and small areas. I look forward to the continued advancement of education standards from this new group of people. And now I would like to recognize the ESAC members who are leaving the committee, some of which have come in while I was speaking, so I'm put my glasses on so I can see who's here. A few who are not here, Reba Saxon and Jason Woodward, only served for a short time, but made very meaningful contributions, and we thank them. And the remaining 5 who are leaving have been part of the committee since it began in 2012. They've done yeoman's work and have had a tremendous impact on improving the quality of education for new and existing license holders, and I cannot ever thank you enough for all that you've done. And I'm going to ask you to stand as I call your name, and then I'm going to ask everybody to applaud for them. I don't see Rick Albers or Bob Baker, but I see Diane McCoy. And I don't see Rebecca Ray. And I do see one that was on for a while but hasn't been on for a while. That's Rita Klein right over there, so we'll talk for her. and certainly the hard work and to put up with all of those type A personalities, both on the committee and off the committee, that attended those meetings. Chair Susan Jones. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. As it's become our custom when the inspector committee has, I need to do roll call? I skipped number 2? Oh, yeah. Oh, that's the roll call. Okay, so thank you for keeping me online. I would seek a motion to excuse the absences of Commissioner Westcott and Williams, who have told us they're not going to be here. And perhaps we should excuse Turner and Stevens, but they're on their way, I think, if that's okay. So, motion?
I move we excuse the commission.
Motion is second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, we did that. Now let me go back to what I didn't skip. As has been our custom, we have a group that we appoint to interview and review resumes for people that will be put on the inspector committee, generally with people who are familiar with the inspector process. And certainly Commissioner Arriaga, who is the liaison for the inspector committee, will serve in that capacity. And we've asked former chairman Fred Wilcox, former chairman of the education of the inspector committee, Fred Wilcox, and former chairman also Larry Foster to serve. Both have agreed to serve. So only Commissioner Arriaga is here, so now you know that. And they are charged with interviewing applicants and recommending appointments to the chair to fill the upcoming vacancies on the Texas Real Estate Inspector Committee. Those are we have two inspector committee members who would serve 6-year terms that will expire on January 31st, 2025, and 3 public members to serve 2-year terms to expire on January 31st, 2021. So now we would look for reports from the staff.
Good morning, Commissioners, Madam Chair, and staff and guests. Welcome to your regular November meeting, except this is not an ordinary November because this year our agency is in the midst of the sunset review process. And yesterday, the chairs, both of the commission and the board, and I, along with 6 other commissioners and key member agency staff team members, with them present, the chairs and I testified before the Sunset Advisory Commission and answered their members' questions about recommendations raised in their staff report and in our agency response. We were queried on the causes of our customer service challenges, and we had the opportunity to lay out the steps that we have taken, that we took in the past, that we have taken in the recent past, and what steps lie ahead. Between now and December the 12th, the Sunset Commissioners will work with their staffs on any adjustments to the recommendations from the Commission staff, and they have a decision date scheduled for December the 12th. We will continue to make progress on the issues that were identified and also commit to remain a resource for the Sunset team as the commissioners and other team members as needed to ensure that the members are fully informed prior to voting on December the 12th. After more than 30 years of service to the agency, the Reception and Communication Services Director, Ms. Laura Deanda, retired earlier this month. Her steadfast commitment and good humor will be missed, but we also know that she will be enjoying her family and cheering on our efforts to constantly improve the operations of our contact center. We have received applications for this open position and will soon be interviewing qualified candidates. Recent events. In October, we completed the state employee charitable campaign, which recurs every October. And this year, we achieved new records in participation. We had 92% of the staff participating, and we raised over $23,000 for charity. So kudos to our team, who continues to demonstrate their charitable intent. Several key staff members and commissioners, our commissioners, Commissioner Leonard and Commissioner Feit Miller, attended Commissioner College at the Arello Conference in September, and I know that was a good experience for them. I have heard them talk favorably about that. And so they join many other members of the commission who have had the opportunity to attend Commissioner College, and for those who have not yet, we look forward to providing that opportunity in the future as well. In addition, in San Antonio, in late September, the Arello held their real estate investigator training conference. And Commissioner Leonard was a presenter on a panel at that conference, along with our enforcement director, Mark Moore, and Roy Minton, our head chief investigator, along with most of our investigation staff. I believe, did all of them make it?
Yes.
Oh, every one of them. So it's good to have those kind of training events close by so that we can send all of our staff to that. It is the goal of this agency, one of our stated goals, that we emphasize the skills that are taught in that investigation training, and they actually earn a designation as a certified real estate investigator. And it is the goal of to have every one of our investigators earn that recognition, that appellation during the first 2 years of their tenure with us. Also, of course, we had the unprecedented, first one that I'm aware of and that anyone at the agency could remember, joint session on October the 12th between the Commission and the Board to deal with the agency response to sunset. And that was, of course, well attended and a very productive time, as we learned yesterday in the testimony before the Sunset Commission. The agency response was acknowledged and received. Also on October the 17th, there was a legislative conference that myself and Tony Slagle, deputy, attended along with Christine Anderson in preparation for this next legislative conference. It's a once every 2-year opportunity for key agency staff to get together and attend a series of presentations about the upcoming session, the things that will be important during that session. And so that was a very good experience for us. We have, let's see, December 4th, so upcoming, so that's in the past. Now looking forward, December 4th, 5th, and 6th, Pearson View, our exam administrator contractor, will bring their content development team in town, along with some subject matter experts that have been invited, and we'll do our exam review of both the inspector exam on Tuesday the 4th and then the broker and sales exams on the 5th and the 6th. And I know that this invitation went out But on December the 18th, Governor Abbott's appointments, the members who have been appointed by Governor Abbott will receive or are offered additional training in policy matters from the governor's perspective. And so that is December 18th, and it will be here in the Capitol, and I know several of the commissioners have already accepted that invitation, as well as some of the board members. This morning I shared with you a report or an email that has a link to the reports that we recently, in the last 60 days, have sent to leadership and are posted on our website. And that email specifically commits to continue that. So in addition to the every month summary of activity that you receive and I send to all of the staff and the policymakers, as well as the monthly report on customer service that has been coming the last 3 or 4 months now from the deputy, Tony Slagle. You'll also be receiving this report on any contracts, on any reports that we have sent to leadership that are required, as well as the monthly reports. At this meeting, you always get a copy of one of the most recent and presentations, so you can ask questions about progress that we have made based on our monthly reports. Those are actually, you'll see 1 month, and this November meeting every year, we also give you an annual review as well as a year over year. So what did we do last year and how did that compare to the year before? And then, of course, we'll give you a progress report on just 1 month of this year. Well, those reports are filed every single month on our website. And so we'll also notify you when those go up. And so you can not just have to wait until this meeting, but if you have any questions about our progress or lack of progress on dealing with particular issues, I encourage you to send those in, and they will be answered and dealt with. And I think, one other thing coming up is there is the biennial SDSI report. So this is a special report that is due prior to the time of each legislative session gaveling in. So in January of the odd-numbered years. So we have already filed our SDSI report, as well as our annual financial report, which was due in September. Contracts awarded report, that's also highlighted. The audit plan, which you'll hear about today, and then our annual SDSI report, which is due at the beginning of November. All of those have been filed. But there is a special SDSI report that includes topics that are not always in every annual SDSI report. And so it includes the annual financial report, the results of any audits, a table of any fee changes, so either increases or for the most part, for us, decreases, changes in jurisdiction, and then summaries of rule changes. All of those are required to be reported, especially to leadership, immediately before the legislative session. And so we're working on that report, and as soon as that's ready for filing, we should have it filed before the end of the year, so that we have it in plenty of time before the deadline. And today you'll also hear from Tony Slagle, who of course sends you a regular customer service update every month, and he'll give you another progress report, so that'll be a regular feature of your meetings, and talk about a new additional and potentially free service that we're going to provide to our license holders. That is all I have for you, unless you have any particular questions for me.
Madam Chair, great report, Counselor. Did everybody get the invitation from Pearson to do the review of the exams?
No, sir. We don't. We typically do not. invite more than a few so that we don't have a quorum issue, for one. And then it's kind of rotated around a bit. I know you have been there previously, and I apologize for not knowing. Do you recall who was invited for this particular one, Gwen? Any of the commissioners?
The reason I bring it up, Counselor, is that I'm willing to give up my spot. I've done it just about every year. And just for quick background, I was telling some commissioners yesterday, actually we review all the exams that always fail and make them easier, and review all the questions that everybody passes and make them fair. So actually we try real hard to make sure that the content when you take the exam makes sense and prepares you for the area. So if someone wants to attend, I'd be willing to step down. It's a grueling 2 days, by the way. It's actual work. And I always enjoy it because you learn a lot, and things that you think you've been around for many years as a broker, some new things come up. So if you want to show up, just let Mr. Olmixon know, and I'll step down. One last thing that I want to bring up. Madam Chair, what time do we talk about what happened yesterday?
Mr. Olmixon?
You certainly can ask questions. I obviously brought the topic up, and so it is open. It was not a specific agenda item for today, but I'm happy to I'm happy to answer any questions about it, and then subject to General Counsel, I think you can certainly have a discussion about it.
If I might start, I got some feedback in a business where we have to disclose a lot to our clients and our buyers. It is important that we not forget. It seems that the legislators, the senator and the reps, were confused yesterday, and the questions they were asking to Chairman Jamie were fair, but really not that fair. She took all the arrows for us. She took it like a man. She took it like a woman, and she did well. So proud of her. But at the same time, I think we confused the chair and the Sunset Commission. We need to set that straight. If not, because if you were there yesterday or you heard it, you heard the review that's going to happen in December. What date in December are they going to?
December the 12th will be the voting.
Where a other state agency really got chastised for basically stuff that apparently the staff had no idea. And I blame the commissioners, not the staff, because you do what you think needs to be done, but we need to make sure that we're there to help you. And we need to set the record straight. I don't know how to do that, so I'm going to make sure that you take that task and you work with it. Perhaps we should also have a meeting specifically on Sunset, because I learned a lot sitting there. And we need, at some point in time, to be able to look at meetings. We heard Chairman Jamie talk about that we're going to meet more often, because 4 meetings a year is not going to work. I can assure you it's grueling reading a 400 page report. I know we only do it once every 4 months, but we need to get better than that. We need a plan, I think, Madam Chair, from staff on how to do that better. I'm getting older, and my eyes are not as good, and I know that I can always ask for a hard copy, but a lot of stuff falls through because there's too much to review. Chairman Jamie talked about a mentoring system that we're going to set up. She was talking for TREC. Although she was mentioning about the board, I really believe that the Sunset Commission thought it was TREC. As we know, we're preached to that we cannot communicate. We got to be very careful how we communicate. We need to look at that again. So if you can be so kind, address a mentoring program that made a lot of sense when Chairman Jamie brought it up. I think it's important we see job descriptions. Tony's doing a fantastic job, but he looks like he's the only one doing any work, because we just hear from him. I want to be able to see if we can provide input, not just hear reports. And that's why it's important that we meet more than once every 4 months. We need workshops to communicate and ask dumb questions. Yesterday, some of us had the courage to go eat lunch together, not knowing whether we were violating the rules or not. delightful. Not only do we get to know each other and understand where we're coming from, but also discuss stuff that maybe we shouldn't have discussed. But it's all about making things better, not only for ourselves as real estate brokers and licensees, but also to make this agency better. I requested several times to be involved in making the agendas, and several times I've been told that the agenda is already set. At some point in time, the executive committee has to take a better role, more active role than we've been doing. And only being chair for a year and a half, or vice chair for a year and a half, and it seems that we're set in our ways. We need to see if we can break that, Counselor. And yesterday was an eye-opener. And I don't want to wait till December to be chastised and get fired. And he asked, did anybody get fired because we were not producing what we thought we were? And of course, we don't need to fire people. They do not understand what we do or how we do it. Or perhaps they do, and we're not doing it correctly. We need a plan on staffing. How many staff do we have right now?
We have 111 positions authorized.
Typically, it's been 100 people, right? I guess the last 10 years, más o menos.
Well, 100. We were never down to 100, but we were at 102. Okay. We started whenever I very first came. We were at 111, and we're back to that number now through the cycle.
Is
9 years.
Don't know whether that's a correct number, or maybe it's too many, or not enough, or maybe more contractors. We need to discuss that. We, as a commission, need to discuss that. Typically, that's something the staff decides. I never heard a discussion like that with the commissioners before. Training was a big deal yesterday, and it seems that we're sort of left out on the fringes of how to make decisions. So much as Sunset responded to Jamie that maybe they need to have a meeting with the commission to set us straight, quote unquote. And if that's the case, it's embarrassing. And that's the kind of stuff, Counselor, that we never talk about. We need to bring this up at some point in time. And when we meet, we're always scrambling, trying to survive, swimming against the stream to get out of here in a good time. But we need a plan to be able to address those issues. The building fund really needs some work, and we talked about it. I now sit on the building committee. It was embarrassing that Jamie and the Sunset Commission believe that they're involved in building this building, and they probably are. But it's, what is it, less than 5% of the funds comes from the board?
Yes.
Okay. And I think it's a lot less than 5%. Have they set any money aside?
Yes, they have. Okay. They have $1 million set aside.
Sunset Commission really believe that it's more than that. That's the feeling that I got. We need to set that record straight. We talked yesterday about the increase of 5% for the last 4 years of licensees, but we had over 200% in the building fund. That never got answered. We need to make sure we go back and address that at some point in time. They also talked about the SDSI and the SD versus SI. I didn't quite understand that. I'm hoping that you can bring this up. And there was a letter or an email that you sent on 2014. I never understood that part, and I think that the commission needs to be on the same page with you before we meet with them again in December. Thank God Jamie was there, but I think it gave the wrong impression to the Sunset Commission, or maybe it's perceived by me. Maybe I'm the only one that, and it seems that we're the only ones marching in step, and everybody else is marching out of step. And I think we need to start addressing stuff like that. So, if you can be so kind, Madam Chair, I recommend that you work with Mr. Olmixon in trying to come up a plan, and hopefully it can be addressed before December. At least if we ever get chastised, we might even get a great report, and we're told that we have not, that we're doing great. I don't think so. So we better be prepared. So if you can start working on that, if it's possible. I know that your hands are full. Might have to get some consultants to help you with that, but something needs to be straightened out. And as much as we think that we're doing a good job, we're not perfect. We're never going to be perfect. We still, it was embarrassing yesterday, so that needs to be addressed. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome.
Happy to address as many of these issues as obviously I think a whole bunch of them will come down to what this body's wish is. But things that I will share that I think are that we can learn from. Chairman Wycliffe had the invitation to come first to the podium, and of course the staff had presented on behalf, the Sunset staff had presented on behalf of the entire agency, both the commission and the board, and it wasn't until late in the game that I was able to actually adequately describe the distinction between the size distinction, 184,000 license holders versus 6,000 license holders. And so, and I do believe that, and I'm not sure why that wasn't clear to the commissioners ahead of time, but that didn't obviously come out in the report of their staff to them. They kind of treated it as all one, but he, Chairman Birdwell, wanted to treat them separately, and so he did, and he called up Ms. Wycliffe first. She talked about mentoring of policymakers, and that's something that on the board side, because the regulation of appraisers is significantly more technical because of the federal oversight rules. That's one of the things, and I think she tried to get that across, that it takes a while to learn that. And so the board has, since 2014, directed, they have a policy that says every November, before their November quarterly meeting, they will have a workshop day. And so today, this afternoon, they're meeting in a workshop. And so when we're done here, I'll go over and join them as their general counsel, who's our deputy general counsel, is here with us. And so depending on how long this goes today, she may have to go sooner than I do to be a part of that. But that's something that is certainly available. So regardless of whether this body says, you know what, we want to start meeting every other month, 6 times a year instead of 4 times a year, or we want to meet 4 times a year, but we want to have a 2-day meeting, one day for kind of open discussion on policy development, and another day to take care of the agenda business. Those are certainly both wide open possibilities, and I await an expression of the will of the body. So happy to do that. The only thing that I will say about the communication, I think it's always welcome for individual and small groups of commissioners and other policymakers to get together, especially in social environments. It's just, as you are well aware and have said, that it is our duty to make sure that you're aware that of the danger of the walking quorum. That's all. And I don't need to foot stomp that anymore, but encourage that kind of discussion. And if we get together more often or you get together more often with the staff to work on policy development or other options as far as how directive you want to be on carrying out the policy decisions you make. And so there's a lot more room there for that kind of direction. And I think that's what we heard from Chairman Birdwell yesterday. Several reminders that, it is, one to be very, very pointed. He said, it's the duty of the commission, as sitting as commissioners, to impose the will of the people of Texas on the agency, not to simply endorse the recommendations of the executive director. And I get that. We do have the opportunity, and as Chairman Wycliffe said yesterday, we have an exceptionally talented staff, and so sometimes, as she said, because we see how fortunate we are to have more depth of expertise than many other states have, and we see in a comparative environment how other states look to Texas for things. Then it's easy to become perhaps a little too complacent and say, well, it appears we're in the lead and we're doing well, and so we'll just let that continue, as opposed to
no, I think many of the points that you brought up, Commissioner Arriaga, these are things that there is room for improvement on, absolutely. As far as the number of staff goes, that typically, the discussion of that happens every year at budget time. So we have budgeted for additional staff members. And of course, anytime we add staff members, I'll make it a point to add that into my report going forward. And I know I have done some in the past, but I think your question is broader, and that is, what's the right, as Commissioner Leonard challenged us in our special joint conference meeting, why are we satisfied with meeting a 10-minute average? Why don't we shoot for 5 or less? What would it take to get there? That's a really good question that I think we ought to wrestle with and say, if we're going to reset, if the directive from the commission is to reset that goal to under 5 minutes, then that's the kind of policy decision that says, okay, then we're going to have to change the way we do business. And that may mean hiring 4 more people on top of the other ones that we've already authorized. So we'll make sure that we have space for them and all that equipment and training and all that other good stuff. But I will tell you that we took that extraordinary seriously, that challenge. And as I reported to the Sunset Commission yesterday, just last week, we were just under 6 minutes on our average hold time, and many of the metrics that we're learning about how to put in, so how many staff hours represents that versus the volume of calls and volume of emails. That's the kind of stuff that kind of fine tuning, if we can get a handle on those metrics, then if you say, what would it take to get us to 5 minutes? I can say 6 more people and this upgrade to our IVR system will get us there. That kind of, and if that is the will of this body, then that's an amendment to the budget that needs to be made. The training, the workshops and training stuff, I think kind of go hand in hand. This afternoon, the workshop on the board side starts with a little training review before they start talking about other things going forward. The building fund, the pro rata, I don't think anything else needs to be said about that, other than we certainly will make sure, as I informed the Sunset commissioners yesterday of the decision of this body and the board to not put any additional funds into either of those reserves. Those reserve policies are obviously on the agenda for today, based on the work of the Budget Committee and the directive that came out of our session on the 12th. But I will make it a point to visit with the chair or ask the chair of the Sunset Commission, actually through the staff first, to make sure that it's clear, that distinction. I tried to make that yesterday, but as you said, I'm not sure that not everyone was at the dais the entire time otherwise also, so that's another particular issue. The December 2014 letter that was quoted back was from a special interim charge that was given to the Sunset Commission to review SDSI agencies at the time when Representative Larry Gonzalez was one of the members on that body, on the Sunset Commission, and he took the lead in crafting a proposed piece of legislation that would have put all SDSI agencies under one statute. That was the desire. So the Finance Commission members all fall under one chapter. The accountants, engineers, and architects fall under another chapter, and we fall under a third chapter. And so the part of that charge was to see if there was a way to streamline that. And at that time, there were a couple of things in that bill, that proposed draft, that we were asked to come and testify about, which was, because we're an SDSI agency, it was a special charge, and so we were all asked to come and talk about these issues. And they, working with TAR, they actually, we got recognition that one of the things that's in the kind of the standard SDSI arrangement. So, for example, there are 4 agencies, the 3 that I mentioned plus us, who pay an annual contribution to GR. The other finance agencies do not. They don't have one. They have different property provisions than 472 does, and ours 1105 mirrors their property provisions. The payment of administrative penalties into the general revenue is a feature of Chapter 472. It is not of ours because ours are dedicated to our recovery fund, or on the board side to an education fund. And I apologize for not knowing what I don't think they're dedicated on for the Finance Commission. I think they're silent on that particular issue. So bringing all those things together, so we had a written response, which at that time was reviewed by the executive committee, because it's between meetings, and that's part of the role. And I believe that it was sent out, and I could be mistaken about that it was sent to all of the commissioners as well as a communication. But that's a message that I have heard clearly, and I think you'll just see a lot more of. When I started as your executive director, when you hired me to do this job, I told the staff the objective for every one of our policyholder meetings is no surprises. Okay, we don't want the commissioners or the board members to be surprised by anything. We want to telegraph all of that, and so apparently we have not been doing that as well as you would like or as you deserve, and so we're going to step that up and communicate more directly with you, so that you have the opportunity to, when you feel it's appropriate, to ask for a special meeting if one needs to be held, or to make recommendations for additional routine meetings for training purposes, or to deal with agenda items more frequently if the volume is not as manageable as you'd like it to be.
Good morning.
Good morning, Commissioner.
I'm going to, in response to Commissioner Arriaga's comments about additional meetings and possibly having a 2-day meeting, that might or might not be a good idea. I mean, with the knowledge that most of the people, in fact all the people on this dais, are volunteers, and we only have so much time. But on the other hand, the problem that I think we have, and I've heard this from other commissioners as well, and I know anecdotally at least it's been my issue, we talk about communications, and you may have somewhat just answered my question or my comment. It's not just the communication system with people calling in and hold time and whatnot, and I don't think I need to beat you up about that today. We took enough slings and arrows yesterday, so that's pretty clear. But it's communications to us. Often we show up at these quarterly meetings, and it's the first time we've heard about things. Good example, yesterday you talked about the communications issue, and you had formed what you called the Tiger Team. I didn't know what the Tiger Team was. I'd never heard the term.
The term.
And perhaps and I'm the one who has been maybe as vocal as anybody about the communication systems, and I had never even heard about the Tiger Team, so I was a little taken aback. So possibly it is, I know our executive committee meets we as a body don't get any feedback on what happens during the executive committee meeting. Perhaps we should. Perhaps we should know there should be some kind of at least outline. This is what was discussed. This is what's going to come to you. These are the decisions that may or may not have been made. I would like to see us as a body receive more of those kinds of communication.
If possible, Counselor, I'd like to see that letter of 2014 maybe,
Yes, sir.
in whatever minutes there are. The reason you don't have reports from executive committee meetings is because we don't meet. We do not meet. The last 2 years that I've been vice chair, we met less than my hand. And when I request meetings to set agendas, it replied that it's too late. We cannot do things. The main thing is that staff knows what we need. And I don't blame the executive committee, I blame the staff. We need to get things better, and yesterday was a wake-up call. And at some point in time, staff has to give us a direction of what we need. And you can feel our anxiousness of wanting to do things. And we don't want to meet for the sake of just meeting. We can have conference calls. We can do a whole bunch of stuff. And you know I've been reaching out. It's not that simple. When you say you can always call in and get stuff. You're a great communicator on a one-to-one, but we have to call you. That's the problem that we have. You need to set a plan for the year or for the biennium at least on how to make us better, and that's all I'm asking for.
So one of the things that I heard, and I just want to make sure that I heard it correctly, is, you know, we stand open and ready for additional directive, and I heard some of that from Commissioner Leonard and also some from you. But the last thing I just heard you say, and I just want to make sure that this is right, is that it's a very disparate group of people, right? And so getting together outside of these meetings to talk about anything is always problematic. And so the suggestion that I heard you make, and even more than a suggestion, is come up with a plan to make us better. Come up with a plan to make the commission function better, where that communication works better. In other words, make recommendations about meetings, not just wait for you guys to say, I think we ought to have a meeting about something. So us make a recommendation and say, we ought to have a meeting about this. Is that fair?
Absolutely. Going through the agenda every 4 months, it reminds me of the same thing. The first 2 hours going through all those charts and circling and the questions we're going to ask. We go through it every month or every time we meet. We need at some point in time slow down and go down that all the reports. The budget is a joke. The budget gives us a one picture for 1 year. We should see the last 5 years. Now at the end, you made some recommendations that we're going to do that, but we cannot approve a budget when you just see what's going to be for next year, not knowing what happened the year before or before that. With bienniums, and that's just common sense stuff. That's the part that I don't understand. That how you expect us to approve a budget by saying, "Here it is, the committee met, and this is what we're going to be recommending." I'm embarrassed, Counselor, and we need to do better than that.
So the worksheet for the budget and the budget policy actually requires us, and we do, present 5 years worth of data. The 3 prior years, 2 completed prior years, the current year that we are in, partial, the projected year, and then the following year.
Can the
If we need
commissioners
more
get
than
it?
that?
Can the commissioners get it? Because I didn't see that at all.
It's in the presentation of the budget every time, not every meeting, but every time we're approaching the approval of a new budget.
I did not see that in the report for today.
It's not in today's report. It was in August meeting and it was in May meeting. Those 2.
Mr. Turner?
Good morning. Sorry I was late this morning. I went to our normal meeting place, and I had a brisk walk over to the Capitol, so I wasn't paying attention, which brings me to my point, or at least my initial point. At the risk of piling on, and I realize hindsight's 20/20, I think we missed an opportunity yesterday to educate the commissioners on the Sunset Commission. I think we entered that room with the assumption that they had read their staff's report, with the assumption that they had read our response, and with the assumption that they understood both of those documents. And I came away with the distinct impression that that was not the case with most of them. We do the best we can, as do those commissioners that are on the Sunset Commission. But for example, I forgot we were meeting in the Capitol today. I have a law practice and 2 small children and a lot of things going on. I do the best I can to get through this report before every meeting, but I don't always have that opportunity. I think we forgot that yesterday. We did an okay job, but there was a question pointed to us about things that we disagreed with. And Doug, you're so diplomatic, sometimes too diplomatic. And that was an opportunity that we could have really laid out the difference between the general SDSI statute 1105 and our chapter. And we didn't really. We never really explained why we were trying to build a building, that it was actually a fiscally responsible decision, or that the amount of money that we have set aside in that fund is only represents 1 year's worth of our fees that make up our part of our budget. Because I think that would have helped the commissioners understand that, I don't want to say it's not a big deal, but a much smaller deal. You touched on this yesterday, but we missed the opportunity to tell them all the things that we're doing right. Our customer service issues tragically overshadowed everything that this agency does well. And that's too bad. I know we've already submitted a response. I know we've already submitted a summary of our response. I would suggest, assuming it's proper protocol, that we submit a supplemental follow-up. We saw how they vote yesterday. We saw that they vote on, I forget what they call them, but they have the staff recommendations, and then members, individual members, submit modifications, and occasionally modifications to modifications. Right. I would suggest we make it in a very, very user-friendly, short format. Here are the modifications to the issues that we suggest the members put forth if they agree with us as to our disagreements with the staff. I saw that they were open to some of those yesterday. I don't think that commission wants to put us under the general. Certainly the vice chair doesn't want to put us under 472. There were a couple other things that are escaping me right now, but that I noticed that they're not really keen on. They may not be real keen on us, even though it was our recommendation, coming back in 6 years. It sounds like they're busy. But, unfortunately, we won't have the opportunity or fortunately, maybe for another 6 or 12 years to correct it. And so, again, I apologize for criticizing something that's already happened. But I think if we have the opportunity to really get out in front, and part of that was the way they organized the meeting. That was odd, but we probably had the opportunity to sit down and respectfully suggest to the chair that we present on behalf of everyone and tell him up front. I understand this is the way you suggest we proceed, but please understand that the Appraiser and Licensing Certification Board represents 5% of our total constituency. Jamie did a fabulous job, thank God. And so did Davis. So, having got that off my chest, I want to.
We didn't know that till we got there.
I understand that. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I understand. But you also, just because that's the way they suggest things go, we're not completely at their mercy, and that's tough. Okay, you're in a tough spot because you're sitting in front of this commission and you are at their mercy to a degree. It's not unlike an oral argument or standing in front of the courtroom in front of a judge. You have to know. Occasionally, it's a good idea to help the judge, though, and you push back in a nice way and say, with all due respect, Judge, I think we need to talk about this first, because this issue is dispositive, even if the judge wants to talk about this one over here. I have a couple more things that I want to talk about real quick. And one is, and this kind of ties into training, which I'm going to talk about in a second, but we do need some specific measurable goals. And what I understand from you is that that's really part of our job, is to set policy, to tell you what we want to see happen, and then your job is to go execute and try to do that to the best of your ability. And I think that sometimes we forget that that's our job up here. But yeah, I want to see hold times of less than 5 minutes. My question is, and I'm embarrassed to ask this, but when and how do we decide that? When and how do we come up with our policy positions that we want to deliver to staff? I don't know when that happens. And perhaps that is a workshop that we get together as a quorum and as a body and sit down and say, what do we want to see happen at this agency? And that's something that we probably need to organize, but we do need some help in that regard. And I'm not sure where that comes from, if that just needs to come from me.
No, I certainly can provide some insight on that.
Okay, thank you. And so when and how and where do we come up with directives as a body to provide with you all? Because I think we could. I think we could reach a consensus on things we'd like to see happen.
I agree.
And that goes back to training and information. It sounds like we could use some more summary level information, perhaps some pre-public meeting summary memoranda about what's going to be on the agenda, instead of just getting this in our lap a couple weeks before every meeting. This quarter, we're going to talk about changing these rules, et cetera, just to help us out. Committee reports from the budget committee, from exec committee, if they have meetings, charge us with coming up with reports. And then as far as the training, this is just very general, but we do need better training for commissioners. I'm a licensed attorney. I've been practicing for 15 years. I worked in the governor's office, in his general counsel's office. I worked in the attorney general's office representing state agencies, often on questions of administrative law. I took two courses at Baylor Law School in administrative law, in legislative and administrative policy and procedure, from the professor who literally wrote the book on that topic. And it took me a year or two to really get my sea legs as being part of this commission. And I say that with all due respect to the members on this commission that don't have the background that I do. There's a lot to digest, and I am more than happy to sit down and help put together a training module that's to try. And I know we're given some materials when we first sit down, but I think that's something we're all probably in agreement that we could use. And the governor's office, I know, has another training coming up, but they only invited a few of us, when we could all probably use a refresher. Anyhow, so a few disjointed thoughts, but anything I can do to help with any of this, you guys know I'm available, so let me know.
Thank you, Commissioner. So to respond, I took some notes here. So first, as far as the draft modifications go, we could certainly ask the staff the Sunset staff, whether that's ever happened, as you said, regardless of whether it ever has happened. That may not be inappropriate, especially in this environment where I agree with you that it was not apparent that the commissioners had depth. I mean, they're also very busy people, right? And they have a staff, and that's kind of what the staff is for, make presentation, and they made a very bare bones presentation about their report. And then we made a little more substantive presentation about ours, and then it's like open to questions. And it probably could have been a lot more comprehensive, our report to them.
I mean, suppose they have the type of commission that just heavily relies on their staff's recommendations and doesn't dig in. Then did we adequately present our response to those recommendations yesterday, such that we're going to persuade that commission to act in a manner contrary to their staff's recommendations?
Oral,
And it doesn't have to be draft
Right.
modifications, but I really think we need to submit one more, assuming it's proper protocol. I don't want to make anybody upset over there. We need to submit one more executive summary of what we want done.
there is as a part of the process, there is actually, I think it's for 5 days after the hearing, they'll accept additional written testimony. So I know, I heard that, I read that somewhere, and I heard that as well. And so that may be our opportunity to do exactly that. 3 days? Sorry, 3 days.
So-
Okay.
That's what we're doing this afternoon.
So,
Madam
1,
Chair,
2,
at
3.
the risk
Commissioner
of piling on, this will be a friendly piling on. I couldn't agree more. Often, when I'm speaking to someone, whether we're having a conversation or a debate or whatever it is, you walk away from that and you think, gosh, I wish I'd have said that.
Right.
Or gosh, I wish I'd have said something else. And I think yesterday's a perfect example, and we now have that opportunity. So thank you, Commissioner Turner. I think that's a terrific idea. We could modify our modification.
That's a great idea.
Training for commissioners, I'm going to pile on again. It's true. Your first year on the job here, you're still wondering where the bathrooms are and what time the meetings start, and even 2 or 3 years later, you're wondering where the meeting's taking place. So on our first day, we get 6 of these. You know, it's a huge policy manual. It's a huge rules of the commission. It's like it's the proverbial fire hydrant, and it's all just in written form. In my opinion, we would be very well served if the new commissioners and those of us who have been here for a little while would be well served, could maybe spend a day in the commission building. If nothing else, I know my first day, you walked me around for 10 minutes and introduced me to people, but you know, I still didn't know who the players were. We need to know what the logistics are. We need to know what the current issues are, what our progress has been. We need to know what's up, so we can make intelligent decisions at our next meeting instead of just sitting here wondering what's happening. And the 5-minute hold time, Commissioner Turner, you brought that up. Frankly, as soon as Mr. Executive Director Old Nixon hits 5 minutes, my goal was going to be 3. So, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Wilkins?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. And Douglas, the dialogue that we had yesterday and this morning has been, as a new commissioner, 1 year today, 4 or 5 meetings. I agree totally with you, Counselor, and with the others, exactly what is going on. I think that as a new commissioner, I don't know about Ms. Fight, but myself, I know that I have learned enough that questions will be on my mind and in my dialogue from henceforth, not just in the meetings, but prior to the meetings. And I think we've got to ask questions. Thank goodness for Counselor Lewis. She's been so good to answer my questions. But that's my input. Great dialogue this morning. It needed to happen. It took time, but that's my input.
Thank you. Commissioner Stevens?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to thank everybody. I think that but I'd like to keep everybody in perspective that in 2011, this commission must have done a lot of things right to earn the their self-directive, semi-independent status. And I think for those of us that work in sales, at least me, I have a daily reminder that every day we must earn it, because every day I start from zero. And I think that perhaps we can take this opportunity from this review, which has taken 12 years to occur, to really change our attitude, and to, instead of coming back and the way I see it is, we're not going to do it again. Give us another 6 years, and then we'll come back and look at it again. We really need to change the way we do things. And the way I see it, this is just my opinion, is that we're patching things. So in the same manner that we have been doing things and making suggestions, I invite everyone to please come forward, and I will start with the agenda. I think I would love to I would like to not get out of here without an idea of what we're going to do. So from now on, the input on the agendas it comes from this commission, because we are all responsible. I mean, when days like yesterday, and when the report came out, the commission is fully responsible. We can delegate the whatever it is that we ask because of votes, not because of individual commissioners, which is the way it's supposed to be. But at the end of the day, we are responsible for it. And I really feel like, as a commission, we really need to be cohesive, and we need to do something so that not just the agenda items come out of the commission, but also the way that we present this from the staff. I'd like to see on the recommended motions, on the writings here, instead of just all the regulations that are being or proposals, that you give two options. One is to recommend, and one is not to recommend, so that people that sit on this commission that do not have the experience and have not been here long enough, if they've done their homework and they think that they want to vote one way or the other, that they have the opportunity to do it. Because the way these agendas are presented, they are really pushing us to do things in one way, and that's part of our job, and that we owe to the people of Texas. I invite the commissioners to continue to ask questions. I love to see there's a lot of curiosity and it's at the same time, it's sort of sad to think that yesterday when we were going out to meet, we were asking I wasn't, but there was still questions as to how many people is a quorum, and it's as simple as majority. And let us remember that we don't even have to get together for a meeting. Everybody's busy. We live far away from each other, but it's as easy as picking up the phone. And a quorum is majority, and it's 5, or collusion. And so please keep that in mind. I invite people to please communicate with each other, and so that they can actually make the best decisions they can as our job. As to meeting times, I was inspired by Sunset. They reviewed a number of agencies in an incredibly short amount of time. And my concern is the longer our meetings are, the more regulation we seem to fit. So if we meet 10 times a year, some kind of way we're gonna have an excuse, and we're gonna come up with 10 of these. So I'm not for it. I think that we should have the flexibility to meet, as was said at the meeting yesterday, that if we need to meet, by golly, let us meet whenever we need to. That's what we said that we would do, and that's what we're here. But if we don't need to, let's keep our meetings short and sweet, just as yesterday. There are people that sit here today, like Madam Chair and our Vice Chair. They have served many years, and it is sad to me that in the case of Commissioner Arriaga, who has made innumerable contributions to our industry in many ways. He knows a side that I'm not as familiar with, which is commercial, and he has learned a lot about our residential, and it's that we have not used his knowledge and experience as much as I would like to. I have been serving on this commission for 3 years. I remember that the executive committee used to meet regularly, and I'm not sure why. When Commissioner Arriaga was duly elected, he has not been included, and it makes me wonder, respect begins at home. And this commission, it seems like rules do not apply to us, and that's part of self-governance, that we were given that status because we did something right to earn it, and now we're showing to at least sunset, and somebody saw it, and we've been getting enough, like, we are not following, we're not doing what we are supposed to do in showing precisely self-governance. And another thing that continues to be asked by those that are licensed by this agency is the necessity to be clear and simple. Some of the things that we come through, that we are, even in this book, are burdensome. The regulation, I think that when I listen to what we are doing, is like, we're not here to clap ourselves and applaud, everything that we're doing good. Is like, okay, we're here. We're expected to do a number of things right, but what else can we do better? Because just because other agencies are bad, I don't want to settle with mediocrity. Let's be better than that. I think the people of Texas deserve that. Clear and simple rules. There's so much confusion, and we need to come up with the thought that cost is it can be prohibitive, and it can slow down our industry. We are our own enemies. Some of the cost of regulations, such as the ride-along, the regulations on education, on inspectors, we are making barriers for the licensees. That's not our job. We're doing exactly the opposite of what we're supposed to be doing. And I invite this commission that we take very seriously, whether we understand or not. If you do not understand, or if you need help, please, we need to get on with the program like right away, because the moment any commissioner sits on any of these meetings, they have the ability to vote. And if they have not received the proper training, it is an invitation for anyone that comes to try to fit and to try to vote with the majority. And that's not what the people of Texas deserve, and that's not why we were appointed. We were appointed here because we were trusted to do the right thing for the state of Texas. And I think that's a duty that we need to uphold. So please come up with, not just a staff, but this is the commission's job. It is our job to be the regulating body. So thanks to everybody because this might be the last meeting that we will have with the current people that have been serving many, many years. And I am grateful because you have worked hard to provide the freedom that we now enjoy. And if we do not take care of this, of what we have been passed on, and if we regulate the state the way we are going, I am very concerned that regulation is, it can hinder industries. And look at oil, look at healthcare. And that's exactly what we're trying to do. Instead of helping the people of Texas, part of our mission is foster economic growth. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner. So just a couple of things I wanted to follow up on that I didn't get to do yet. So I would say I am. It is the express mission of this agency to provide the minimal regulations, and so I'm 100% with you that anytime we can remove barriers, that's a positive step. Not creating barriers, but removing them. To follow on the question that Commissioner Turner asked, when is the opportunity to look at the measures and have input on those? And it is once every 2 years when we do the strategic plan. But I take the fact that that's not self-obvious as a failure on my part to communicate that that's what that opportunity is. That's when all those measures come out in that draft report, and that's the opportunity to say, no, that measure's not good enough. Let's change that. We have in the past changed measures, and they have come from as part of the staff recommendation for adjusting measures. But it is clearly we didn't do a good enough job of saying, and what do you think about that, as opposed to here's our recommendation, and then just accept the motion in that regard. So the strategic plan is one. Training, you heard Chair Wycliffe say this yesterday. If you were at the hearing as well, and one of the commissioners said, "Don't you get training?"
Hang on just a second. When was our last strategic plan, and when's the next one?
So the strategic plan is we filed one this year in June.
Mm-hmm.
So it was approved at the May meeting, and in fact, we came back for a special meeting at the end of May
Yes, sir.
to deal with that again.
I'm
So
just this for the
it's every
benefit of
2
everybody
years.
in
Yes,
the room.
thank you.
Mm-hmm.
It's every 2 years, and it's in the non-legislative year. So it's a 5-year strategic plan that we open in January of the even-numbered year, and we're required to file it by June of the even-numbered year. So we filed it June of this year after we had a presentation and this body asked for a special meeting to reconsider it because it wasn't as detailed as it could have been, and it wasn't as pointed as it, and so it turned out as a much better document because of that special meeting. So thank you for reminding us about that. You heard Chair Wycliffe say this yesterday, if you were there, that it takes a while. It takes a while to get all of the responsibilities that come from being a volunteer policymaker. It's not easy. It's not easy work, and it requires a level of attention that I hear you urging each other to, as well as urging us to do a better job to provide those opportunities to support you in that endeavor of becoming better at it. One of the things that I will say, it's not just the 1 6-inch binder, and I hope this is helpful going forward. One is the opportunity to attend Commissioner College is another possibility. Commissioner College is actually going to an online version as well. Arello has set aside funds to develop that. And so that's something that we'll be able to participate in. But I think even beyond that, the Texas-specific stuff, I will take it as a charge to develop some video materials that are helpful, just explanations in those regards. Maybe kind of frequently asked questions, not about the subject matter. We have a lot of those on our website for our license holders, but for commissioners about how the agency operates and your opportunities and responsibilities. One thing that I will say is there is an opportunity to dig deeper each and every time by volunteering to be a part of or attend some of the committee meetings. It would be helpful, as I heard this plea as well, after the committee, you get the reports, but you get them as a part of this meeting. You hear what happened between the last meeting and this meeting. This committee met, and here's what they did. Well, wouldn't it have been nice to have heard that closer to the time that they actually met, that this is what they were talking about. And I think it might be helpful as well to publicize those. There's a meeting coming up, and here's the topics they're going to talk about. Not so much to say, because we can't have a quorum, present for the discussion. But if you're not on the committee and you have an idea about that, to jot your ideas down and send them on to the committee for consideration. I think that's probably not a violation of the open meeting, so, okay. Did I miss addressing any of the specific concerns that the commissioners raised?
If you can be so kind, we need the plan or the process to be done as soon as possible, not in February, but somewhere in between if we can. Timing is more important than anything else.
The recommendations for changes to how the commission operates in terms of, and I'm looking for your validation that this is what you're looking for. You know, there's a specific document that's required in the in Chapter 1101, and it is a clear explanation of the distinction between the policy-making roles of the commission and the implementation roles of the executive director and the staff. Okay. It sounds to me like that's like we ought to start with that document and make a and do some training about that and make because you may that was an expression actually before I got here. My predecessor Tim Irvin, when he was the administrator, brought that. They had I think the executive committee and he met together and they came up with this draft document. And that has been the written policy of the agency for a long time. It's included in your orientation materials when you first come, but that might be a good opportunity for us to revisit that and then see if there are recommendations that come out of that for to change how we do business.
Thank you.
Is that fair? Okay.
May I say something? One, I want the commission to know that Delora and I came on at the very same time. We were given an orientation of sorts. Mr. Olmixon met us the day before on Sunday here in the office building and told us about all the different departments. So in addition to the 6-inch binder that we got and all the online classes that we were assigned to do, we did get some orientation. I really feel that a mentorship so that we can avoid being a quorum, or having a quorum, or 2-on-1. But I will tell you, when I was appointed, I forget who I talked to, but it was more than one of you, and it was said, you'll have 4 meetings a year, and you'll just go to Austin, and you'll be given some things to read, and that's all you have to worry about. Because I'm a busy lady. If I had known all that is encompassed in what we do, and the first meeting I came to was 864 pages that I had to read in 2 weeks, in addition to the orientation stuff. I'm not at all complaining, and I have realized the responsibilities that we do take on. My reaction yesterday, more than anything else, was the lady on the commission, the Sunset Commission, who said, well, why can this other SDIs make it and you all can't? And I turned around and Googled, I'm learning to do that, how many doctors are licensed in the state of Texas? 43,000. We have 190,000 here that we represent. And our people are important. They may not be doctors, they don't save lives. I get that. We handle big investments, and we have to remember that. I think if we set up a workshop for any new commission member, and I will tell you, I'll volunteer. I will go meet with them. I will spend the day showing them a few ropes that I've learned in a year. And I will say, you have to speak up and you have to stop. Because I was one that voted for things, oh, okay, that's the way we do it. I see now. And you have to get your sea legs. But we do have to help new commissioners better and explain to them their responsibilities.
One suggestion that I have is that perhaps to include samples of what to do during an actual commission meeting, just a mock, so that we actually, new commissioners that may have never voted, they understand how we do it and the different options. And I think general counsel can really be helpful on that. You like to teach, and you're very good at it. And I think if there's role playing between some of the people that are familiar with it and some of the incoming people, I think that would be immensely helpful to get people running, and I recommend that we don't wait so late, because I was also, just like y'all, I read my stuff, but I also came here on a Sunday evening during the winter sessions, and the next morning it was the first meeting. And I think that the thing that takes the most to get commissioners running when they hit the ground is the procedure. So, and I think, Carrie, you can really help. Thank you.
Make just one endorsement of that. So again, way back in the day when I first started this job, part of the no surprises was we do a dress rehearsal for these meetings with the staff of the reports that we're going to, and then we pretend to ask that we're you asking hard questions of the presenter about their particular report. And we review all the materials, that kind of stuff. So I'm 100% on board that I think it would be enormously useful to do a dress rehearsal as a part of a workshop on how the commission operates, and do a dry run of a meeting and just walk through and talk. Well, so what if you disagreed with that? Well, what could you do? What could you say? Or how would you phrase that motion? Or when is it appropriate to do that kind of stuff? I think that's a great idea. Great idea.
Thank you. I think that's a great suggestion. And on your end, I think that would be very helpful. Thank you.
Okay. If there are no other questions, I will turn the podium over to Tony
Madam
for
Chair,
his report.
Yes.
One more. What are we going to do differently on the agenda? Can you please tell us, Mr. Olmixon, walk us through what we're doing currently so that we know what we need to do from now on?
I'm going to ask our general counsel, if that's okay, to talk about the agenda development timeline process requirements. Is that okay? Would you do that?
For me to talk about it?
Yeah, just the
Okay.
agenda development
Yeah,
timeline and process.
The agenda development timeline and process, we actually this summer got a new requirement. So we have to post the agenda in the Texas Register at least 7 days in advance of the meeting. So it really is 8 days the way they have you count. Because our meeting is on a Monday usually, that means we have to post it that Friday before, which works out to be 10 days before. But before we can post the agenda, we have to send it a week before that to the governor's office. And the governor's office looks at it, and we now have to send something that's called a proposed rule memorandum. That is a summary of information that they want in any rule that's going to be proposed, and that goes a week before as well. So before we do that, we put the agenda together based on, I'm just walking backwards. So before we send it to the governor's office, we send a proposed agenda to the chair, who looks at it and says, okay, this looks good, or we need to add this, don't forget about this, whatever is needed to be on the agenda. And before we send it to the chair, the way we build the agenda is based on what happens in all of the committee meetings that we have. The inspector committee meeting, the ESAC committee meeting, the broker responsibility working group meeting, the broker lawyer committee. So all of those have meetings in between y'all's meetings. And they have items that they want to bring forward or recommend to bring forward to the commission or not. And then there are business items, like for instance, the internal auditors have been here, or we have another report, or it's time for strategic plan or budget, and those get folded into the agenda. So there's a lot, it's quite a timeline of things that build the agenda. We start, Amber is my right hand in this, and she starts pretty much the week after the last commission meeting, starting to put together a draft, moving forward the stuff that was proposed, because it will then go to be adopted. And what's, then adding things I add things as they come forward from the committee. So it really starts about a week after the commission meeting, going forward up until about 2 weeks before the commission meeting, because we have to have it ready to get to the governor's office.
Madam Chair, Ms. Lewis, when is the appropriate time for individual commissioners to request an agenda item if they wish to do so?
At any time. They just send it to the chair. And it would be helpful to copy me as general counsel, so I make sure that it doesn't drop through the cracks.
Thank you.
Also, there is at the end of every one of these meetings, there's a call for future agenda items. So that's kind of the very first time that something that came up during this meeting, like, for example, changing the way we develop the agenda, potentially, is to come up with is to say, I want to talk about that. I want that to be an action item on our next meeting or whatever. Can you come up with a proposal for that? Or even things like, we send this rule memorandum and propose rule changes to the governor's office 10 days beforehand. Is that something we could share with everyone, or at least the executive committee? What I don't want to do is then have a chain of, I got this and I think this is a terrible thing, or I think this is and then go right down the line and we end up with a walking quorum. And I know we don't want to hear that, but we also don't want anyone to ever violate that, because there's
Commissioner Miller.
there's problems with it.
Could the committee chairman, you all get something from the committee chairman so that you can decide what's going to go forward? Could the committee chairman send to all the commissioners a report or a summary at that point?
Yeah, I think they could. Generally, they wait and do that here, and if you would like them to send that sooner, I think, after the meetings, we can do that. Some of the meetings only occur, 2.5 weeks before. We try to space them out, but yeah, I think that's possible.
I think that would help.
So there's several suggestions, I think, that are positive. Go ahead.
Commissioner Fight, I think that is a splendid suggestion. I would love to see that prior to any of the committee meetings, that the commissioners, and thank you, Ms. Robinson, because now after the budget committee, you will be copying commissioners of the results. But I think that if we could also do it prior to the committee meetings, so that there can be input from commissioners, it would be greatly appreciated. That way we make sure that if there's something that we need, that we feel that is important, that we can still include it and not have to wait.
So briefing that, I think, go ahead.
So what I'm hearing is you'd like a copy of the agenda for the committee meeting before the committee meeting, and then a committee report after the committee meeting before the commission meeting.
Yes, but I also think that we should have the opportunity to not wait till the last minute on the committee meeting agenda items. So if there's something that we feel that should be covered, that we have the opportunity to provide that input, all of us. Okay, thank you.
So notice of, so I've heard this process improvements. Notice of that there will be a committee meeting. And so if you have something that you want included, please send it to the chair. Publication of the agenda for that meeting, send to everyone. So if you have concerns, you can notify the members. And a report of the committee meeting within a reasonable period afterwards, not waiting until this meeting to hear what those recommendations, discussion and recommendations are. All of those take the in-depth work of the committee and spread it out for greater input from all of the commissioners. Fair?
I think that that's an excellent suggestion. Thank you very much.
Well, I think you started that, so. Okay.
I would like to say, I happen to have all of my notes from watching all the meetings back to 2014, and I kind of want to set a record straight. In 2014, always when the executive committee meets, whatever they meet about is reported at this meeting. In 2014, they met twice. In 2015, they met twice. In 2016, they met 3 times. In 2017, they met twice. And this year, they've met twice. And the common time that they meet is August, which is probably, as I looked at the notes, to discuss the budget. So I don't believe there's been any attempt to keep anyone from an executive committee meeting or having one. I know Commissioner Arriaga has requested a executive committee meeting this last time, and it was actually, everything had already gone to the governor's office. It was to discuss the agenda, and I didn't want to do it. He wanted to do it, and we left it up to Vice Chairman.
Madam Chair, it's all communication, and there's no reason to meet if we don't have anything to discuss. But I can assure you, starting 2 years ago, we had some problems. We had some big problems, and we were very negligent in addressing them because we didn't know we had problems. And the only reason we knew we had problems because we got phone calls. I got a phone call from the governor's office, first time ever, wanting to know what's going on. It's embarrassing. And when I ask for a meeting, it's not because we need to make sure that we help the staff as much as possible when we meet.
I wouldn't disagree with that. And I was called in also in the last 2 years.
And I will be happy to, going forward, and we'll build this into our meeting preparation, is that when there is, and we never try to hide any of our, transparency is one of our, with you as well, one of our values. It's an agency value with our stakeholders, and it's our commitment to you. But I will redouble this and build it into our process to actually point out bad news, okay, in the reports. So while there is good news on A, B, C, there's also, here's some place we fell short, so that if then you want to say, well, then that topic needs to come up, I want to assign that to a special working group or to one of the standing committees and have a meeting and talk about how do we fix that piece of bad news. I think that's but potentially addresses the concern that you have that it wasn't that anything was hidden, but it also wasn't, I think especially about the whole time stuff, every time we said, yes, that's bad, that we're not making those numbers, but we didn't, and we said what we were doing about it, we answered your questions about what we were doing about it, but clearly not enough, and with not enough intensity and urgency. So.
Okay, who's making the reception and communication report?
Today? Well, first Tony has a report, and he'll introduce who's going to be doing that.
Okay. Mr. Slagle.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Good morning, Commissioners. Tony Slagle, Deputy Executive Director. I just wanted to give a brief follow-up publicly on a customer service update on the updates I've been sending you monthly. But before I do that, as the Deputy Executive Director, the Executive Director mentioned, Lori DeAnda has retired, and we have posted her position, and we are focusing on finding someone with experience in operating a modern call center, in particular the type of software we use, as well as maximizing and utilizing the skills of the current call center and the staff. However, in the meantime, Amy Jasper who is the call center manager under Lori, will be the acting director in that meantime. So she will be presenting the RCS report for you guys later. So just to touch on a few things, I don't really have a whole lot of things to update you on from the last email, but I'll just state publicly what I sent to you guys. It's also was posted in, I believe, in an article or an update in the newsletters this month. But we are trending in the right direction. I do want to state, though, that focus on the call center, while that's been important, isn't the whole thing we need to be doing, because there's reasons why people are calling. So we also need to look at those and address those. We can initially address how we're answering the calls and the timeliness of those, but we also need to look at processing issues and try to fix those in a way that people don't need to call us if they don't, and that'll reduce those hold times and calls as well. But so in October, as I mentioned in the email I sent to you, We had 22,000, just over 22,000 calls came into the center. That was a 13% increase from the prior month. And of those calls, staff was able to engage or answer or talk to 18,686 of those calls, or 84% of them. So our abandonment rate is still hovering around 15 or 16%, which is better than it was previous this year, but that's not anything we're resting on, and we're trying to make that better. But while it was the same essentially from month to month, going from September to October, we did answer 2,414 more calls, which was up 15%. So I also wanted to reiterate that something I mentioned in the October report, that we have been interviewing for 4 full-time positions on the call center, and are looking to have those people hired hopefully by the end of the month. So that'll be 4 additional people on the call center. One of the things I also wanted to mention was, as you're aware, we did an audit of the call center in June, and one of the things we needed to do is follow up with the auditors about that, and we did meet with them in October and talk about the way we're proceeding and get some feedback from them, and they, as of that meeting, believed we were heading in the right direction. So we are doing what we need to do. Again, we're not resting on the fact that we have that we're doing better. We want to continue to do better and increase the number of calls that we're able to answer on a monthly basis. So before I go on to some of the processing issues, I wanted to know if anyone had any questions about the call center.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
do you have enough resources? Do you have enough
for the call
resources
center?
available to you for the call center, for whatever you're trying to do to address our customer service shortcomings?
Well, as of right now, I would say that we're looking to increase those. So hopefully with the 4 additional new people, and we're also looking to hire 2 additional new people in licensing, that I'll have a better idea. But if I'll know sooner rather than later, and if we need to increase that, we will.
Okay, will you tell me and the rest of these commissioners if you don't feel like you have enough
Yes, sir.
resources?
Absolutely, absolutely.
Thank you.
Madam Chair. I'm sorry. Tony,
Yes, sir.
I forget what your job description was, but I guess 50% plus is on solving our problem and communication with the people on the field. Is that?
Yeah, one of the main focuses with the promotion was to address the issues with the 2 frontline divisions. So that's the call center communications division and the educational licensing division, to make sure that we're giving the adequate attention to those. And I have, since I've been in that position, been working very closely with the division directors on ways to make those better and process improvements for both.
And percent of time that you spend doing that?
I don't know. It's probably right now it's a little over 50%, but I am also, focused on addressing some of the legislative stuff. That's still part of my duties as well. But yes, sir.
Because keep in mind, the other area where we have a lot of problems still is on inspectors.
Yes, sir.
You chair that.
I'm the commission liaison for that. Yes, sir. So I do spend a lot of time addressing and talking about inspector issues.
You do the heavy lifting there, and you're going to hear more today and later on. They're not happy with us, and for little things that, little to us, big to them. How much time do you spend with them?
It depends. Recently, it's probably been maybe 30%, but it depends on what the issues are. We've been meeting, as was, and I was going to go into that in my inspector report, but I'm happy to address this right now initially, as was requested at the last commission meeting, I believe from Commissioner Turner, was to go back with staff and the inspector committee and address some issues. And so we've done that and continue to do that on those particular issues. And like I said, I'll go into some more detail later. But Yeah, it just depends on what the issues are, and sometimes there's more time needs to be spent with those license holders, and I'm happy to do it.
So proud of you, Madam Chair. He does all the dirty work that everybody else cannot do because we just don't have time. So I appreciate all the time and effort that you're doing that. I know you spend more than 8 hours a day, and that's what I'm trying to define. And if you need more people, let's, like Commissioner TJ said, don't be afraid to reach out.
Absolutely, and that's imperative. I want to make sure that we get to a point where we're able to address issues where, let's say on a given day, for whatever reason, 4 people or 6 people calling on the call center. We don't want that to be an issue. We want to be able to maintain what we're doing. So absolutely, thank you.
Mr. Lawrence?
I think Commissioner Turner stole my notes earlier because he has already brought up one point I wanted to make, which is, I'm glad you're hiring 4 more people. Does it need to be 12? Does it need to be, I'm making an example, does it need to be 20? This is an issue we need to make go away, and for a lot of reasons. The most important reason is customer service is what we do. And I forget what the number you used for the abandonment rate, but for last year it was 53%.
Yes, sir.
I'm looking at the C1 report. That's 171,836 people just gave up on us.
Yes, sir.
In August, 5,100 people just gave up on us. In July, almost 8,000 people just gave up.
Yes, sir.
So the problem is customer service. It's our license holders trying to call in to get information. It is the consumer in the state of Texas trying to call in and whatever they want to do. They might have a legitimate issue. They might have a question. They might have a complaint. They can't get through to us. And the third thing is, there's 4 actually. One is, I don't know about the rest of you, but I'm tired of hearing about this. If you looked at the Sunset Commission report, it was peppered. It was the source of all evil. The communication issues we have were peppered throughout that report. It was the cause of everything, all things ill with the commission. And the last thing is optics. If somebody calls in and we actually answer the phone, they're going to be a lot happier with us than they are right now.
Yes, sir.
So this is a very big deal. And so I want you to feel comfortable if those 4 people aren't enough and it needs to be 50 and it needs to be a whole nother building with whatever it is, whatever we need to do, we have the resources to do it. So you need to feel, not that you don't, but feel comfortable talking to any of us individually, as a group, however we need to do it. We need to get this fixed. And I will say just anecdotally, the callback feature doesn't work. And I say that because I've tried it twice and nobody's ever called me back.
Okay.
And I have one very close friend who I mentioned that to, and she said she tried it too, didn't get a call back.
If I can just answer real quickly before, and everybody has on our side pages 14 and 15 on the C3 report, and graphics is we've gone from a waiting average of 12 minutes to a waiting average of close to 16 minutes. It's hard to explain this, especially if we're doing well. So let's make sure we're all on the same page. And also feedback regarding our website. It's although it's award-winning, it is not that effective. My people are complaining that maybe they're just used to the old way, but it's more difficult maneuvering and getting information than we used to. So we need to look at that also.
Mr. Stevens?
Madam Chair, it seems to me that we need to think of something other than just patching. That's what we have been doing, and perhaps we can think about, there are 2 things that I have to suggest that we can actually start doing today to improve the customer service. And one is to not pass on today's proposals anything that is not clear and simple, because it's only going to create more phone calls. And anything that requires more enforcing that is not absolutely necessary, and I didn't see anything that was absolutely necessary, it only adds up. People having to enforce more things, which we already are really packed with doing, and we are doing a lot more than we should. Instead of lightening our burdens as an agency, we are bringing more things in that are not necessary. I think those are the two things that we could get started with. And I think that this is an opportunity to still fix it ourselves, instead of waiting until the people of Texas take it into their own hands and take it to the press, which is what they can do when we do not heed to what we are supposed to do. And I think the biggest problem that I see is that we are not allowing access to the people to be able to get through when they need to get through. And that's part of our mission, to be able to answer the questions and to be available to them. Thank you. So you've got a lot on your shoulders.
And Commissioner Lerner, I just want to say I'll look into that issue about the callback. We obviously, the effort is to make sure that we call back every single person that utilizes that system, and I ask about it regularly. Have not heard, except for maybe once or twice, that that's an issue. But I'll definitely look into that to see.
One, I was actually, and this isn't a personal shot, but I was trying to get a hold of you. You were I have all the secret squirrel numbers, you know, I can call Carrie directly and I can call Doug and so on. I didn't have yours at that time.
Okay.
So I called the central number, left a call back twice.
I'll definitely look into that, because that's unacceptable.
And I finally got your number from Carrie, I think.
Yeah, that's unacceptable. We need to make sure that that's working the way it needs to. So
And I know it works. Yeah, as an aside, in San Antonio, we have two utilities, the CPS, the electric and gas, and then the SAWS, the water company. Good luck getting through to the electric, CPS. SAWS has the same feature, where they call you back, and they tell you when they're going to call back. They tell you, we'll call you back at 2 o'clock today. And you enter a number for the callback, and boy, they do. So I know the system works.
Yes, sir.
We haven't figured it out yet.
Okay, I will definitely double check on that and find out what that issue is. Are there any other questions about the call center? I was going to go into the processing issues if no one else had any questions about that. Okay, so as I mentioned earlier, that's the managing the call center and making sure that people are available to answer the calls is the first part of the problem. The second part of the solution. The second part is making sure that we're providing better service on the processing and getting people the information they need in a better manner. So in that regard, I just wanted to address the three top issues or technological issues or I guess improvements that we're working on right now that should help with that. The first one is we have been working on automating the license history. The license history, as some of you may know, anyone can request a license history. And there's a lot of work on the back end currently that's done on that. In fact, it's been I think calculated that it can be up to a half an FTE or greater every week, depending on the call or the application volume for those. So we thought if we could do two things: automate it so that the people requesting it get the information they want instantly, and take that burden off of the staff in processing them. That would free that staff person up to do application processes and do other things, have an impact on the call center as well. So that process has been moving forward. There is when I reported in October, I said we were looking at getting that done mid-November, end of November. There is one issue that came up, and that's that there is currently a fee attached to the paper processing part of that. And it's later in the agenda going to be a recommendation that we provide this new licensing process free of charge, since it's instantaneous, it's done, calculated on the website. So there's a rule proposal to address that fee difference, as well as a change in the form. Just so all of you know, that calculated income for that, I believe the previous year or the upcoming year was
Budget for this year
was $45,000. So if we do implement that fee reduction based on automating this process, it would obviously that income would go away. However, in talking to staff, as well as just the optics, as you will, the customer service, that's maybe something you want to consider as being worthwhile, because it would free up a staff member, at least half a staff member, to work on other things, as well as getting people, when they request it, instantaneous and no charge. So just wanted to bring that up.
Tony,
Yes, ma'am.
do they get a certified copy that they can use for licensure in another state, for instance?
So what will happen is it'll produce a PDF. It'll have the state seal on the back of the PDF. It'll have our logo. It's called a certification of license history. It's got all of that on there. There are other states that do it this way. They don't provide all of the information we're going to provide. So we have the licensing information, disciplinary information, as well as all of their education history.
So the simple answer is yes.
I'm sorry.
For the commission's sake, I had an agent that moved to Colorado. It took her 8 weeks waiting for us at TREC to respond. I called and got it done in 2 days because I called for it and requested it, and I'm commissioner. I wasn't trying to pull punches, but it was ridiculous, and y'all came out with that within weeks, and I was just thrilled.
Yeah,
So thank you.
Just to address that, because this was one of the reasons we thought about moving that forward, is they get stacks of those requests every week, and it is intensive for a staff member to go in and research that. So we thought, let's figure out a way to provide that information. We have it. Let's do it electronically. So that's where that came from. So I agree with you. I think it'll be helpful on all fronts. So the other thing I wanted to talk about was the application tracker. The chair spoke about it briefly yesterday at the Sunset meeting, but essentially right now we have a page on the website that displays where the staff is for particular application processes. So sales apps, broker apps, and it says the date that we finished up to. So if you've sent something in after that date, we haven't quite gotten to yet. Helpful, but not as helpful as we want to be. So we're developing a process by which you can put your name in and it'll display a chart with the dates on where you are in that process. It's the initial step in this. We're looking to make it more robust in the future, but it will give someone who wants to know where they are, which is one of the top reasons people call the agency, where are you with my application? It'll give them an indication if when they look at it, if we've requested additional information, if we're processed that information, if they're letter to take the exam, all of that will be displayed on that chart. So hopefully it'll do one of two things. It'll answer those questions for the individuals asking where they're okay, or if they do need to call us, it'll focus their question on exactly where they're missing the information. Say they sign in and they say, oh, it says that they've sent us additional information. I never got that. Then they can call and say, according to this chart, it says you sent me additional or a request for additional information. What exactly do you need? We can focus those questions and be able to help them better. It's a complicated process. We're initially rolling it out for sales agents. They're the largest group of people we deal with, but as we move forward, we'll be rolling it out for additional license holders at that point. And that should definitely have an impact on the call volume, because that is one of the top 3 things that we get calls on. And then finally, I just wanted to address that we're looking to provide the ability for license holders and applicants to upload their documents online rather than having to fax or email them to us. That should really help in terms of the processing time for the way we handle the workload and the way we get the information, as well as making it significantly better for the license holder as they just go online and upload them. So with that, I'm happy to answer any other questions you might have about any of this.
Seeing none, I'm sorry, Mr. Lew.
As long as you touched on licensing, and I don't see Gwen here. But
She's there.
is she here?
She's behind him.
Hiding behind Tony. As long as you touched on licensing, Doug and I had a conversation last week about one issue, and it's maybe more appropriate for Gwen's report, but When people are applying for a broker's license, and I got a complaint from someone who said, boy, the information we ask for to get those 3,600 points is just outrageous. And one of them was, we ask for all the names of the clients, and is that really necessary? Do we just, any effect, even Doug and I said, well, I didn't know that. So, and I think the initial resolution was, yeah, we can just ask for the last name, but do we even need that? I mean, isn't an address sufficient?
I'm going to let the general counsel add, see time.
Yeah, I'll answer that. Mr. O'Mixon talked to me about that, and I talked with licensing folks, and before you today are going to be two revised forms that does away with asking for their names at all, but instead asks for the transaction date. So we'll have that on the agenda, and I'll go through that, but that's more dispositive of the actual date of the transaction. If we do need to get information from the applicant, documentation to verify it, at that time, the names of the parties would become relevant.
Perfect.
Yeah. So thank you for that input, and we've taken it to heart and had a
thank you.
discussion.
This
It will be
touches
before you
on
today.
what Commissioner Stevens said a moment ago, which is, I think we should be making the process less bureaucratic for people. It's going to make their lives easier. It's going to make our lives easier, and the more of those kinds of regulations we can eliminate, unnecessary regulations, the better.
And if I may just add, I think that goes in hand with the customer service issue.
It sure does.
So,
Thank you.
So,
thank you.
Commissioner Miller?
Many brokers are keeping their records electronically, and one of the questions I was asked is if I can publish a report for my agent who has had 5 years experience and so forth, and it's just, it's a list of everything that he has sold. Is that good enough to pass muster with licensing? Because people don't know that, and they ask us, and I need to ask y'all.
So I think the answer to that is it depends on what's on the list. But for the most part, I think it's date, the date of the transaction, what kind of transaction it was. So is it leasing or commercial or residential or all that stuff? So our form asks for, I think, 4 pieces of information, and if all of those are on there, then the answer is yes.
That's what I assume.
Yeah.
Okay, great.
And I just wanted to ask a question of the commission. So I've been sending these monthly reports out. I hope they're helpful. I don't know if there's any additional information you would like to see, but feel free to contact me and let me know, and I'm happy to see if that's something we can provide easily to you.
The reports are terrific.
Thank
It's a huge step in the right direction. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is that it? Mr. Jackson?
No.
No? Oh, you didn't tell me who to call on. I'm sorry.
Good morning. I'm Amy Jasper with Reception and Communication Services. Okay. So I'm excited to introduce our newest team member, Arthur Sines. Arthur began his employment with the agency as a customer service representative on August 1st, 2018. Arthur has previously worked for the state of Texas, as well as several mortgage companies. He enjoys talking to people and being able to assist them with their inquiries. He loves spending every free moment with his 2 sons and teaching them to love everything involving Marvel superheroes, the Dallas Cowboys, and the Texas Longhorns. Please help me welcome Arthur Sines.
Don't hold that again.
Please refer.
And he started with us as a temp.
I got to meet Arthur. He was the first person here, so I introduced myself. And I asked him, what do you do? He says, I answer phones.
He does do that.
Nice
He
to
does
meet you,
it
Arthur.
well.
Congratulations. Welcome on board.
Please refer to the first C1 report. This is information for comparison of fiscal year 2017 and 2018. In fiscal year 2018, there were 10,000 more calls handled than in 2017. You will notice a reduction in the number of people assisted in all 3 categories in fiscal year 2018. We would like to remind you of the robocall attack in fiscal year 2017, which attributed to the significantly increased number of incoming calls to the main line for 2017. The next reports are the C2 reports for comparison of fiscal year 2017 and 2018. All survey submissions for 2018 who provided written comments and contact information have been contacted and are resolved.
That's good.
The next two reports are the C3 reports for comparison of fiscal year 2017 and 2018. We have made a substantial improvement in the average time it takes to handle a call. We do recognize that the average hold time increased significantly following the implementation of VoIP in 2017. Please notice the last quarter for fiscal year 2018 has significantly improved from the last quarter of fiscal year 2017. This improvement is associated with the implementation of the call tree system in June and the optional callback feature in August. The average hold time currently includes customers who have opted for a return call even though the calls are not on hold.
Back to the C1 report. In fiscal year of 2017, we had 404,000 and some change calls come in. In fiscal year 2018, it was 111,000 less calls. Why is that?
We attribute that to the robocall attack that we had in fiscal year 2017. That was an automated system that kept calling the number over.
Really, that many?
Oh, yeah.
I don't know
Wow.
if it was that many, but it was a significant number. I
Wow.
would have to dig
Okay.
into that and see if I could get that.
And
for you.
how, apparently, have we, if not solved that, we've somehow abated that?
Yes, sir.
How did we do that?
I don't know if they involved EIR. I would have to look into that and get you more information unless Doug or Tony knows. Yeah.
No?
No. So I can definitely contact DIR and see if I can get an
Okay.
answer for that.
Thank you.
You're welcome. The next report is a C4 report. This report offers a comparison for the calls handled, abandoned, and received for fiscal year 2018. Please note that we are trending in the right direction due to positive changes beginning in June with the call tree system and the optional callback feature. The next report is a C1 report for fiscal year 2019. In the month of September, we received 19,428 calls, assisted 216 walk-ins, and responded to 5,291 emails. The next report is a C2 report for fiscal year 2019. In the month of September, we received 41 responses to our customer service survey. 13 of those responses provided written comments and contact information with their response. While not noted on this report, RCS has reached out and responded to all 13 of those individuals. The top 3 issues for the month of September were related to customer service, information displayed on the website, and application processing. I would also like to report that whenever someone left a comment related to customer service, 75% of those comments were positive. Whenever someone mentioned a staff member by name, that percentage increased to 100%. This concludes my report. Does anyone have any questions? No?
Thank you, Amy.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, we'll try Ms. Jackson.
Still morning. Good morning, Madam Chair and Commissioners. Gwen Jackson, Director of Education and Licensing Services. The first report for the ELS division is the L1 report, and this is the report that provides the fiscal year-end comparisons between 2017 and 2018 for applications received, licenses issued, and renewal activity for brokers and sales agents. I'd like to point out that during this fiscal year, we processed 26,890 original applications, or 1,526 less than fiscal year 2017, reflecting a 5.3% decrease in total original applications. This decrease is reflected in the number of original applications received for sales agents. And as you'll see when we get to the September L1 report, we appear to possibly be entering a downward trend in original applications received. Moving down to the bottom of the page, under renewal activity for this year to date, you'll see that 69,689 real estate license holders renewed their licenses during fiscal year 2018, and that almost 85% who were eligible to renew did so. The next report is the L1, and it's for the month of September only. September is the first month in this new fiscal year, and we're seeing an 11.5% decrease in total original applications received. This is 226 fewer than what we had in September of 2017. And as I indicated, we're going to keep an eye on this to see if it continues to be a trend. Moving down to the bottom of this page, under renewal activity, in the two columns to your far right, we see that 5,295 broker and sales agents renewed their licenses in September, reflecting that 90% of those who were eligible to renew did so. If there are no questions for this report, we'll move to the next one, which is the L1A report. And this L1A report is for August, which provides fiscal year-end comparisons for applications received, licenses issued, and renewal activity for the real estate program. The agency processed 778 original applications during fiscal year 2018, or 143 fewer than in 2017, reflecting an 18.3% decrease. Keep in mind, of course, that because the volume of inspector activity is low in comparison to broker and sales agents, in contrast, the percentages appear more drastic. Moving down to the bottom of this page under renewal activity, in the two columns to your far right, 1,470 inspectors renewed their licenses during fiscal year 2018. In other words, almost 83% of those who were eligible to renew their licenses last year did so. Moving to the next report, this is the L1A report for the month of September only for inspectors. And here we continue to see a decrease in total original applications received. Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Jackson,
Yes.
you said something that 80% of inspectors that were eligible to renew their licenses renewed them.
Yes.
Do you have any information as to why?
83%.
83%, yes.
83% of those who were eligible to renew their licenses did so.
Yes, ma'am. I'm
Yes.
concerned about the 18%. Do you know why?
Well, those are timely renewals, and that means that those are individuals who renewed their licenses prior to the expiration of their licenses. We also have individuals who renew their licenses after they expire. You know, they do a late renewal.
Can you
So
please,
I guess
what was the percentage for 2017, Ms. Jackson? Can you please?
For 2017 for inspectors?
Yes, ma'am.
For the fiscal year ending?
If you have it handy, yeah.
Yes, it's here on the report. It's the second column. Go to the bottom under renewal activity.
Yes, ma'am.
Last year to date. You see the area entitled last year to date.
Yes.
Doing the whole year to date?
Thank you.
Sorry.
Thank you.
There's
Thank you.
L1A,
yes,
right here.
You see it?
Yeah.
Thank you. Mr. Olmstead, I'm just concerned. There are so many things that we are imposing, and particularly on that group, including insurance, and I am wondering if that has something to do with renewals, as happened with the appraisers when they faced many regulations a few years ago, because that affects everyone in the industry, not just them. So, thank you.
Welcome. Yes.
Gwen, page 23, can't read it, but it's the L2 report. When you look at the September, I guess for the year from 17 September to 18th of September, it looks like 6,000 increase in total brokers and sales agents only. That's about a más o menos 3%. And I know that yesterday we talked about perhaps we were growing by 5%. Ms. Olmixon, is that correct? So could be that we're slowing down.
Oh, we are definitely slowing down.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Yes, we're slowing down in applications, definitely in applications received. And as we move along to that next report, which is the L2, you know, that's the report that provides the status and the total number of our license holders and registrants for each of the last 12 months. During the last year, these numbers have been shared with you. While the broker population has remained rather constant, sales agents have increased by, 5,138.
That's page 24, right? You're talking about the beautiful blue.
I am on page
23.
It's marked
And it's emphasized on 24.
L2 is on page 23.
page 23. Brokers and sales agents combined reflect an increase of 5,160, bringing our total number of brokers and sales agents to 184,047. Now, the bottom far right column of this report shows that at the end of September, we had a total of 190,312 overall license holders and registrants. Now, if you move to the next page, we've provided a visual of that L2 report and what this past year looked like. If there are no further questions, I'll move to the next report, which is our report on examination activity. This is the report that provides year-to-date comparisons. The top portion of this report provides examination activities for sales agents and brokers. In the bottom half, the examination activity for inspectors. The left half of this report is for fiscal year ending 2017. Right half is for fiscal year 2018. The first attempt pass rates for sales agents and brokers for the fiscal year ending in August was slightly higher than that of 2017. The overall first attempt pass rate for inspectors were lower for fiscal year 2018 than 2017. Okay, are there any questions on this report?
Madam Chair, do we have a target measurement that I think we'd have for educators, for schools that they have to meet in terms of passing of exams?
Yes, there is an examination passage rate that education providers are required to.
And what's the target for inspectors and for real estate licensees?
The target for those passage rates are based on the number of students who took the exam and passed it on the first try. And we have a, our system calculates that information, and there's a formula that is input where, on our website, it indicates for each provider where they fall within that exam pass rate criteria.
Because the following page on 26 is the licensees, and is that correct? Or is that still?
Page 26, I believe, is just for the month of September.
Because having less than 50% pass rates is I find it appalling. I don't know whether the quality of our people who are getting licensed to take the license exam are not any good, or maybe the providers are not any good, or maybe the exam is too hard. Mm-hmm. Something is out of whack, because I've never seen it that low. I know it's only for September.
Yes.
But I've never seen that before.
Okay. Yes, this is for the month of September. We'll be keeping an eye on that, but also do note that the Inspector Education Committee is going to be looking at the qualifying courses for inspectors. And hopefully in the near future we'll be able to look at those courses, the course content and requirements, and see if that can be revised.
Explain to us again the difference between the first attempt pass rate, applicant pass rate, and examination pass rate. What's the difference?
Okay, give me 1 second. The examination pass rate is the percent of examinations that have been taken since September 1 of a fiscal year. Okay, that's the percent of exams taken since September 1 that were passed. Is the examination pass rate. The applicant pass rate is the percent of applicants that were examined that passed within 6 months of the first time they applied. And then, of course, the first time pass rate is a percent of applicants examined who took the exam for the first time.
You explained that to us before, and I thought I understood it, but apparently I forget. Did everybody understand that? Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. Are there any other questions regarding the real estate examination activity? All right. And again, the last report, or the last examination activity report, there's one that is specifically labeled for the month of September. So that's just 1 month worth of activity. The next report presented to you is the L4 report, and this is the report that provides the number of approved real estate and inspector instructors. While all other instructor totals have remained fairly constant, the number of CE elective only instructors went from 1,379 in September 2017 to 1,637 this September, for an increase of 158 of CE elective instructors. CE stands for continuing education, of course. That concludes my report. Are there any questions? I'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you, Ms. Jackson. We will look to Mr. Moore for standards and enforcement report.
Mark Moore, Standards and Enforcement Services. Before I start with the reports, we have one new employee. I hope she's standing now. It's Liz Canfield. She is a legal assistant who comes to us from the Administrative Law Division of the Attorney General, and we're very happy to have her.
That is a good gift.
I've got the usual 3 reports, and then because it's November and we have the past fiscal year, I have the end of fiscal year reports, and then a couple more things to sort of illustrate some of the trends in the last few years. If you look at the first report, the case status report, it's just 1 month of data, so I don't get too excited one way or the other with 1 month of data, but we were down 70 cases in the first month, which I'd rather it was the other way around on that. A lot of cases still coming in at 534, productivity at 468 cases closed is still good. If you go to the next report, you'll see a little more meaningful data because it's an entire year. And I was pleased that for the year we closed over 400 more cases than we opened, which was good because those numbers have been really, really big. If you look at near the top of the bold row that says received during month, you'll see pretty consistently high numbers. And for a few months there, November, December, January, looks like the numbers were a little bit lower, and I had a little bit of hope on that, but then the numbers went up to 400s, 500s, even almost 600 in July of that year. The good news in the report, as I mentioned, we closed over 400 more cases, but if you look at the closed during month, those numbers were really good at 400 to 500 cases closed per month. So we are keeping up with this high volume that we've seen throughout the last couple of years. If you look at the next report, is a chart that prepared just for this meeting, and then we'll I learned in one of our walkthroughs or presentations that this chart was a little bit dry, so we did provide a couple more graphs that'll illustrate this in a graphic form a little bit better. But I did want to highlight a couple things there. I chose 2013 because that was 5 years ago, so we have a 5-year trend. 2014 and 15 aren't on this one. That's because the numbers just sort of fluctuated up and down by a few percent. So it looked, just sort of cyclical, slight cyclical variation. It was in 2016 that the numbers first started going up in enforcement in terms of cases received. 800 case increase from the 2013, so a pretty significant increase. And you can see on that row over the five years it increased 263%. So it's a huge increase from about 2,000 to about 5,500 cases over that time period. Fortunately, in the closed during month, row lower down, sort of the middle of that chart, fortunately in that same period we had a 278 increase in the number of cases closed. Did want to highlight a few areas where we're seeing all the cases coming in, and they're in 3 areas. One is broker sales, which is sort of what we think of the Real Estate Commission doing, is handling broker and sales complaints. That went up pretty significantly at 50% over the 5 years. But where we've seen by far the biggest growth is actually tied to the same growth we saw in license applications, because everyone who applies for a license needs to be investigated for their background history. During the period over 5 years, it was a 600% increase, which is pretty eye-opening and staggering for that period. 2016 saw a significant increase that had me concerned when I spoke to you all in November of a couple of years ago of about 60% from the year before. I had no idea that it would shoot up from 800 to 2,000 and then to 2,500. And even the numbers in the Sunset Report were based on 2017, and you'll look that we had another 1,000 cases over the next year just from that year. So it's presented a lot of challenges. If you want to see it in graphical form, if you look at the next two, and I think y'all were provided that, these charts here, this shows, and you can see from 2013, 14, and 15, what we really had was just sort of a gentle lake with a little bit of fluctuation during that period, and then a bit of a wave hit in 2016 that had me concerned, and then a tsunami hit in 2017 where we lost ground on cases, and I was very concerned with that in enforcement. And then in 2018, a bigger tsunami hit, but by then we'd adjusted to that, so we're able to keep up with the huge number of cases. And then if you want to see another graph on the next page, this sort of graphically demonstrates what I just talked about, the 3 big areas where we've seen most of the growth and the challenges in terms of just in volume. And that's in the broker sales area, which was the red area, and then the MCD inquiries, which I'll explain in a second, in the blue, and then the green is the application investigation. That's all the criminal histories you have to check on every applicant, and if you've seen with Gwen's reports over the years, there's been a lot of people applying for licenses. MCD inquiries, that's tied to background history. MCD is moral character determination. Every licensing agency in the state has to provide some sort of criminal history background. We do a little bit more. We'll look at all background history, including child support issues, outstanding judgments, everything we look at, and that moral character determination costs $50. So that's an option for someone to do before they apply for a license and spend money on training, education, exam, and it's a little bit cheaper option, and we'll evaluate that based on the information provided to us. That's also shot up a lot, but it's not as big of a concern for us because those are a little bit more straightforward, and actually a good thing because it prevents those things in green from mushrooming as much. Did you have any question on that before I go to the next things? I do have some good news.
Mr. Turner.
A couple questions that are pretty high flying. Sorry. Do you have enough resources to keep up with the growth that you've experienced?
Yeah, there's been a lot of challenges, especially in 2016 and 17, but we have adjusted. What we did is we put more resources into the background history check. So we went from 2 persons to 3 persons to 3.6 because we hired a retiree part-time, and then to 4.6, and now we're at 4, and then 1 full-time attorney. That's pretty much all they do, and then plus we've added another attorney as well to the total staffing. So that's why we were able to close more than we opened, despite those high numbers.
Good, and you answered my second question, which was how were you able to respond to these exponential increases in work when other areas of the agency weren't able to? And is there something we can learn from your division to help out our other divisions that are experiencing some lag?
Well, it's been an interesting couple of years, and standing in front of you, there's times I wanted to scream when I saw some of these numbers, but I had to pretend to be calm during that. But basically, we put more research in the background history on that too, and some of it was some of it's luck in that we found out we had some administrative needs that we didn't need to have a full-time FTE, so we shifted that to program specialist. And same thing happened with a legal assistant as well. We were able to shift that over. And then anytime I've asked for more resources from the executive director, he's been able to address that as long as I have provide the right information to show the need and how to address that. So that's how we were able to address that.
It is officially confirmed that Commissioner Turner has stolen my notes. Mark, how many of the, and by the way, congratulations on getting the closed cases. 5,900 closed, 5,600 open. I think that's terrific. And I might say, as an aside, I was honored to attend the investigators conference with you, and that was a terrific conference. But one thing I learned, I was very surprised that, and all of our investigators, I guess they were all, were
Yes.
there. And it was a very small group of people. I was surprised we had so few. Do we have enough investigators?
We do, and that's something we're always looking at as well. We have actually dropped investigators over the year because they've basically got more efficient. They do most of their interviewing and fact gathering by phone. So we do have enough investigators right now, but that's something we're always looking at.
How many of those 5,900 cases that we closed actually involved an investigation?
Yeah, I'll break it up a little bit. It's the broker sales agents are the ones that would typically be investigators, sometimes an inspector case. Most of those we would do what's called a headquarter investigation. It's pretty straightforward. We wouldn't investigate most of the background history cases because those are just based on document review by the lawyer or the program specialist. So those are almost never investigated. So the number of cases that would be investigated would be the, say, look at the number on the 2018, the 1,484. I'd say about 40 to 50% of those would be investigated or go to a field investigation. And that'd be the more traditional, where an investigator calls up a respondent and interviews the complainant.
So we're still
and any
talking
other
about
witnesses.
700, and we've got 6 investigators.
Yeah.
That seems like...
It's been challenging for them
I
as
just
well.
want to make sure we have enough people that we're doing the...
We do right now
Okay.
on that. But again, when I've gone up or down investigators, I've usually been able to get the resources needed.
Thank you.
But yeah,
I believe Commissioner Stevens.
Just a comment and a reminder to the commission that these numbers reflect that we're playing catch up and that we have a tremendous burden on us to verify that all these enforcement responsibilities of the commission are carried on. And by imposing regulation, how can we do that? I mean, every time that we impose regulation, we also bring on new duties to the commission. How are you reacting to all this new regulation coming in? How does that affect your job?
well, I do. Obviously, we have to monitor that. When a new rule comes into effect on enforcement, usually we have to give some sort of adjustment period before we can enforcement. And you want to have rules, as much as possible, stay the same, because when you have that sort of certainty, it's the same with criminal law. When you have certainty, you get better compliance.
Are there certain areas that suffer? Because we have so much to cover that that it's part of the law is that we need to enforce it equally. And do we have that capability
Of
making sure that licensees throughout the state are regulated equally? Because if we're still playing catch up because of necessity,
Yeah.
and we are at the same time bringing on new regulation to you at the rate of a fire hydrant. Every time we get out of here, you have this much to regulate, and you are responsible for enforcement. How does that affect you? Aren't we making your job like even more fun every 3 months?
it does present challenges, but it's just part of my job to follow the policies that y'all have on that, on adding rules or eliminating rules.
But for the commission, how can we know that we actually are doing our job? That when something is passed, that we are actually able to enforce it, not just say, okay, we have a new rule, but are we doing something about it? So that if somebody in Austin has violated one of these rules, are we gonna be able to go after them? Because if we say, look, if you pass that red light, this is going to be a violation, do we have that capability at TREC? Or are we just passing regulation just to say that we have them, and they're just decorative?
Well, I won't comment on the merit of the rules, because obviously that's what y'all
Yeah.
decide. But yes, that definitely presents challenges. We are complaint driven, and the red light's a good example, and I use this in the broker responsibility courses that we've now taught 4 of as well. So some enforcement is typically, if it's a more technical violation, is like speeding, where if you speed every day, you're eventually probably going to get a ticket. If you did one occasionally, you may not. So if someone does the same violation over and over, we will probably see a complaint at some point and enforce it.
Thank you.
Commissioner
Madam Chair,
Turner.
excuse me. I have one question, and I'd like to ask each of the commissioners what kind of conferences they have been invited to attend that have been sponsored by the commission. Could we please start with I don't know, I don't care which way we do, but I'm just curious to find out if.
I don't think
Yeah.
that's really relevant or on the agenda. I think we need to keep
Well, the reason
going.
that I'm asking is because Commissioner Leonard mentioned that he was invited to attend an inspector meeting, and I'm curious to find out, and also what kind of other additional training and who has been receiving it, because that's something that I'd be curious, and I've not had the opportunity to ask, and I think this brings it.
Well, I can certainly deal with the most recent one. So this was, this investigator conference was sponsored by Arello. That organization, because it was in San Antonio, asked us whether we had local resources, one including our investigator staff, so our chief investigator, our enforcement director, and then they asked, could we have put together a panel and bring a commissioner to give the commissioner's perspective, and because it was in San Antonio and that's where Commissioner Leonard lives, he was invited to present, to be a part of that panel. No one was invited to attend, other than if you want to be an investigator, a paid investigator. I mean, it costs money for us to send people there, but it was training for the investigators, and so that's we sent all of our investigators, and we did invest in that. But there was no, there hasn't been any additional conferences sponsored by others or by us that we have either invited or failed to invite anyone to. So that was an Arello conference. Training, sorry.
A question for Commissioner Leonard. How many Arello meetings have you attended that you were invited by this commission?
2.
Commissioner Wilkinson?
One, actually 2.
Thank you. Commissioner Fight? Commissioner Arriaga?
2 in 11 years.
Commissioner T.J. Turner?
None that I recall. I
And
think there was one conference I attended here about 2 years ago of stakeholders. I don't know if that was an Arello conference or not.
Okay. Just for the record, I have never been invited to anything, and I think part of being a commission is that we need to play fair, and that we should not be playing favorites. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I'd just like to say that when I was invited, it was because I was in in Boston at the meetings, and it was just convenient for me to attend with a couple of the other, our chairman and Chairman Avis.
Part of the NAR
so that was the
conference.
reason I attended.
Yeah, no one paid our way, that we were at the NAR conference and attended the Arello meeting that was there.
And I will add that the only reason I went or was invited was because our
Chairman couldn't go.
Chair Wukesh could not go, and asked me to go in her stead.
Thank you. It's enlightening.
I'd like to just add something back to the subject that we were talking about with enforcement. I think that these numbers and these incredible increases in the criminal background checks that take you all so much time should be added to the sunset modification to show that it's the criminal background checks increase that create the communications increases that snowball into everybody being behind. I mean, add that, 5,000 new people a year and then add to that. It's just incredible to me.
What Mark does and need to focus on is not so much what he does, makes it look easy, all the investigations that go day to day, but the past dues on page 31. Got to remember when you came on board, used to be double, triple that, which means that people are practicing real estate and have a problem in their hands. We need to get them out of the way we can quickly, because if not, they'll continue hurting people, like we're going to find out today once we get to the meeting materials. So great job on all the aging stuff that you've done. Used to be double, triple that in the old days.
Oh, yeah.
9 years ago when we started, and Carrie Lewis had Mark's job. She was hired into that position. We had cases over 4 years old. I think the oldest case was actually 5 years old.
That's right.
And it was an extraordinarily methodical approach to changing the way that we conducted our business to get it to this and be able to maintain it.
On that,
Commissioner Wilkins?
I came up with an idea, and I would suggest any of us, I had no idea if it was a good idea or not, but it just seemed, I was trying to think, how could we, because you look at those numbers, and that's what I looked at, and so I sent off an email to Councilor Lewis, and it was in regard to the fingerprinting process, and if we could hurry, somehow place that where it could be better understood when that would come into to play, and if that would help you all. And you gave a good answer, because I think you all have put something in place now that it goes forward with the providers. Is that true?
That's for the moral character determination.
Right.
All providers in the state that do licensing for any state agency have to give notification that if you have a criminal history, you have the opportunity to get a moral character determination or criminal background history, and they tell them about that up front. And we put in our rule that it goes in the pre-enrollment agreement. So
when did that go into effect?
A year ago, September.
it was that last legislative session.
Yes,
Okay.
after last legislative session. So that may be why we're seeing this increase, because
That's what I was
people are
wondering.
doing it up front before they take all the courses and pay for an application.
That to me
which
made
is,
good sense.
Yeah, that's what the legislature intended.
Right.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
I want to address something that was brought up earlier. First of all, I mean, obviously, Mark, you're doing a great job. You really are, and we appreciate that. I did want to, Commissioner Stevens, I appreciate support and share your view on overregulation. I think that, as Commissioner Oldmixon mentioned earlier, it's one of our charges to regulate as little as possible while still making sure that we're protecting consumers in Texas. But to your point earlier, I'm not aware of any additional disciplinary rules or additional regulations that this commission has adopted during my tenure. In fact, we've clarified and reduced our disciplinary rules and procedures while I've been here. So I just wanted, I think that your comments insinuated that we're, just because we have lengthy agenda items, that we're creating additional regulation, and we have not in that area since I've been here. That's not to say that there may not be more that we can do to reduce what exists, but we haven't created any additional barriers or regulations or red tape or anything like that.
Madam Chair, with all due respect, I disagree. I think that every time that we.
Can you point me to some additional regulations that we've enacted since you've been a commissioner that are causing the lag on this department?
What I'm referring to is every time that we pass something, our duty is not just to pass it, but also to make sure that it can be enforced. And I think that before we
What
say
are some
that
examples of when we have not done that? You're hurling these things at every single meeting we have. You make accusations that we're doing things like this, and yet you don't have any concrete examples of things that we're actually doing. I agree with in principle with what you're saying, but there's nothing. The rules that we're looking at today, we're typically, what we're doing is clarifying. We're changing language to make sure that they match other statutes. It's a very important process that's part of our function, is to go through these rules. And again, the principle of what you're saying is well taken by me. I agree that we need to do our best not to overregulate this industry. But what examples do you have today as we sit here of additional hurdles, additional issues that we've created for our licensees, or additional regulations that are affecting Texas consumers, instead of just these theoretical ideas that we should regulate less?
I got one, Councilman. When we decided to regulate signage, or that was big. That came up on, and don't know who recommended it. It was not the commission. It came from someplace, and we threw into turmoil a whole bunch of our trade association and other users. We got to be careful when we come up with stuff, and there's some others. that we probably forget that when we add more training to regulation, like the broker responsibility, that's necessary. I think it's necessary, but I don't know whether the public does or the members do. But we at some point in time, we have to see that. And that's one of the advantages of having to go to Arello, because although we're the biggest carrot on the stick throughout the U.S., everybody admires us and wants to be like us. Well, if we got the most hours to get a real estate license and the most hours to do continuing education, we should have the least amount of complaints, because we're getting people, and that's not the case. We got the most complaints than everybody else. So, point well taken, Commissioner Stevens. We just have to look harder and make sure that if they come up, we need to just set them aside if we can. Time solves most problems. And once we put more salsa on the taco, it doesn't make us any smarter. So, thank you.
Yes. I think anything, whether it's just a modification or I think that any changes that we are making, we have to make sure not just that we are passing them or not passing them, but that they actually get enforced. Because we don't just come here to sign something. There are consequences to these actions. And so I'm not accusing anybody. My job is to make sure that we realize what we're doing. So.
Right. Do you have some specific examples of how we can do that? Or is this just throwing out general principles of how we should govern?
I have been saying that just to make sure that we eliminate anything that we possibly can. That's all I said.
Okay.
What is the problem, Commissioner Turner?
It's not a problem. I'm frustrated on behalf of our staff and on behalf of the commission as a whole, because frankly, what I hear are just general, very general policy positions without any direction, without any specificity as to what rules in particular do you think are overreaching. What can Mr. Moore do specifically on the topic of enforcement while we're sitting here? What is it that they're not doing, or that they need to do differently to better enforce or make sure that things are enforced equally? I hear just kind of platitudes, and so I'm frustrated, and I apologize for my tone. Believe it or not, I'm trying to help. I'm trying to help us find some direction and help us find some concrete, specific things, and help you crystallize your thoughts and what it is that you would like to see us do differently, because I'm not hearing that right now. And again, I apologize for my tone and the way that I'm coming across. I just want to make sure that we're not just sitting at the dais once a quarter grandstanding and espousing general concepts of conservative governing, that we are actually taking the time to understand these issues, to look through these rules, to understand why we're changing them and what changes we're making, that it's not just change for the sake of change. I told Commissioner Arriaga this off mic at our last meeting. We want the same things. Maybe we just have a little bit different way of getting there. So I apologize if I've offended you. That was not my intent.
No, I don't get offended.
I'm trying to help. I'm trying to help us as we're here with everyone's time today, focus and crystallize our positions, and then help present our staff with measurable topics and goals and specific policy direction as to how we think
I can't do that alone.
I understand.
And part of what I bring up is helped by some of the readings that I have. I practice, and I get phone calls, and I talk with people that have problems. And I'm here to speak for those that cannot speak for themselves, because Austin is too far away, or they don't know how to say things, and that's why I bring it up. Mr. Moore has been doing a splendid job I think that the way I see it is that I see it not just that we are here to be the body making of regulations and to pass or not to pass. I think that there are consequences, and you are the head of the enforcement committee, which every time that we pass something or every time that we make a change, it falls on your shoulders, and we put on a whole lot of new things for you to check on top of everything that you already have. So that's the whole point. But you're doing a heck of a job, and I just think that every time that we get out of here, that of all people, you get new responsibilities. And I think that every time we get out of the meeting, it's just harder for you to keep up. Thank you.
Just one thing I would like to add in, and I just want to make sure that the commissioners understand this, that anytime we do rule review or rule development, Mark and his team are involved. We ask them, how does this change the enforcement picture? Just so that they have input ahead of time, so they're never surprised at the end and it's like, oh my God, look what they did to us today. How are we going to do that? They're involved up front. So I just want to make sure that was clear to the commissioners.
Just a thought. With each one of the committees, and that's where many of our decisions are made, they come from the committees, correct? So do they have any training on what our process is as commissioners so they understand what we're being asked to vote on?
So who has training?
Just any of the committees. Is there training, process training?
Generally, when there are new members, we do go over at the beginning of a new committee. I review with them. The charge comes from the chair. Right. I'll review with them procedures on open meetings if that's applicable, and that they are looking at the charges that are given to the members. Given to the committee, right. And then they do kind of all the grunt work, if you will, and they know that their charge is to bring a recommendation to the commission, and they are very clear that it is the commission's decision on whether to move forward with that recommendation or not.
Well, the reason they're on the ground, they're the troops that are working day to day.
Right.
So we have to respect that, and how we get those decisions we make coming from those committees. Thank you.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I have a comment. I invite the members of the public, Commissioner Turner and Commissioner Westcott, actually the last time, and Commissioner Williams, to get more involved. A lot of times members of the public, I admire what they do, because if I were serving in a commission or a board in which I was not practicing, it would be very hard for me to understand what goes on in the industry. So for those of us who practice, it gives us the opportunity to talk with people, and I invite them to just try to reach out. When there are meetings, to try to attend and try to get some ideas from the people as well. And I hope that the people that are listening to the meetings and actually are the ones that express their opinions, that they will also make them available to the members of the public so that they actually understand the needs of the people of Texas. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Turner.
Commissioner Stevens, my work email address is linked directly to the TREC email address that's on the website. Every email that goes to my TREC email address forwards immediately to my work email address. My work phone number is on the TREC website. I receive communications from the public related to this position weekly. I respond to each and every one of them. I solicit input from my friends, anecdotally, who are realtors and who are brokers regularly. I chair the enforcement committee, and I serve as secretary on the executive committee. I am extremely involved, and I take this position very seriously. I just offered in this meeting to become even more involved, and I stand ready to do that. So I'm sorry, but I resent the insinuation that I need to be even more involved. I devote an awful lot of time to this
I
position.
didn't say that. No. And I have a question for staff. We have been told not to respond to letters or, especially letters that we receive from the public. And I just heard from Commissioner Turner that he does get to respond. What do we have to do to be able to do that? So that the people who send letters are able to know that at least, if you have the opportunity and you wish to respond, that you can.
Yeah, I'll answer that, Mark. I think maybe you misunderstood the letters that you should not respond to are those that are dealing with an open complaint, because that will come before this body with you sitting basically in the role of a judge. So that is something that has to go forwarded and goes, and even when I get them, I send them to Mr. Moore. But if you get a general question from someone, you can answer it.
Oftentimes my response, Commissioner Stevens, is just as simple as to point the person who's inquiring to the proper person at the agency.
Madam Chair, if I could just make one comment, because Commissioner Stevens talked about the 3 public members. The structure of the commission is to have public members and Realtor members, so that you have a blend of experience and that you have people representing not just what's best for the industry, but what's best for the consumers of Texas. So there is an intentional structure by the legislature to have both public members and industry members on all the commissions that they appoint people to. Just clarifying the structure.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Moore?
Yes, the report that's up right now is some good news, and as it's already been remarked on earlier, the huge gains that happened when General Counsel Lewis was in charge, and we've continued that, I think. So in the open case hedging report, about 96% of our cases are less than a year old, and only a few are older than that. We do have one case that's old. It's basically on the far right there. It's basically stuck, for want of a better word, in SOA hell right now. And we hope to get it out of there at some point and before y'all to get final resolution on that. The third report and final report is the complaint subject category report. That's a rolling average of 13 months, so we typically wouldn't have year over year information on that. We have the pie chart, the good graph, and then we have the detail on the next page. The only thing I want to point out on that is property management is still the biggest substantive thing we have. However, you'll see licensure issues has shot up a lot. Those are basically background history cases that have been assigned to a lawyer. So those take up a lot of resources on that. They lead to denials, agreed orders, hearings, and so forth. So that percentage has gone up, but I think the raw numbers in terms of property management cases is still significant on that. That's about the only trend I'd seen when looking at past data. Are there any questions, further questions on that report or any of the others?
Commissioner Miller?
Sales other seems, that's the biggest color I see.
Yeah, and that's basically a miscellaneous category, so it's negligence, basically anything else. So it's, if it doesn't fall under one of those other, I think it's 14 total categories. I know there's other 13 that goes there. So I try to tell people not to overuse that because you don't want your miscellaneous because it's not as helpful.
I was just hoping leasing and property management was coming down some.
They are down some.
It's only 9.
So, yeah, it's down quite a bit.
Oh, the percentages are lower. Yeah.
Volume, not so.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, as a percentage, they're low. Thank you, Mr. Moore. Steve?
Good morning. Steve Sparopoulos, ITS Division Director. So before I get into my report, which is the I-1 and I-2 report, I just have some additional information to provide regarding the many technology projects that we are working on in the course of the next few months. We're going to be delivering several of these projects, and I wanted to give an update because this is what we're using the Technology Reserve Fund for, and so I think it's important that I report on that. So over the next 4 weeks, I will be interviewing roughly 11 candidates for 3 new positions, which are contract positions in the IT division. 3 contract positions which will augment our existing staff, and we will be able to add resources to our team and then deliver more projects in a timely fashion. And so the projects that we have selected for this first phase, as I call it, are high impacting projects. These are projects that deal with either directly affecting customer service in a positive way by building a tool or an automated tool for people to get what they need from our website, or it's building automation in the back office so that staff has less manual labor to process applications and to review documents. So we're trying to increase the productivity both in the back office and increase the self-service options available on our site. And speaking of the site, we are also, because I hear every commission meeting, some of the commissioners ask, what are you doing about the site? We are looking, as a result of this new initiative, this technology initiative, we are looking at ways to simplify the process for visitors to our website so that they can log in easier, get to their renewal or whatever function they wish to get to in an easier fashion. And so we're going to be looking at the design of the site to make improvements. And with that, I will get into my reports unless you have any questions for me specific to this, Madam Chair.
Yes, sir. At the last meeting, we talked about, we set aside $1.3 million for technology. Yeah. And someone has requested how you're going to spend it. Did we ever get a report on that, of what you bought, how much it cost, where you bought it from, and what's the purpose for it?
That report is being put together right now. In terms of what resources we need right away, I can tell you that we have hired these 3 contractors for a 6-month period to begin with.
How much did that cost?
Those 3 positions together will cost roughly $300,000.
That's my concern. I'm not questioning your background and what you're doing. I just need to make sure we see it. Sometimes we've been accused of throwing stuff against the wall to see if it sticks. If you had a plan and you tell us, okay, commissioners, we got $1.3 million. We think that spending $600,000 is good for this. This is supposed to be good. Then we can measure results. Yep. I have not seen that.
Yes. We haven't actually spent anything yet, but I can assure you that as the course of the months go by and we have those expenditures come in, they will be tied back directly to results and projects that are measurable.
More important, it's not so much how much we spend, but also when and how we do it.
Yep.
So I'd like to see something in writing, if you could put something, even if it's a moving target. Yep. But at least we know how to help you and answer, what are you doing with the $1.3 million?
Yes.
Thank you, Commissioner. We will add that report, the inaugural report. We have a first draft, as Steve said, that we're working on. But categorizing those and describing them so that they make sense, and we'll send that report out to you.
By when?
By the end of this month.
Thank you.
Okay.
I will also add that in addition to these human resource costs, there will be some fixed project costs, which will further increase our ability to respond and react when we have an outage. So we're going to increase our expenditure on infrastructure to make sure that any projects we deliver have the robustness built in. So that's another additional cost that will be detailed in the report. So for the month of September, if I turn your attention to the I-1 report, so what we did, before I get into the I-1 report, what we actually did is we took a look at Google Analytics as a tool for reporting statistics from our website views, okay? And after this presentation that I'm going to give you with my reports, Christine Anderson is going to give you a more detailed presentation of the use of our website, okay? But we have changed our statistical gathering to be Google Analytics because it is more precise and it is more a reflection of reality compared to some of the older tools we were using in the past. So when we look at these numbers for the prior fiscal year to date total, which is 1.3 million pages visited and 354,000 total monthly sessions, Those numbers will not match with what was produced last year because that was produced using the older engine. But going forward, since we have a full fiscal year 2017 on the Google Analytics, we're going to be adjusting our reports and comparing apples to apples, Google Analytics from the prior fiscal year to Google Analytics on the current reporting year. And so as you can see, for the month of September specifically, we've had increases in total pages viewed from 1.3 to 1.4 million, and our sessions went up from 354,000 to 401,000. Further detail on that will be presented by Christine Anderson, as I mentioned. So the next part of the report, the I-1 report, deals with applications, renewals, and the utilization of our relationship management. So that's our brokers inviting salespersons and so forth. So you see that we went from 83.7% to 80% on online applications for the month of September, and then from 96.5 to 98.2% on renewals, and 97.2 to 94.6% on the online relationship management transactions. The I-2 report is a graphical representation of the I-1 report over time. So for the first graph, you're looking at the online utilization of applications. So how many people apply online versus sending in a paper form. And we're up and above 80% pretty much for most of that period. And it's very stable at that percentage. For renewals, we're above 95% for the entire reported period. And then for the relationship management tool, we have been, for the last 7 months, above 93% for that entire period. So the system for dealing with relationships, as you can see, and inviting people to become a broker or a salesperson and vice versa, is stable and has been used systematically over the last reporting period. Before I conclude my report, I would like to say that I heard from you several different times that you want to see more information, more relevant information, and so I'm going to leave it up to you guys to let me know if there's anything at this time that you think I should be reporting on, and I would be glad to go find that and make addendums or create a new report for you if necessary. Nothing. Okay. Well, thank you. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Steve's a bit taller than I am. Good afternoon. I get to be the first one to say that. My name is Christine Anderson. I am the Public Affairs and Communications Manager for the agency. Thank you so much for your time. I know I am one of the people standing in your way from eating, but I think that my report and the information I'm going to present to you is exactly what some of you guys have been asking for throughout this meeting, so I'm looking forward to presenting this information to you. Before I get started, I just wanted to give you guys, again, a breakdown of kind of what I do. I'm not sure if many of you know exactly what my position does. So I manage all of our external communications, web content, and other special projects. I don't write everything on the website. I'm just kind of the overseer and editor and consistency person for our agency. And all of our special projects, including social media and communications efforts. In my job, I've been given the opportunity to learn a lot about communication strategies and using analytics to improve content for our customers. So through that growth, I've been able to learn a lot about using data to give our license holders the information they need. And I think this report is a first step in our commission's efforts to improve customer service on a really granular level and truly understand what our license holders need. So if I go through this report and you feel like I'm getting way too weeded or using messaging that you don't necessarily understand, please by all means raise your hands. It's new to me, so I'm sure it's new to you, and this is a space where you should ask the questions that you need from me. So this first report you're looking at is an overview of our website. For the last year, you can see on the graph there is a steady overview of our users over time. You can see that, sorry, this is our whole website report, for the whole year and our users for the last year. You can see that there's been a steady increase over time. small but steady increase of users over time. And then there was a spike around July, which we believe was probably some sort of bot attack on our website, people scanning our website for information, maybe using our license holder lookup to find information. We're not quite sure, I can't confirm that, but.
I think they were the Russians.
Maybe, maybe it was the Russians.
Colluding with
right.
somebody.
Yes.
That's number 8 on the list.
Yes, yes. So another thing I wanted to point out to you on this report is we can see where people are coming to, like accessing our website from, which I think is really interesting information, especially for our commission to see kind of where our users are coming from. And you'll see number 3 on that report is New York, which is it seems to be an anomaly and probably directly correlated to that bot attack that we had on our website. The IP address probably originated from New York, and that is why it's on there. We'll keep an eye on that, make sure that that's not something that's a regular occurrence, but I did want you to know that that's why it was on there. But the obvious cities of Houston, Dallas, and Austin, and San Antonio being the largest metro areas in our state. Makes sense.
Washington as well?
Yes,
Is that
possibly.
Washington, D.C. or state?
I believe it's Washington, D.C., although because it's a city level, I would assume that that's why, not Washington State, which would be it. But you can also search by state, too, and maybe figure that out. If you'd like that information, I'd be happy to get it for you.
Christine, do you have any reason why Houston would be so much higher than other places? It just amazed me.
Well, Houston, anecdotally, my understanding is that Houston has a huge membership base.
Is it that much bigger than the other places? I didn't realize that.
37,000.
Huh.
39 says Houston staff. Yeah.
What was that, Rita? 39,000?
39,000.
Give me 40. 40? 40? You want to do 41?
Out of 184,000 is pretty significant,
yeah.
right?
So it pretty
More than
directly
13%.
correlates with the license holders in the area. Another statistic that I want you to look at is, and keep in mind here, that Google Analytics allows us to remove our internal users from these numbers. So this does not reflect staff using our website, which was something that our old numbers were not able to reflect. So this kind of gives you a lot more confident information in our users on the website. Yes?
Do we have a number in mind that we'd like to see as far as percentages of new visitors versus returning visitors? In my dim brain, I would like to see a lot of return visits.
Yeah.
Because that means that people like the website, they enjoy interacting with it. But I don't know if that's a correct assumption.
Right.
So
no, I think
what
that's
kind
fair.
of color can you give me on that?
So my assumption is that our license holders only need to come to our website every 2 years on average. So the returning user here would probably be, the users like AEs, association executives, that are coming to check status of people active licensure for membership to the association. Those kinds of people that are constantly doing transactions and want to check the status of the people they're working with on another side of a transaction, and they're using license holder lookup to do so. Education providers, those kinds of things. The average license holder, and probably some of the broker members on the commission can confirm this for us, would only really go to our website once every 2 years to renew their license. So that's why you probably don't see that returning user being higher than the new user. That's my assumption.
Is the number of 2.74 sessions per
No,
user
returning is green.
what Commissioner Turner is looking for?
I'm sorry?
The number of 2.74 numbers of sessions per user. Does that mean?
Yeah.
Is it an annual? That's annually?
Yes.
So everybody that visited that we can identify?
That's the average number of sessions.
On
yeah.
average, visited the website just under 3
yeah.
times.
Maybe somebody went,
So
average user maybe goes to find out what the renewal requirements are. They come back to renew.
That's good.
Yeah. I mean, I can, and again, let me remind you guys, if you want more granular information about why and how somebody is acting as a returning user and what they're doing on our website, I can get that information for you. We can get down into the weeds on how somebody is using our website and see where they're navigating to.
I'm just glad they're using it.
Yeah. Yes.
The only complaint that I received is if you're looking for another licensee to see if she has a license or where she or he is working, it's not as easy as it was before. Something is happening.
That's interesting.
So, and I'll make sure that they send you the information. I don't know if you're going to be talking about your social media, Facebook. I enjoy reading that. You're the only one that's out there with a shield and a sword beating them back, because I see the complaints. I see you saying, okay, talk to me, call me. We really appreciate that.
Well, thank you very
That's
much.
good.
It's a unique opportunity for myself as a staff person to really kind of see what's on the front lines of people's concerns, and for me to give that feedback to our staff, and I do so on a regular basis.
Well done.
Yeah. More questions on?
As a follow-up to what Commissioner Arriaga just said, I like the Facebook Live sessions.
Thank you. Yeah. That's.
And I don't know what's our usage on that? I mean, do we have a lot of viewers?
Mm-hmm. Actually, I was going to comment on that later on in my presentation to you, but I'm happy to do so now. So part of our overall strategy, and again, something I was going to note that I heard you guys talking about, was having a strategy on how we're communicating. And I want to reassure you that we do have a strategy. There's a calendar, 2 months in advance, 3 months in advance on most cases, where we plan out all of our content, at least external content, to our license holders. We look at rules, upcoming changes. We plan things in advance to ensure that we're educating on changes that are coming up, which seems like a Commissioner Stevens' concern when there's a large change like advertising. We take that and we create content based on those changes, create a Facebook Live where our general counsel is there for an hour answering questions and doing a presentation. And I believe that advertising one specifically, we had something like 400 people at one time on the Facebook Live, which doesn't seem like a lot, but then if you look at the residual numbers, in addition to the 400, we had thousands of recurring views of that video. And then it was also shared within brokerages on social media that would be like Keller Williams would share that to their license holders, and they would then get that free education. So we're trying on multiple levels to educate people on changes and ensure that these license holders know what's going on, know how to comply with our rules in advance of those changes. So that's something that we've really tried to get ahead of the curve on, when it's specifically using social media, because it's a free, easy tool for all of us to use. So, anything else about this report specifically? Okay, so moving on to this next report. This is just a really granular version of the first report. It compares the 2 months of 2017 to 2 months of 2018. In the future, when I give this presentation, I'll be able to do whatever month amount that you would like and compare the two, so that you can see our users, and you can see the orange and the blue line in comparison the usage, as well as your new versus returning users. It's just a very granular version of the first report with a comparison of the two. So if you liked this kind of thing, I'd be happy to continue to provide that for you. Moving on to the next report. This is one of our communications tools that we've implemented over the last, I think it was 2 years ago. We procured a company called GovDelivery, which is actually the parent name is Granicus, but it's a GovDelivery is a communications tool that allows us to deliver our email messaging tool. Basically, it allows us to send messages out more effectively. Before, we were sending out emails to license holders and not being able to confirm whether or not they received them, saw them, what email address it went to. Now we're able to do that in a really effective manner. And this is a really high-end overview of using this tool for the last year for TREC. Some key numbers I wanted you guys to see is the total subscribers, that chart on the side there. You can see, so we have, 190,000 licensed holders, and you can see we're well above that just a year ago already in subscribers to our content. That means people that are going to our website and subscribing to the newsletter, that pop-up box that you see on our homepage, as well as a couple of other pages throughout the website. There's 250,000 already on that list, and now we've already increased it to almost 300,000 over the last year of license holders, but that also could include members of the public, press, interested parties, consumers. It could be a huge range of people. But I thought you guys might find that interesting that we're continuing to increase that platform of communications. The other key number there is that engagement rate. Anecdotally, throughout the marketing world, when you're looking at engagement, that's somebody that's opened your email and read it. On average, it's about 25% is like a really good average number when you're sending out a message. And you can see there we're at 53%, which means that not only are people engaging with our emails that we're sending out, but they want to see those things. We're identifying the kind of content that they want to see, and they're opening the message and reading it. So that's 53%, which might seem low, but it's actually extraordinarily high for the volume of emails we're sending, and I thought you guys would be encouraged by that. Yes?
I have a question. Definition of a subscriber, is that simply somebody who has created a login?
Right. So we actually have two different kinds of subscribers. We automatically, through a technical process called an API, take all of the email addresses in our database and automatically update them to this list that we manage in GovDelivery. So all of our license holders are automatically subscribed to this using their email address of record. And then on top of it, anyone that voluntarily comes to our website and signs up with an email address.
So it's not someone who it's not a visitor, it's someone who's actually
signed up.
Login.
Yeah, they have to create a login other than our license holders where we automatically subscribe them so that we can send them pertinent information to specific topics. We don't send everything to all license holders every time we specify, but if there's a message that they need to receive, we can then push it out to them by license type. So I can even pick brokers in San Antonio that need to know about something and send them a message.
I got a couple names for you.
Okay. With that, that kind of concludes those two reports. Do you guys have questions about that? I went off my script, so let me make sure I covered everything. So in addition to those two tools, we've already kind of talked about Facebook and Twitter. We regularly update those. We've had a steady growth on those as well. I thought you guys would be interested to know we've had a really steady growth in engagement on those pages and likes and follows and things like that. We have something like 7,500 followers on Facebook, which again doesn't seem like a huge number in comparison to our license holders, but it's a great, free, easy way for us to access a huge amount of license holders really quickly. So we've again expanded our efforts on that. We are hosting town halls regularly as part of our communications efforts and plan to continue on those platforms. I did want to take note, somebody said something about our website not being very user-friendly. In addition to any efforts we're having on redesigning the website, something that I'm able to see and track on our website is how people are navigating through the website. And I can tell you that about 90% of our license holders, when they go to our website, they go to the home page and then they navigate to our online services. That is a tool that we as staff cannot necessarily have as much control over the content and how it's formatted. It's a challenge that we're up to fixing, and we are aware of it. But I did want to kind of maybe give you the insight that sometimes people think that is our website, but it is actually our tool for renewing our license, and so it's slightly different. We don't have as much freedom to update that as we'd like, but we are working on it. We've created tools. IT created the name management tool within that, which is excellent and much more the look and feel that we were hoping to go for. So just wanted to give you that. Yeah, I just wanted to give you that insight. It might be helpful if you're hearing people say that are little reassurance. And I think that's it for today. So if after you kind of digest any of this, friendly reminder that Google Analytics is extraordinarily detailed. We can get the information that you need on our website. If you have questions about how people are navigating through, if you want reports on how many communications go out, when they go out, to whom, I can provide that to you. I know one of the things that seems to be coming out of your meeting today is communications and concerns about that. And I'm the person that can probably provide those kind of details to you, and I'd be happy to do so.
One last thing, how come when I go to Walmart, they know I'm shopping there and tells me this is on special? If it
Yeah.
could be something like that, when,
It's almost creepy. Yeah, we can. I was saying to somebody, I think it was somebody the other day, you know, I can even tell the interest of our users when they're coming to our website. So if I was somebody that was like a marketer, we could really target them and figure out a way to, if we wanted to spend money and like advertise to them. It's quite a robust tool. I am still learning how to do it. Mr. Oldmixon has given me the freedom to be able to do that and engage on these things, and I think it's really going to benefit us in the long run. Anything else?
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
So first of all, I want to thank y'all for hanging in there. This is over 3 hours now, so thank you for your attention. And this is the much less interesting stuff after what Christine has just done, and my graphics are not nearly as good. One thing, y'all have talked quite a bit today about hiring people and about budgeting, and one thing I wanted to let you know is that my division is not only over finance and budget and purchasing, but we were also over human resources, and that entails selection, retention, engagement. And one thing that we have right now is 110 positions within the agency. We have 11 postings right now, and we'll be hiring 7 people. Well, we're making offers to 7 people who we hope will start on December 3rd. So we're making headway. My staff would certainly tell you that they think that we need more people on staff, and we will be hiring as needed. And we appreciate your support for that and that you're asking these questions. So we'll start right with the budget. We have 2 budget documents in front of you. And to your point, Commissioner Arriaga, you had asked earlier about the 5 years and about the big picture. The budget that we present in May and then again in August has more detail from the past and looking to the future. And in the policy that we have for the budget policy that Commissioner Oldmixon will be presenting to you, there's more specificity about how we will be reporting in the future, and I think that will speak to your concerns. So looking at the current, the first report that we have is the budget status report for August. Our budget status reports are 1-month snapshots. This one is the year-end snapshot for the August 2018. It shows all expenditures and revenues. So you'll notice that our total expenditures are about 8% less than what we had budgeted, which means we spent about $880,000 less than we had budgeted. Revenues exceeded expectations by about $1.4 million, which is about 13%. The second budget status report is just for the first month of the fiscal year, and that's for September of 2018, for the first month of fiscal year 2019. It shows 1 month's worth of expenditures and revenue. We're about where we'd expect to be, but you'll notice that revenues tick down just slightly, which is a 1-month trend does not a trend make.
Excuse me.
Certainly.
Could you explain communication services for September? Expenditure $60.
I don't have the detail in front of me, but I could certainly get it. Typically, what that's going to be is internet usage, and it depends on when the bills come in, but we pay for all of the communications for all the field investigators. And so my guess is that that's the AT&T bill for one of our field investigators.
It stuck out as an exception, especially with our earlier conversation. But
so
we have
that's
a budget of $138,000 and we've spent $60.
Yeah, well, it also depends on when this is the first month of the fiscal year, and so it just depends on when the bills have fallen.
Okay.
And the communication services includes not necessarily the communication that Christine is talking about, but more about the internet usage and the phone usage and contracting with those communication providers.
Normally this is just logistics and when...
Yeah, when the bills are falling.
Okay.
I'd be glad to look at it further, though. If there's more to report, I'll let you know.
Yeah, I just need my handheld.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and this is all real complicated stuff, so please ask as many questions as you'd like.
The one that caught my eye was on the September page 40. the fifth item down, professional fees and services.
Yes, sir.
$500,000.
So that's going to include a number of different things, and we can look at the previous year to see what we had budgeted and what we actually spent. So we had budgeted, we spent a little bit more than that, and I think that's why we upped the budget for this one. We budgeted $354,000 last year, if you'll look at the previous page, and we expended $492,000, and that was $113,000 of that was the sunset. So a lot of the professional fees and services includes the state auditor's office, the attorney general's office, of course sunset, any of the services that we have to pay for as an SDSI agency, in addition to training. I can get a further breakdown for you if you
I would
like.
like to see that.
Certainly.
If we could do. Thank you so
Certainly,
much.
absolutely. Other questions? All right, moving along to the next reports on investments. The first of the report is the operating account, which you'll note includes our reserve for operations and contingencies. We had one investment mature, which was reinvested for a maturity date of September 2019. You'll notice that the ending market value, I have to turn this around. Sorry, the ending market value is $14.4 million. The second investment report is the Real Estate Recovery Fund. You will notice that the recovery this report includes receipts and disbursements, the amount reserved for future payments. The amount reserved for future payments is $543,500. And this amount is again reflected on the next page. And the second page does show a little bit more about the granularity of how this report works and the payments. And sorry, question?
Page 41. When do we start, and maybe I just glanced over it many times, adding the reserve for long-term facilities master plan? When do we start adding that line?
So I think probably about a year ago, when we were listening to your concerns and your questions, it seemed to make sense to have that on there. And then now one thing that we do, when the last report that I'll give you, is a balance of all the reserves.
I wanted to emphasize that because it was never brought to us, maybe once a year. Ms. Rolmixon, we brought up when we talked about how much we had in reserves or how much we're adding. Not that it was covered up, not that we were trying to mislead people, but stuff like this is important. The bigger numbers, the better. And we knew about it because we heard that there was a committee that was meeting, and we had decided to maybe build a facility, but we never really talked about saving the money. Somehow, some way that got started, and I don't remember taking any action. So I appreciate you showing that on the line. I hope it stays there. And what we have to do now is, when we ever get going again on the facilities, is what the next step is going to be. Either we're going to continue and or how are we going to dispose of that money. So appreciate you putting it there.
Certainly. And one thing I'd like to clarify, and this is where the whole thing gets a little bit confusing, is that we have our money in these funds. This is where our money is. We've reserved money. We have set it aside as a reserve, and we'll talk about that more when Commissioner Oldmixon introduces the investment policy. Shall I continue? Okay, so we just wrapped up the real estate recovery report. If there are no questions, I'll move to the inspector's report, which is the third investment report. We also had an investment mature, which we reinvested in this fund. As you will recall, the Inspector Recovery Fund is required by statute to transfer to general revenue funds in excess of $600,000 as of December 31st, which is why this fund stays around that amount.
The reason that's important, Madam Chair, is because I really believe it has been brought to my attention that some people are abusing the recovery fund. I believe there's people out there taking advantage of that because they know that if a realtor messes up or a licensee messes up, they can do that. And the longer you stay in this commission, you'll be able to see that. And you get an eerie feeling when someone walks in and says, well, I need to get reimbursed because someone took advantage of me. Fair well knowing that what they did, they should have known better. So, but I can see it's going down. Thank you.
Thank you. The final report that I'll present to you is the reserve fund balance. You'll notice that the education reserve balance is 0, based on the decision of this commission to terminate the reserve and transfer the balance to the reserve to the operating fund. The long-term facilities master plan reserve has incurred no expenses. You'll be reviewing the proposed investment policy later in this meeting, which addresses this reserve. As per our investment, do you have any questions on the reserve fund balances? If not, I need to read the statement for us to be in compliance with the Public Funds Investment Act.
I do have a question, I'm sorry.
Certainly.
Interest rates seem to be going up the last year or so,
Yes, sir.
but our U.S. Treasury notes keep going down.
So because we, and I don't know that I can answer the question as to why, we are required by statute to invest our funds with the Texas Treasury, TTSTC. And so we go to them and they get the Treasury notes. I can certainly ask them that question.
Please.
Okay, I will.
I'm not a math person or a financial person, but it didn't make sense.
Certainly, thank you. No.
I can answer, just provide one additional piece of information. So when we determine that, well, when we have a Treasury bill mature, they of course report that to us. Now we have cash, and then we make a decision how much of that we want reinvested, and then we ask them to go to the market and find the best available rate within the Treasury bill, at the Treasury bill market, in the Treasury bill market. So depending on the amount and the particular day that they're looking, that was apparently the best available rate on that particular day. In general, you're right, it's trending upwards. And I'm not sure why on that particular day. Maybe if we'd have waited another day. But trying to time the market is, as you know, fraught with all kinds of issues. I hope that helps.
Thank you. I have a statement that I need to read so that we'll be in compliance with the Public Funds Investment Act. As per our investment policy, I'd like to certify that all of our investment officers have received the required training as designated in the Public Funds Investment Act, the PFIA. That means that all of you have received the required training, which you received when you came on board, and all staff has received it within the last 2 years. And as to technology, I do have a note on the technology fund. Commissioner Arriaga had asked about. We've got the money dedicated at this time, and when we get to that part of the agenda where we discuss the reserve, we will discuss in more fully how that reserve is going to be recommended to you within that policy, and that will include some of the items that will be used within that, and then we will be reporting on those expenditures as they come about. Any more questions?
Thank you.
Thank you.
The Budget Committee Chairman is not here. Ms. Stevens, do you have anything to say for the budget, for your Budget Committee? Or I know that Mr. Olmoson's going to talk about the policies later on in the agenda, but do you have any? Is there any report that you know of from Budget?
I can't. I'm sorry, Madam
Okay.
Chair.
Yeah, I don't know.
I'm sure that what I was going to. I had two concerns when we had the meeting, and it had to do with Sunset Commission making recommendations that when we budget, that we have more specific constraints, and there was one that was between 30% and 40%, and I thought that was vague, and I think that because of the recommendation and because of our meetings and because we really should strive to be closer to our numbers, that perhaps we could get narrower on that.
Okay. And we're gonna talk about that.
And the other thing was the reserves. That even though the Sunset Commission, as we have been, as it's been said, they did not tell us to lower them or to eliminate them. But I think that if the facilities are going to be approved, then it's just a matter of time, and then we will continue. But I think in the meantime, we have been told to lower them.
Okay.
And so
okay.
Those were the two main points.
And we'll be talking about those policies specifically, I believe, on agenda items 25 and 26. So,
Madam Chair, just since I was also at that meeting, and Commissioner Stevens is right, those were her points, the other two members of the committee voted otherwise. So the majority of the committee voted otherwise in what's being presented today, but Mr. Omixon can relay that when we get to that agenda item.
Okay. Chairman Jones, you want to make your last report?
No. I'll do it.
Thanks for your patience.
This will be the first time in 6 years that I have said, good afternoon. The Education Standards Advisory Committee met on October the 8th, and it was a bittersweet meeting because 7 of the committee members, including myself, that was our last meeting. 5 of those members have been on the committee since its formation for 6 years, so we're losing some brain trust there. I'd like to extend my sincere appreciation for all the hours of hard work and the great insights that these individuals contributed to that committee. Those who had been on the committee for all 6 years that it's been in existence were Rick Albers, Bob Baker, Diane McCoy, who's here, you've met her already, Rebecca Ray, and then Reba Saxon left, and she was on for 2 years, I believe that's right, and Jason Woodward, who was only on for 1. I'm honored, truly, to have served with these individuals, so smart, so much fun to work with, and I'm very proud of all that we were able to accomplish over the years. The final work of the existing committee is to recommend the following additions to the rules at some future date. You're not going to vote on those today, but they're things that we have worked on for a year probably, and so they are coming up. We're going to let the next group take the brunt for anything y'all don't like about it. I don't have to be there to hear it. We recommend amendments to Rules 535.92 excuse me, and 535.73 to increase the continuing education hours per renewal period from 18 to 21 hours, with 6 of those hours being dedicated to the topic of real estate contracts. We find that many brokers are telling us that this is such a weakness, is the knowledge of real estate contracts. And one of the reasons we didn't bring it forward today is because we're still looking at all the courses that we count as the real estate contracts courses. So a methodology for designating those courses with approved contract content, it will be added to that proposal before it comes to y'all. Number 2, in our recommendations, we are recommending creating a voluntary certification for property management through a new Rule 535.58, along with some amendments to the rule in 535.57. The important thing to remember is that this is voluntary. This is not required. We are not adding any layers of things that have to be done for anybody. But if they want to get the extra hours of education, and y'all have already discussed today how property management, Mark was talking about it, how that brings about a lot of problems in the enforcement area. This would allow people to get a higher level of education and experience in property management, and then the license holder would be able to advertise that they have that certification so that the public would be aware of it. The committee has vetted specific language for these proposed amendments for both of these recommendations with General Counsel, and that again will be coming forward as soon as the commission chair deems it appropriate. We also reviewed a recommendation from the Broker Responsibility Working Group to grant credit for some broker in-house training. After a great deal of discussion, we are not going to recommend that the Broker Responsibility Working Group move forward with this item. There were many on the ESAC committee that felt that that was the normal thing that brokers should do, is bring their sales meetings and information and stuff like that, and that we wanted to keep up with the existing system for CE provider instructors and courses that are taught by certified instructors, and keep that consistent across the board with all of our education. The next meeting will be held on January the 7th at 10 a.m., and I believe it will be back at the regular building. Not only do the exiting members wish the new members great success, we left them a list of things to work on. So there will be more. They'll start with a full agenda, never having been there. In closing, again, I want to say to the commission members, and especially to Chairman Wickash, I just personally want to thank you for the opportunity to do this and to lead this herd of cats for all those years, to get them in line and on focus for the betterment of education for the state of Texas and the protection of our public. It's been a very rewarding experience, and I thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions? I guess I should ask that. Yes.
First question is, how many people are staying on the committee so there's continuity?
Only 5.
And so how many are total?
No, only 4. 5. Yeah. There's 11.
There's 11?
There's 11.
Full-time.
12. There's 12. There's 12.
Oh, counting the chair, yeah.
And I'm sorry, I can't remember, in the orientation that I received as a commissioner, were we given the names and the members of the committee and things like that? Because I think that could be added.
I think so. I don't know. I have to look.
Yeah, I don't know either.
I don't remember
I
off
don't
the
think we
orientation
do.
book, but I think we do provide.
Yeah, as well as the responsibilities of each one of the committees, and you all are extremely important. I'm sorry, I have one more question. Do you all clear all the new courses that are coming on? That's my understanding.
The ones that are for pre-licensing are the ones that we looked at. That was the very first charge that we had.
And the schools too, right?
Well, it would be whatever they teach, yeah, for their pre-licensing. We looked at all of that because if you may remember in the old rules, it just had very vague, a list of vague things. Teach this, teach this, teach this. And it was very vague. And so we did look at those very, very closely to give an ordered outline to hopefully help the schools know exactly what we wanted to have covered. Now, as far as approval of schools, I don't know if that's what you're talking about or not, approval of schools and stuff, we don't do that.
Who does that?
The Twins group does that. They have forms they have to send in and things they have to do.
And one of my questions after reading all this stuff last night was, not all last night, some, who approves the courses for the real estate schools and how far behind are they? So Gwen, you may, how long does it take to get a course approved nowadays?
It depends. If it's a qualified,
Yes.
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Any more questions for me, and I'll get out of your way? Okay, go ahead, Commissioner Stevens.
I did.
What is going to happen? So some time ago, I thought that the TREC certification was just a thought, and that it may not be coming about. What are we going to do to actually teach the course, and will other providers also be able to certify?
Are you talking
under
about
TREC?
the certification for property management?
The TREC certification, yes.
Well, that's what we're kind of waiting on, is to determine which courses are going to qualify for that. And there will be a point system very similar in nature to getting a broker's license. And it will be, part of it will be actually doing work with supervision in the property management arena, taking more courses, which most of those are already available. We will not be writing those. They can choose what to take, but it will be, anybody that gets a real estate license can do property management, but not everybody ought to. And so what this does is help give them extra courses so that the public knows that they've had extra training and ought to know what they're doing. And then they've also had practical experience under a supervision of a broker or another property management person to help them know how to do it ethically, correctly, all of those things. So that's why it's not being presented to you yet. This has been a long process of determining what the requirements are going to be and all of that, and then you will get that with all of the details.
But by the time you come up with this proposal, who have you all thought of providing these lessons on behalf of TREC?
Anybody
Okay,
that's got
that was
a
my
TREC.
question.
Yeah. Oh, I'm
Okay,
sorry.
that's
I
it.
missed your question.
I'm sorry that I did
totally
not explain myself.
Okay. Yeah.
Thank
no.
you. Thank you.
Anyone
Thank
who
you.
is
So any provider.
approved.
Yes, that's
yes.
TREC approved. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Anything else?
Just how much we appreciate that. You've done a
Thank you.
great
I
job.
appreciate you being our liaison this year.
Well, thank you. You know, I just have been, I haven't even gotten my sea legs on that committee, so you've done so good. But I have a thought. For all the committees, you're going off. You're not going to be there as a past chairman for continuity's sake. My question is, could we not maybe think about doing that, asking the past chair to serve, if they are willing to have continuity on these committees?
Well, you'll always have the general counsel there. Lots of continuity there. She's always there.
We could do that. We'd have to look at changing our rule that sets out the formation of the committee, and half of it rotates every year. So you've got 6 people continuing. If we want to do something like that, we just have to change the rule.
Well, in so many
on that.
organizations, that's the way it works, and it really is. It gives continuity. Just a thought.
At one time, we even, I think before this committee was created, talked about just kind of like broker lawyer does, and just a third of them go off. And I think that's probably a better idea than anything the past chair could comment on, because we're, my work's done, so this will be all new coming forward. But yeah, I agree. I think this is going to be a little bit of a hard transition because so many have to come on new. Kind of slows up that very first meeting. It has to all be backtracked.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Gwen Jackson, Director of ELS Division. I believe the question that was asked was, how long does it take us to review a qualifying course? It could take us between 30 and 60 days to review and approve a course. When we get a course in and we begin that review, there are oftentimes curatives or items that may be needed. We will confer with and either discuss via phone or email with the education providers, operations manager, or whoever had submitted that course to us, to make sure that that course meets the content requirements that are charged before us. I have, as of November the 9th, which was this past Friday, for our qualifying courses, those are 30-hour courses, and we review those basically in real time. So as of November the 9th, we had no classroom courses that we have received in the agency that we have not looked at and performed at least an initial review and reached out to the education provider.
How about online?
And for online,
For
qualifying online courses, we have 5 online courses that we have not reviewed yet, and the oldest one currently is October the 11th.
So these things that are later on in the agenda that say that it's a change somewhere I've seen, that you have to have 60, you can't apply for a course that's less than 60 days till it renews, or I'm not saying it right. But obviously there have been some problems, it sounds like, and I happen to know of a few, several. But so I just don't understand why it's taking so long to process those through and how all that happens. But if there's a good reason, there's a good reason, but I think it needs some help.
Well, it is very labor intensive, and our staff are thorough. And we have probably, now we've got about 50 qualifying providers who offer courses. And each one of them offers upwards of, up to 23 courses each. And as those courses become up for renewal or subsequent approval, we have to review those. So it can be somewhat cyclical as well. But right now, I think we're doing well in terms of what we've got. Yeah.
Thank you, Gwen. The other chairman, John, broker responsibility.
It says here, good morning. I'm going to follow my bride and say good afternoon. Chairman Wukash and commission members, the Broker Responsibility Working Group met in October to continue working on the charges that you had provided us. At this point, I'd like to extend, especially if you really want to get committed and get involved, come to one of our meetings. Up to 4 of you can come to a meeting and really see some commitment and perhaps even some magic. This group that was appointed to serve is probably among the most outstanding chemistry group I have ever seen. Coming from all kinds of walks of life, you get to see, I recall, 247 years of experience. Just fascinating to watch this group take your charge and apply it to things that even today I'm going to bring to you that came from outside, whether it be our stakeholders or people that you would certainly recognize names if I pointed out who showed us and gave us the way to address these issues. First, the working group reviewed one document we received on a proposed change to the Broker Responsibility Rule 3535.2. After reading the recommendations, we decided that no changes based on the comment and the rule should be adopted, or we're proposing it to be adopted as proposed. We believe these amendments would increase the knowledge and skill level of sponsored agents, as well as giving brokers more clarity about the specific steps needed to be a responsible broker. That is our charge with all the underlying sub-issues. We are pleased to report, or we're pleased to see that the Sunset Commission and the Sunset Commission staff and this commission supported eliminating licensing of branch offices, an idea that originated inside this committee, or this group. At our meeting, we also refined some of the specific language for the legislature's suggestions we brought forth at your last meeting, including clarifying the language regarding when the IABS must be delivered, and further a reduction in education requirements for a broker's license with a corresponding increase in experience requirement. To Commissioner Thomas's point earlier, that is a direct, I believe, addressing the barriers, if you will, to real estate by saying that 630 hours of education was really an expense that we could find other ways to find applicable use of your time, such as your experience. Remember the 4 out of 5 year rule, and giving you credit for what work you're accomplishing through that time to be successful as a salesperson, to then apply to be a broker and save you either the time or specifically the expense of an education, a formal education of those 630 hours. As promised, we started out reaching out to our stakeholders to discuss the viability of these suggestions we brought to you. And in fact, just 2 weeks ago, I met with the Business Issues Policy Committee at TAR to explain the suggestions and the rationale that we think will benefit not just consumers, the people of Texas, license holders in the industry. We have yet to this date heard back or any response on those suggestions. We continue on our path, looking at stakeholders, reaching out. There's people actually on this commission that have helped us with suggestions, and we thank them individually. The working group you heard earlier asked for feedback from the ESAC group on brokers furnishing education hours, renewal hours. That did not meet with a good response from them, and we have set that aside for the time being. We still think there is a very valuable element of a broker having direct contact with the people they sponsor, and we are still looking at ways to make that either more valuable or more applicable to the salespeople and to a broker. One new idea that we discussed at our next meeting is the possibility of a system for the Real Estate Commission and registration of a successor designating brokers for a business entity in the event of a death or a disability of the designated broker. That's a pretty serious moment if you think about that. I don't know if any of you experienced that, but that's a moment when all the lights go out and now you've got whoever's sponsored from 1 to 1,000, I suppose, that just can't work and everybody has to scramble. This was an idea that came from somebody that all of you know. I invite you to our next meeting. July the 10th is the proposed date, subject to change. January the 10th, I'm sorry, 2019. I'll get it in a minute. And up to 4 of you can come to it. If you really want to see some magic, if you want to see some people roll up their sleeves and go to work, I welcome and invite you individually. That concludes my report, and I'll answer any questions if I can. Do we provide online for that?
We can do that.
Yeah, it's a working group.
Yeah, it's just a telephone call,
We can do
sure.
that. What time, at 10?
10 o'clock. We're at 1700 on this one.
Anybody else want to ask a question?
I would just say, if you're going to listen in, you just need to come through me so I make sure no more than 4 are there. Thanks. And we'll do first come, first serve.
10 a.m. I promise you we won't disappoint you. This is a fascinating group. It tends to magnify itself. It's really a logarithmic production. When we start putting this group together, it's of all the groups I've served on, from broker lawyer to all the ones down at 1115 San Jacinto, this is probably the most magical group I have ever seen.
I apologize, Bill. January
January the 10th.
10th at
10 at 10.
10 a.m. No more than 4.
ESAC's on the 9th of January, I think.
I'm sorry, what?
I think ESAC's the day before.
I think you're right. We'll just spend the night. We like Austin.
7.
Oh, 7th.
ESAC's on the 7th.
7th, I was.
Any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Jones.
My pleasure.
Mr. Slagle, are you making the report since the chairman is not available?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
ma'am. The chair was going to be here today. She had a last-minute issue she had to deal with, so she called and asked me to do it. I apologize for being the last thing between lunch, you guys and lunch. I'll try to make this. Oh, there is? Okay, never mind. Apologize. So just wanted to hit the highlights. Since the August commission meeting, the Inspector SOP subcommittee meeting has met. Or did meet, and they have another, and what they were discussing is updates, possible updates and recommendations to update the SOPs. No action was taken other than it's just an ongoing conversation. They've scheduled their next subcommittee meeting for December 3rd. The full committee met on October 5th. At that meeting, they discussed several items which are before you today, including recommendations for a legislative fix for the consumer recovery issues, again based on a directive from the commission at the last meeting. That those issues were brought forth to the committee, and with a real effort towards coming up with a compromise solution that we could present to the commission. The majority of those recommendations there was agreement on. There was one outstanding issue, and a working group was set up composed of 2 members of the committee, being the chair and the vice chair, Diana Rose and Lee Warren, and General Counsel Carrie Lewis and myself. We're meeting, I believe, Tuesday morning to start that process to try to come up with a recommendation for that last issue. Yes, sir.
Has there been any discussion on the committee of the, albeit potentially theoretical, conflict that was discussed at the Sunset meeting yesterday?
So there is a history with inspectors, I'll just be honest with you, about having, when initially, just so for people here who don't understand some of the background, they were made an advisory committee, I think, based on the last sunset recommendation, I think, in 2007. They weren't an advisory committee prior to that. So they're made advisory committee, and there's been some, since that time, there's been inspectors who have felt that that was a step backward, and that placing them under the commission, there's a conflict. But again, as was stressed by the Sunset staff, there's a lot of discussion about that, and there's not a whole lot of concrete sort of examples of that being the issue. So we're very sympathetic of that when we talk about those issues and want to make sure the inspectors have a voice. I went to, I think it was in September, I went to a TREC meeting. One of the first times that someone from the commission has gone to one of those, set up a table. I was there to talk to people as they came by. And I was able to express or tell a lot of people who had that opinion that, at least since I've been on the commission since April of 2012, that any recommendation that comes forward from the inspector committee, most of those, because they've been vetted and they've been discussed, those recommendations are approved. Few exceptions, they've been sent back to the committee for further work, but none of them have been outright dismissed. So they do have a voice, and a lot of the inspectors at that particular meeting were happy to hear that and weren't aware of that particular aspect of it. I don't know if that answers your question. I mean, there is that perceived, and that is part of the conversation. I don't know how many people on the committee feel that way, but there are people who attended who do make that statement, at least to me privately, from time to time.
Now that answers my question, and you've already answered this part too, but just so, are you aware of any examples of that potential conflict actually arising or affecting decisions that are made with regards to the inspectors?
No, I will say that only time there ever seems to be a conflict, if you will, is if the inspector committee makes a recommendation that staff might feel is a little bit more industry focused rather than having a holistic kind of consumer approach. And so that'll be a conflict, but that's not a conflict between you as a policymaker and the inspectors that you're regulating.
Sure.
That's more of a conflict between staff and
the conflict that they're concerned about is that inspectors, if they're doing their job and they're identifying issues with properties that are the subject of a sale that could impact the expediency of a closing of a sale, and brokers and realtors make their money via the closing of the sale of real estate transactions, right? So there's this theory, but you haven't, I guess, and I'm putting words in your mouth, but have you seen any examples of that actually affecting decision-making by this commission?
No, sir.
Is the committee concerned about that conflict, other than making sure that it's avoided?
No, sir. If I may just follow up on one thing, I think there's a bit of a conflating between the relationship that brokers and inspectors have in the marketplace and what the role of the commission is in regulating. So that we're sympathetic, and we hear it a lot about inspectors who rely on the license holders of sales or the brokers to make recommendations based on them, and then maybe feeling some pressure somewhere that the inspection isn't quite what they want to in terms of the sale. But that has never, as far as I know, impacted any of the policy-making decisions that come before the...
Me neither. I just wanted to make sure there wasn't something on the committee level that we needed to be worried about or addressing or looking at from our spot.
Not that I've noticed, sir.
Thank you.
Commissioner TJ, there's three people that some licensees will tell you kill deals, and it's not, and they are maybe inspectors, maybe appraisers, and maybe attorneys.
I resemble that remark.
And maybe lenders. When is the next meeting, Tony, for them?
It's
realtors.
It's December 15th. I'm sorry, December 3rd. It's immediately after the inspector committee meeting. I mean, the subcommittee meeting. That's at 9. The full committee will meet at 11. I did want to address, if I may, just a couple of other issues. The rules that were brought forth for proposal, and they're on the agenda for adoption, dealing with the education and the ride-along. There was an issue that, and I apologize, I know there's been some talk about surprises, but there was an issue that came up in looking at that further where there was a drafting error that would require, it will require some likely reproposal, because if it went forward, it would not do what the intent of that initial draft was. So I can discuss that more when that agenda item comes up, but I did want you to be put on notice that that is something that we'll be talking about. And that's agenda item 20. And then agenda item 22 is also up. Those are just some items that were part of the initial rule review cleanup that just were not brought forward last time, and we needed to make sure that those were brought forth for you to consider. So those are all on the agenda. I'm happy to address them when they come up, and as well as the general counsel. Let's see, I want to make sure I hit everything here. In addition, at the last committee meeting, they talked about the sunset charge and reviewing the education rules, so that is definitely on their plate. And currently working with the education subcommittee to find a date where that subcommittee can meet and start working on that process, in addition to updating the SOP, the mandatory courses, the SOP, and the legal update courses. That is all I have right now, unless anyone else has any questions for me.
I see none. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Just before I call for any general comments on non-agenda items, I would remind anybody that's left in the room who wishes to speak on an agenda item, there's somewhere in the back a little white piece of paper. You need to fill this out, tell us what you want to comment on, and give that to one of the ladies on either side. And it's the time now that if anyone has a general comment on a non-agenda item, to come forward and do that. Any general comment on a non-agenda item? Seeing no one moving in this direction, I would say that now it is time for the commission to go into executive session to discuss pending litigation or obtain advice of legal counsel pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.071. We will be out for an hour and 15 minutes, so that would be 10 after 2. It's about 20 minutes after 2. Is that right?
Right.
So we are going into executive session. In this room.
Yes, ma'am.
Where are we going?
Is she here? Okay. Call the meeting to order a little late at 20 minutes till 3 and hand the gavel to Commissioner Turner to handle the agenda item 12.
Thank you, Madam Chair. At this time, we're going to take up agenda item 12, starting with 12A, consideration and possible action regarding proposal for decision in a matter of SOA docket number 329-18-3158. .REC TREC versus Jerry Frank Moody. What I'm going to do, for those of you who haven't been here before, is I will call on our staff to give us a brief introduction about this case, and then I will see if there's anybody here on behalf of the applicant or licensee, and then I'll give our staff the opportunity to respond. So, Mr. Moore.
Mark Moore, Standards and Enforcement Services. This first case involves a respondent, a sales agent with criminal history, recent felony. I'm available for any questions on the case, as well as the expert witness, Ahmed Cooper. We do agree with this proposal for decision and recommend its adoption.
Okay. Thank you.
And Mr. Moody is here.
Okay, Mr. Moody, would you like to talk to us? Okay. I'm going to give you about 3 minutes. If it seems like you need a little bit longer than that, we'll see how it's going. But
okay. Thank you. Commissioners, I'm here today to respectfully request that you modify the staff's and the ALJ's decision to revoke my license. What the staff presented to you is true, and I have fully and willingly disclosed and provided every detail and documentation related to the one offense I've committed in 53 years. It's also true the court ordered deferred adjudication, which is not a conviction. What is not true is the opinion that I might commit again. I have personally managed my investment properties, both residential and commercial, since 1990. I've helped over 40 families buy, sell, and invest in real estate since I received my real estate license in 2016. I've conducted real estate transactions for more than 25 years and have never had an issue or a complaint, but I have had numerous recommendations, referrals, and awards for my accomplishments. The repercussions from my offense in 2013 have been devastating to me and my family, specifically financially, as my integrity would not allow my business or myself to file bankruptcy to avoid creditors. Instead, I sold personal property, I refinanced my home, and I borrowed from a bonding company, and I satisfied every outstanding amount owed to the creditors as a result of my offense. The staff's and ALJ's decision and their opinion that I might commit again is unfounded. My 25 years of real estate history is flawless. But more importantly, I have a wife, 2 girls, 14 and 16, that I must provide for. I know the consequences of committing another offense is incarceration, which will not allow me to be there for my family, and that I will not jeopardize. I'm currently and will continue to remain in good standing with my probation in my community and will fulfill all obligations of my probation. I'm a great real estate agent. I love what I do. I'm an honest man that made a bad business decision over 5 years ago that is unrelated to my real estate profession. Please don't hold that against me. As you're aware, I filed exceptions to the ALJ's decision requesting probation and it being contingent upon my continued employment with my current employer. Please consider that. My current employer is here today in support. She has testified there are systems in place to protect the public and her clients from misconduct. Please consider that. Commissioners, I respectfully request that you modify the ALJ's decision and probate my license and allow me to continue to be a licensed real estate agent and a provider for my family. That's all I have.
Thank you. Commissioners, does anyone have any questions for Mr. Moody?
I do. Sorry. What's the status of the $150,000 you still owe the bonding company?
I'm paying it out. That's why it's so important that I continue to be able to work, sir.
Are you 50% paid, 30% paid?
Well, that amount was 180. I would probably have that down to 120 range.
And when do you think you'll be able to pay it off?
I have to pay that off by next October.
The bank took back some of the money that they had set aside for you to pay the subcontractors.
The bank took money that I had set aside to pay subcontractors. Yes,
Why?
That's a good question. This was a line of credit, a 6-figure line of credit that I've had for over 10 years. They were switching names of the banks, and for whatever reason, they decided not to renew the note when it expired without any type of notice to me at all. In fact, I got a phone call at 7 o'clock at night telling me that's what they were doing.
It does happen a lot, especially when banks change owners, et cetera, but that always bothered me, because if you had the money set aside, why would they do that? And typically there's something more to it. It never got disclosed, so please forgive me for being so nosy, but I understand your background, but thank you.
Any other commissioners have questions for
I
Mr.
have a
Moody?
question.
Commissioner Leonard?
Mr. Moody, let me explain my concern in this matter, and it's more subjective. And that is, when this happened, you were under a lot of pressure. My concern is what your response to being under pressure results in. There are pressures in our industry, there are pressures in our business, and you need to convince me, and maybe the rest of us, that you will not fold under that pressure again. Am I making sense? I mean,
Absolutely.
You were under a lot of pressure. I understand that. I get it. There's times in my life when I've been under pressure. In our profession, you need to do the right thing when nobody's looking. And in this case, that didn't happen.
Yes, I understand.
Can you speak to that?
Well, other than what I already mentioned, that, of course, my family is first and foremost, and that would prevent me from ever doing, committing again, because I know I have to provide for them. I have to be there for them. That is my number one objective in life. As far as a guarantee of not committing again, I mean, that's just my integrity. I mean, I just wouldn't. I've been 53 years. I don't agree that I was under pressure, that I made the decision. I thought at the time that the decision was the right decision to make, and now, obviously, I know there's never a time to make that decision, whether you think it's right or wrong. You just have to do what's right legally and abide by the rules and the regulations and stick with your integrity and do what you know is best.
Sorry, thank you. Would you please, you mentioned there was no notice given to you. What did you do what happened during that time?
So.
And do you have proof of that?
When I say I set when the money was set aside, the money was in a checking account. It wasn't necessarily set aside for that purpose. It was in a checking account. The 6-figure line of credit was the collateral was my receivables as part of the note. So when I had the funds in the account drawn from that specific job, I almost think that they were monitoring my account, and when they saw the money that was available to pay the line of credit off, that's when they took the money to pay the line of credit off. Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
So you were holding retainage in one checking account, and then you had a line of credit with the bank, and the bank took that retainage money to pay off the line of credit. And then did you do like a all bills paid builder's affidavit to then get release of funds?
It wasn't the retainage.
Mm-hmm.
It was one right before the retainage. It was the final billing, but not the retainage billing.
Okay.
I had subcontractors that had completed their work, and I had subcontractors that had not completed their work. The funds that were withheld were the subcontractors that did not complete their work yet.
So did you have to swear that all your bills were paid, that you had paid all your subcontractors to get the money to go pay your subcontractors?
To get the good subcontractors that finished their work paid.
Mm-hmm.
And then as soon as that happened was when the funds were withdrawn from my account, and all the commitments that I had made to the subcontractors that I was going to pay them, I couldn't pay.
Our materials say that you were issued your, we granted you a license in May 18, 2016.
2016, yes.
Did you have a real estate sales license prior to that date?
No, sir.
Okay, so you've been a realtor, a real estate sales agent since May 18, 2016? 2016,
yes.
Okay.
All the other experience was from my personal properties and
okay.
rentals.
And how are you currently supporting yourself? What's your current occupation?
Current occupation is sales.
Just real estate sales?
yes.
You're not doing construction anymore?
I closed that company down in end of 2013, 2014.
Okay.
It was an easy transition going from construction to real estate because of my experience and personal background in real estate.
Thank you. Commissioner Arriaga?
The reason I'm asking that question is you're in a situation where many of us have been or are going to be one of these days. And it's hard because the time is very difficult. So I'm trying to figure out a way to help you. I don't think you did anything on purpose, or maybe you did because you got to take care of your family, but you had a contract and ran out of money. A lot of us do that. Sometimes we don't pay our taxes. Am I going to be take my license away because I didn't pay my taxes because I don't have any money? So it's going to open many Pandora's boxes in my mind. That's why I'm being very cautious on this one. So thank you for being here.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity.
Commissioner Stevens?
Sir, would you please let us know how the bank was able to have access to the funds? Who authorized the bank?
I mean, the bank
The one that took your funds?
Yes, the bank that withdrew the funds
Yeah.
was the same bank that I had the line of credit with.
Okay.
So they had
Thank you.
direct access.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you very much for coming today. We appreciate it. Mr. Moore?
These kind of cases don't give me or any of our staff any personal joy whatsoever. These are difficult cases. Mr. Moody made a mistake, and it was an intentional mistake, because that's what he pled to. It was an intentional mistake. It was fraud or misrepresentation. It was committed when he was 48 years old. It was less than 5 years ago, and it didn't play out until 2017. And it hits 3 of our rules that the commission has adopted. It was a crime of fraud or misrepresentation. It was a crime involving falsification of records, and real estate agency a lot of records and documents. And it was a crime, an offense against property belonging to another. And it was a lot of money, a very serious mistake, $100,000 to $200,000. And also the judge noted, and we agree with it, that it was actually very closely, and they used his exact words in the opinion on page 68 of your materials, that significantly the offense was very closely related to the licensed occupation. And it involved a significant amount of money obtained through misrepresentation. That's why we asked for revocation, and we think that's why the judge is recommending that.
Thank you. Commissioner, any question for staff?
Counselor, how would I schedule a stage of motion saying, give a license, but on a probationary basis if something ever happens? Because the only thing that really breaks my rule is you're going to be on probation for a long time. And I've never been able to vote for someone to get his license if you're still on probation. Doesn't make sense. But in this case, I've seen what's happened. I don't know how to stage a motion that we consider granting a probationary license, and if anything ever happens, we take that away from him. Is that possible?
Yeah, that'd be more general counsel advice, but he is on probation until 2027, and you've seen lots of agreed orders like that. It could be drafted that way, but I think that would be advice from general counsel.
If that's the motion you want to make, you would make a motion that his license be revoked, but that the revocation be probated until, I guess, 2027.
I'm ready for
And
that.
I'll also, again, I know I'm not general counsel, but you could also frame the motion that it's or until he's released from community supervision, whichever is earlier. We do that sometimes on the longer ones. But again, obviously up to the commission.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we grant that his license be probated, and we grant his license until.
So first you need to say that you need it to be revoked, and then that revocation is probated.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we license be revoked and his revocation be probated until 2027, or until if he messes up again, we'll just take his license away.
Right. And yes, okay.
So that, if I may reframe the motion, it's that that we adopt the findings of fact and conclusions of law contained in the PFD, except that the commission would exercise its authority to modify the findings of fact and conclusions of law. Because in our opinion, the ALJ failed to properly interpret, apply the applicable law and the commission's rules, and specifically that we would substitute for conclusion to law number 11 that Mr. Moody's license should be revoked on a probated basis until he completes his community supervision, or
2027.
May 2027, whichever's earlier. Is that
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
amendment accepted?
Absolutely.
So that's the motion before the commission. Do I have a second?
I second.
Okay, I have a second. All those in favor of the motion, say aye, please.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
I'm recusing for
Forgive me.
knowledge of parties.
Commissioner Wukash did recuse herself from that motion. So motion carries. Staff will prepare an order to commensurate with the motion.
Any nays?
I'm sorry?
Any nays?
I didn't hear any nays, correct? Okay. Mr. Moody, thank you for coming. All right, moving on to agenda item 12B, consideration and possible action regarding proposal for decision in the matter of SOA docket number 329183342, TREC versus David L. Rogers.
Now, this case involved an applicant with criminal history. There were 5 offenses over a 23-year period. He disclosed only one of those 5 and also failed to disclose a pending offense. We agree with the proposal for decision and recommend its adoption. And I'm here to answer any questions as well as the lawyer on the case.
Thank you. Got a hot mic today. Is anyone here on behalf of Mr. Rogers, or is Mr. Rogers here? No? Anybody have any questions for our staff, commissioners? Any questions for Mr. Moore? Okay. Do I have a motion?
I move to adopt the ALJ's proposal for decision.
I have a motion. Do I have a second? All those in favor of adopting the proposal for decision as written, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Agenda item 12C, SOA docket number 329182230, TREC versus Baron Clay Clark. Mr. Moore?
Yeah, this was a case with a real estate broker. He obtained a commission, and part of his agreement was that he would refund the retainer if he sold or got the commission, and he did not do so. The judge ordered that he refund the $2,000 retainer and that there'd be a penalty, and also made recommended suspension on that. I'm available to answer any questions as well as the lawyer on the case. We do agree with the proposal decision and recommend its adoption.
Thank you.
I happen to know one of the parties to this transaction, so I'm going to recuse myself.
Thank you. Commissioner Leonard is recused. Let the record reflect that. Okay, is Mr. Clark here? Anyone on behalf of Mr. Clark? No. Is commissioners, anyone have any questions for staff?
I move for the acceptance of the proposal for decision by the judge.
Okay, we have a motion to accept the proposal for decision as written. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor of that motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Moving on. Motion carries. Forgive me. Agenda item 12D, SOA docket number 329183789, Bradley Roberts versus TREC.
This one's a little bit unusual. It does involve an applicant, but it's a former real estate license holder who actually lost his license for using his super key to access a property. He'd been licensed about 13 months and used it. He got revoked, obviously had some criminal history involved with that, has applied several times since then. We disagree with the proposal for decision because the judge recommended a probated license, and we think this should be a denial. I'm here to answer any questions as well as the lawyer on the case.
Okay, is anyone here on behalf of the applicant? Okay, commissioners, anyone have any questions for Mr. Moore, for staff? I do. Mr. Roberts cited to several times when this commission has granted a license to someone who is on community supervision or granted a probated license for persons who had committed some kind of offense. Can you tell us, in your opinion, what distinguishes this case from those sorts of cases?
Yeah, a couple of things. In the deferred adjudication or community supervision, those are the hard cases. When someone goes to prison, they're automatically revoked or ineligible. So the tougher cases are when someone's on community supervision like this. And there's been 8 years that have passed, so those would be the factors in his favor. What makes this case a little different is he was a license holder when he committed this crime and actually used his license to commit the crime. So as far as I'm concerned in enforcement, that's kind of the worst type of case, is one that someone uses their real estate license to engage in a crime.
In this case, the SOA judge did recommend that we should grant a probationary license, right?
Yes.
But that's not necessarily what staff is arguing for.
No, we think it should be a denial. So we disagree with that because of the nature of that crime.
Anybody have any questions, commissioners? Okay. Anybody have a motion for me?
Chairman, I do.
Yes, sir.
Move that the commission adopt the findings of fact, and bear with me, this is a little long, but we need to get all this said. Move that the commission adopts the finding of fact and conclusions of law of the ALJ contained in the PDF, except that it exercises its authority to modify further the findings of fact and conclusions of law in the PFD as authorized in section 2001.058E of the Government Code, because the ALJ failed to properly interpret and apply applicable law and the Commission's rules. Reasons for changing to PDF, for the changes to the PDF?
PFD, Commission letter, proposal for decision.
What am I doing?
You're saying PDF like a...
Yeah, okay.
I do that all the time.
Reasons for, you do it one time?
I do it all the time.
All the time. Reasons for changing to the PFD. As noted below, the Commission modifies the findings of fact and conclusions of law because under section 53.021, the Texas Occupations Code, the Commission may deny a license if a person has been convicted of an offense that directly relates to the duties and responsibilities of a licensed occupation. Commission rules establish that felony offenses against real or personal property belonging to another directly relate to duties and responsibilities of a real estate sales agent. See Texas Administration Code, section 541.1A4. On November 6, 2010, while working as a licensed real estate sales agent, applicant used his super key to access a home listed for sale and took two guitars. Almost 1 year later, on October 20, 2011, applicant pled guilty to and was convicted of the second-degree felony offense of burglary of a habitation. The Commission revoked applicant's real estate license, sales agent license, on September 5, 2012. As a result of applicant's burglary conviction, applicant remains on community supervision for his offense, and his community supervision will not expire until October 2019. Applicant filed the application at issue in this proceeding on April 6, 2017. Applicant was 48 years old when he committed the offense of burglary, so this offense cannot be considered a youthful mistake or indiscretion. Additionally, applicant committed this felony offense when previously held a real estate sales license, when he previously held a real estate sales agent license, and his license enabled him to commit this offense through the use of a super key. Because applicant used his position as a licensed real estate sales agent to commit his burglary offense, the Commission is concerned that granting a license to applicant will pose a continued threat to public safety and present opportunities for applicant to repeat the prohibited conduct. Applicant remains on community supervision for this offense and therefore has yet to demonstrate an ability to refrain from criminal activity without close supervision by the state. For these reasons, the Commission finds that applicant has failed to carry his burden of proof to demonstrate that he possesses the requisite honesty, trustworthiness, and integrity to be granted a real estate sales agent license at this time, and his application should be denied. See Texas Occupation Code sections 53.022-023, 1101.354, 22 Texas Administrative Code sections 535.52 and 541.1A through D. Changes to finding of fact and conclusions of law The commission adds finding of fact 11A and conclusions of law 6A and modifies conclusions of law 8, 9, and 10 to read as follows. Findings of fact. 11A, Mr. Roberts' use of his real estate license to commit the burglary offense suggests that he may pose a continuing threat to public safety if granted a license. Conclusions of law. 6A, because Mr. Roberts used his real estate license to facilitate the commission of his crime and he remains on community supervision for this offense, the commission concludes that granting a real estate sales agent license to him at this time poses a continued threat to public safety. Code Section 53.021D, 22 Texas Administrative Code, Sections 535.52 and 541.1A through D. 8. Based on his criminal history, his use of a real estate license to facilitate this crime, his age at the time he committed this offense, and the fact he remains on community supervision for his criminal offense, the preponderance of the evidence establishes that Mr. Roberts is not fit to hold a real estate sales agent license at this time. Code Sections 53.022 through .023, 22 Texas Administrative Code, Section 541.1, B through D. 9. Based on his criminal history, his use of a real estate license to facilitate his crime, his age at the time he committed this offense, and the fact he remains on community supervision for his criminal offense, the preponderance of the evidence fails to show that Mr. Roberts possesses the requisite honesty, trustworthiness, and integrity to hold a real estate sales agent license at this time. Code Section 1101.354. 10. Mr. Roberts' application for an inactive real estate sales agent license should be denied. Code Sections 53.022 through 023, 22 Texas Administrative Code, Section 541.1, B through D.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion or questions for Mr. Moore? All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Agenda item 12E.
This is another case involving applicant with criminal history. She had 3 felonies and 1 misdemeanor and served time for robbery. We agree with the proposal decision and recommend its adoption, and I'm available for questions as well as the lawyer on the case.
Thank you. Anyone here on behalf of Ms. Bonham? Ms. Bonham, are you here? Anybody have any questions for our staff? Anybody have a motion?
I move to adopt the proposal for decision as stated for the administrative law judge.
Thank you.
Second.
I have a motion. I have a second. Any discussion? All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Agenda item 12F, TREC versus Arisa Pedrosa.
This case involves a sales agent who was buying or selling her own property, which is one of the areas we do regulate. A sales agent is held to a higher duty in such a situation. They can't engage in misrepresentation, dishonesty in the buying or selling of their property. We disagree with the proposal decision on this one and recommend its modification. We do think the agent made a misrepresentation in that she made a personal promise on her own property, signed it, says she was going to pay $1,000 in earnest money. She did not intend to keep that promise unless an undisclosed investor paid for that. Apparently, the undisclosed investor decided not to pay her for that. She felt she had no obligation whatsoever to keep her word. We disagree with that, and obviously we'd welcome guidance from the commission on this, but we think that a sales agent should keep their word in such a situation. I'm available for any questions as well as the lawyer on the case.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Moore? Okay, Ms. Pedrosa, you here? Probably not, since this ruling was in her favor. Commissioners, we have a motion.
I will move that we accept the proposal for decision by the administrative law judge.
Okay, I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second. Any discussion? All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. 12H, Kevin Roberts Beatty versus TREC.
I'm
sorry, 12G, forgive me.
Yeah, this involved an applicant with 5 felonies, including 4 felonies with intent to deliver. We disagree with the proposal for decision and recommend its modification. We think this should be a denial. If you have any questions, I'm available to answer any, as well as the lawyer on the case.
I have the same question I had earlier. Why does staff recommend denial over the ALJ's recommendation in this case, given that we occasionally do overlook prior criminal history and grant probationary licenses to applicants who are on community supervision?
Yeah, and I can see where the judge reached this decision. All of the guilty pleas were based on a single arrest or on the same day, so that cuts in his favor. In the past, y'all have been pretty strict when there's multiple felonies. This time there were 5 felonies, not 1, 2, 3, or 4, but 5. So y'all have typically not given a license in that place, so I'm trying to predict what y'all are going to do in such a situation. The other thing that's against him is the 4 of the felonies for intent to deliver. Y'all have typically been stricter on drug dealers than people who strictly only have possession. So that's why we recommended a denial.
Any other questions? Okay, do I have a motion?
I move that this commission adopts the findings of fact and conclusion of law of the ALJ contained in the proposal for decision, including the modification to finding of fact 27, except that it exercises its authority to modify further the findings of fact and conclusions of law that the PFD, as authorized in section 2001.058E of the Government Code, because the ALJ failed to properly interpret and apply applicable law and the commission rules. Reasons for changes to PFD. As detailed, this commission modifies the findings of fact and conclusions of law because under section 53.021 of the Texas Occupations Code, the commission may deny a license if a person has been convicted of an offense that directly relates to the duties and responsibilities of the licensed occupation. Commission rules establish that felony offenses involving the manufacture, delivery, or intent to deliver controlled substances and repeated or multiple violations of any criminal statute, evidence of a disregard for or inability to comply with the law and directly relate to duties and responsibilities of a real estate sales agent. Texas Administrative Code 541.1, 8, 11, and 14, emphasis added. Applicant previously held a real estate sales agent license that expired without renewal on January 31st, 2015. Applicant filed the application at issue in this proceeding on January 9th, 2017. Applicant pled guilty to and was convicted of 4 felony offenses of possession of a controlled substance with intent to deliver and 1 felony offense of possession of marijuana that can be considered by the commission for this application. Applicant was incarcerated for these offenses and released on parole on January 7, 2016. Applicant remains on parole for these felony convictions until January 28, 2019. Applicant's convictions were recent and involved 5 felony drug trafficking offenses. Applicant was 42 years old when he committed these offenses, and they cannot be considered a youthful indiscretion. Additionally, applicant committed these felony offenses during the time he previously held a real estate license. Because applicant remains on parole for these offenses, he has yet to demonstrate an ability to refrain from criminal activity without close supervision by the state. For these reasons, the commission finds that applicant has failed to carry his burden of proof to demonstrate that he possesses the requisite honesty, trustworthiness, and integrity to be granted a real estate sales license as an agent at this time, and his application should be denied. See Texas Code Articles 53.022 to 23 and 1101.354, 22 TAC Articles 535.52 and 541.1 A through D. Changes to findings of fact and conclusions of law. The commission strikes finding of fact 29, adds conclusion of law 6A, and modifies conclusions of law 7, 8, and 9 to read as follows. Conclusions of law. 6A, Mr. Betty's convictions of 4 felony offenses involving the manufacture, delivery, or intent to deliver controlled substances tend to demonstrate his inability to represent another with honesty, trustworthiness, and integrity. 22 TAC, Articles 541.1, 11, and 12. 7, due to the serious nature of his offenses, his age at the time of the offenses, the fact that these offenses were committed when Mr. Betty previously held a real estate license, and the fact that he remains on parole, the preponderance of the evidence fails to demonstrate that Mr. Betty possesses the requisite honesty, trustworthiness, and integrity to be licensed as a real estate agent at this time. Code 53.022 through 23, 1101.354, 22 TAC 535.52, and 541, 1, A through D. Based on his criminal history, the preponderance of the evidence establishes Mr. Betty is not fit to hold a real estate sales agent license at this time. Code 53.022.023, 22 TAC 541.1 B through D. Mr. Betty, and number 9, Mr. Betty's application for an inactive real estate sales agent license should be denied. Code 53.022 to 23, 22 TAC 541.1 B through D.
Okay, I have a motion, I have a second. I do have some discussion, Mr. Moore, if you don't mind. I just have a couple questions. We did file exceptions to the ALJ's proposal for decision, right?
Yes.
What kind of notice do we send to applicants who, about this meeting that prevail at SOA?
You mean about the commission meeting?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so that would be after the SOA no longer has jurisdiction.
Mhm.
We do send them a notice of the commission meeting and the location of it.
Do you know what it says? Does it tell them that the SOA judge's decision may be reconsidered or modified by this commission, and they may want to show up and talk to us, as we've seen today is pretty persuasive?
I've signed probably 100 of those, and I don't recall. May I ask my staff if any of them remember?
Yeah, please.
Do you all remember that?
Does
not say
anybody
that.
know does it just say a final hearing in front of TREC on the proposal for decision in your case will be on November 15th?
It's not more than 3 or 4 sentences, I think. So,
okay.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
It says you may attend, and it does notify them that they have an opportunity to speak at.
You know what I'm getting at, right?
Yes, I do.
Mhm.
The other thing is
Yes, ma'am.
typically the ALJ tells them that it's a proposal and that it can be changed by the
Okay.
commission when they're at the hearing.
Okay.
Yeah, and usually at the end of even at the end of the hearing, they even tell them that orally as well as in the writings.
Okay, thank you. Okay, anybody else have any more questions or discussion?
Mr. Moore, just real quick, besides notice, do we also provide proof of service, or are we not required to do that?
We send it to, yes, we send it to them, I think, by certified mail as well.
Thank you.
And if I could just add one quick one. Given that we have moved our meeting today, did they know that we're in a different? It bothers me that so many people are not here for something that is that serious. And it's not that you go one way or the other because of their absence, but it's not favorable. So do they know that we're here instead of?
Yes, a few of the earlier agenda items, actually, the original notice did have the 178. The later ones like this, the Betty, the ones later in your agenda did get the notice of here, and the other people got a second notice saying the meeting had been moved to the Capitol Extension.
Okay, so there's no question about that.
No question
Okay.
about that.
Thank you.
Any other discussion? Okay, I have a motion to modify the proposal for decision as set forth by Commissioner Stevens and a second. So all those in favor of modifying the proposal for decision, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? I say nay. Any others? Okay, motion carries. Moving on to agenda item 12H. TREC versus Raymond Lee Giles.
This case involved a broker with a pretty serious recent crime. We asked for revocation and a penalty for failure to report it within 30 days and for failure to cooperate on providing documents. The judge, we mostly agreed with the judge. He didn't find on one part of the notice within 30 days. So we mostly agreed with the proposed decision. We did not file exceptions, and we do recommend adoption of the decision. I'm here to, as well as the lawyer on the case.
Is anyone here on behalf of Mr. Giles, or Mr. Giles, are you here? Commissioners, do you have any questions for staff? Yes, ma'am.
Just a question on notice. Will you please repeat what you just mentioned on notice? What?
Yeah, they get notice of pretty much everything. The proposal decision is done by the judge. Once we get here, they get notice of the commission meeting, and of course they're filed. If there's exceptions or anything on it, they do get notice of it, of the meeting.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you. Any other questions for staff? Okay, do I have a motion?
I move that to adopt the proposal for decision as proposed.
Okay, we have a motion to adopt the proposal for decision as written. And do we have a second?
Second.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No. All right, agenda item 12 is done. Mr. Moore, excuse me, would you please send me a copy of whatever form notice that we send to applicants and licensees prior to our TREC meeting? Yes. Because I'd like to take a look at it. Thank you. Going back to Commissioner Wukesh.
Agenda item 13, Ms. Lewis.
All right, this is discussion and possible action to authorize settlement of recovery fund claims. First up is Recovery Fund 18010, Edward Trefker versus Jacqueline Wickweir.
Commissioner Leonard, did you have something?
Move that in reference number, case number 18-010, that we authorize payment of Moved. Reference case number 18-010, that we authorize payment of $6,050 in attorney's fees plus interest and court costs.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion carries. Ms. Lewis.
The second case is Recovery Fund Case 18012, Kevin Beerworth versus Rio Rancho Properties, LLC.
Commissioner Miller?
In case number 18-12, I move to authorize payment of $1,450 in actual damages plus interest, court costs, and reasonable attorney's fees.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Motion carries. Ms. Lewis.
The next case is Recovery Fund 18019, NCJ Developments, Inc., et al. Versus Jesus Barraza.
That's a bad call.
That was my
How'd you do that?
Tony did it.
I did.
Commissioner Turner.
Madam Chair, I move that we authorize payment of $20,413 in actual damages plus interest, court costs, and reasonable attorney's fees.
In 18019.
Second.
In 18-019, yes,
Can I have
ma'am.
a second? Any discussion? Okay. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion carries. Ms. Lewis.
Recovery Fund Case 18020, Fountain Vista Homes, LLC versus Roy Ornelius and the Wynn Group, LLC.
Do we have that?
I don't see that.
The next one we have is Charity Medical Equipment.
Oh, you know what? That one was pulled.
Okay.
Withdrawn, sorry.
Okay.
Recovery Fund Case 19001, Charity Medical Equipment and Supplies, Inc. versus Esperanza Saudia.
Commissioner Wilkinson?
Let's try that again.
Okay.
I move that under case 19-001, that we authorize payment of $18,319.06 in actual damages plus interest, court cost, and reasonable attorney fees.
Motion, do I have a second?
Second.
Got a second. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Motion carries. Ms. Lewis.
The last case today is Recovery Fund 19003, Sturgios and Angela Mitakidis versus Ashley E. Williams.
Commissioner Turner?
Madam Chair, on 19003, I move that we authorize payment of $7,876.76 in actual damages plus interest and court costs.
Second.
Motion, and I have a second. Is there any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
And opposed, no. Motion carries. Agenda item 14.
This is discussion and possible action to adopt amendments to 22 TAC 535.2 broker responsibility. These amendments were published in the August 31st, 2018 issue of the Texas Register. The amendments were recommended by the Broker Responsibility Working Group. They require a broker to designate anyone who leads, supervises, or directs a team in the brokerage to be a delegated supervisor. This will require that person to take a 6-hour broker responsibility course as part of their required continuing education for each renewal. The time frame when a license holder must be delegated as a supervisor was shortened from 6 months to 3 consecutive months. A reference to a recently adopted advertising rule was added. The term work files was deleted and replaced with the more specific items, and a phrase was added to clarify the broker must ensure that a sponsored sales agent has geographic competence in the market area being served. A minimum criteria for training sales agents engaging in brokerage activity for the very first time was also added. And in recognition of digital communications, the timeframes for responding to clients, agents, and other brokers and to the commission were reduced to 2 and 3 days respectively. Only one written comment was received against the amendments, stating that the concepts were okay, but the language was too vague, and staff respectfully disagreed with the commenter as the amendment language adds more specificity than currently exists. Several individuals actually at our broker responsibility training courses gave oral comments stating that the addition of communications with parties to the transaction was too broad, and we have agreed and would recommend the addition of the word substantive in front of communications in item number 3. You can see this in your materials. It's highlighted in green. And staff would recommend that we adopt these amendments with the non-substantive change presented.
Quick question.
Okay.
Was the question that was about this being too vague, did that relate to the geographic competence?
I think it was looking at existing language that talks about ensuring competence in general. And I think it was more of a, and it's in your material.
Okay.
The comment, but just that yeah. Thinking that how do you ensure competence, and geographic competence was one of the areas that they pointed to. And I think that's more of a training issue, which is one of the focuses that we have in our upcoming broker responsibility training.
Okay.
Commissioner Stevens?
Ms. Lewis, I have 2 questions that related to geographic competence. I'm very concerned because when we grant a license, it's for the state of Texas.
Correct.
And if, say you live in a town that is outside of Austin and you're not familiar with it, but you know, I mean, every transaction is unique.
Correct.
And we begin in one area of town and you have no idea at times where you're going to end up. Not all of them are like that, but some of them, they don't really know where they're going. And then, so that's a concern, that if we restrain that, I mean, that we are limiting the license. And the other thing is, how is that going to be measured objectively so that everyone that is in the position to decide what geographic competence is done in the same manner all over the state of Texas?
Right, and I think this is a rule that talks to the responsibility of the broker who is sponsoring that agent. So that broker has to decide what area that agent at any given time is competent to serve. And that, of course, could be a growing thing and could be different for every person, because not only is every transaction different, but the background and experience of every person is different. So as we've talked about in our broker responsibility courses, that, you know, the broker is the one who needs to come up with the policies and procedures of what level of, I don't know, training or
For instance, a broker could
background.
say, I believe if you take this, this, and this, that makes you competent to do anything in Texas. That could be their policy.
Right.
I'm not sure it would fly if there was a complaint. However, it could be their policy. I mean, or they could say, you can only practice in Harris County.
And
You know,
that answers
that's
my
for the
question.
broker.
Thank you very
Yeah,
much.
broker's
Yeah,
gonna-
thank you.
Right.
Yeah.
Which is exactly the reason for my question about the geographic competence and whether, because really, I mean, we can't draw lines.
We can't.
We're not drawing
You
Then
know,
we're not drawing lines.
You know, you can say, are you familiar with a market area or a general part of?
Sure.
But if I tried to do some business in Harris County, I'd be lost.
Right, or if, you know, you're in San Antonio and somebody wanted you to list a property in El Paso. You don't know anything about El Paso. So,
Vague
again, this
idea
is
where
just
it is.
a reminder to the brokers, really. They should be doing this already. This is just a reminder. It's saying you have to make sure they're competent, and geographic competence is included, and that's for the protection of the consumer.
And that, to me, would be almost intentionally subjective.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right.
Okay. You want to make a motion? Commissioner Turner?
Madam Chair, I move that staff is authorized on behalf of this commission to submit for adoption amendments to 22 Texas Administrative Code, Section 535.2, broker responsibility as presented to the Texas Register, along with any technical or non-substantive changes required for adoption.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any other discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Motion carries. Agenda item 15.
Discussion and possible action to adopt amendments to 22 TAC Chapter 535, Subchapter E as follows. Rule 535.50 on definitions, 53 on business entity and designated broker, and 55 on education and sponsor requirements for a sales agent's license. These amendments were published in the August 31st, 2018 issue of the Register. They were made as a result of the Commission's quadrennial rule review. The amendments delete or revise outdated or misplaced definitions and correct references to the Commission's real estate recovery trust accounts and subchapter references. No comments were received, and staff recommends adopting the amendments as published.
Okay. Commissioner Leonard, do you want to make a motion? Anybody want to do anything?
Sure.
280, it's at the bottom of
Bear with
page
me.
280.
Move that staff is authorized on behalf of this commission to submit for adoption amendments to 22 Texas Administrative Code, Chapter 535, Subchapter E, as presented to the Texas Register, along with any technical or non-substantive changes required for adoption.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion or questions? All in favor say aye. And opposed, no. Motion carries. Agenda item 16, I do have someone who wishes to speak after you are done presenting. Ms.
Okay.
Lewis?
Discussion and possible action to adopt amendments to 22 TAC Chapter 535, Subchapter F. And what the rules involved are 60, 61, 62, and 65. The amendments to Subchapter F were published in the August 31st issue of the Texas Register. They're made as a result of the Commission's quadrennial rule review. In Section 60, the amendments delete unnecessary or outdated definitions and add or clarify definitions applicable to this subchapter. The amendments to 535.61 add clarifying terms or timeframes for greater understanding and compliance. The amendments also provide that a provider cannot enroll students in a course 60 days before the expiration of the provider's approval unless they have submitted an application for a subsequent approval at least 60 days prior to the expiration of the current approval. This will provide greater protection for students who enroll in courses near the end of a provider's approval term and give providers a way to avoid any business disruption when applying for a subsequent approval. In addition, the term subsequent provider was changed to secondary provider to align the term with one that is used more regularly in the education industry. The amendments to 535.62 set out the requirements for course approval in greater detail for better understanding and compliance. And the amendments to 535.65 arrange and clarify some of the items of responsibilities of providers to increase comprehension and compliance. No comments were received on this item. There is one grammatical change on page, if you look on page 286 of 395, the word maybe needs to be split from one word into two, and that's reflected in green on that page. And staff recommends adopting the amendments with the non-substantive change as presented.
Thank you. Ms. Santa Maria, about 3 minutes. Can you hold it to that?
Rita Santa Maria, owner, Champion School of Real Estate, Chairman Wukash, and commissioners. I was here in August and spoke to this particular issue at that time, and it's specifically page 288 of 395 within this particular discussion. And it's specifically, I'm against 535.61, beginning with L, exam pass rates and benchmark. The exam passage rate for an approved provider shall be calculated for each license category for which the provider offers courses and displayed on the commission website by license category. A student is affiliated with a provider under this subsection if the student took the majority of his or her qualifying education with a provider in the 2-year period prior to taking the exam for the first time. The commission will calculate the exam pass rate of an approved provider on a monthly basis by determining the number of students affiliated with that approved provider who passed the examination on their first attempt in the 2-year period ending on the last day of the previous month, and dividing the number by the total number of students affiliated with that provider who took the exam for the first time during that same period. For the purposes of approving a subsequent application under subsection J, the established exam pass rate benchmark for each license category is 80% of the average percentage of the total examinees of the license category who passed the exam on the first attempt in the 2-year period ending on the last day of the previous month, if at that time the commission receives a subsequent. And then we go to A, and they add more. This is so convoluted, I can't even tell you. I've had 3 commissioners contact me in the last 60 days saying, Rita, can you explain how this average is set up? I sent an email on the 13th to Mr. Olmixon, and I'm sure he received it. And it said, please have someone here that can explain this calculation. Because it's not old school math. It is math by Pearson VUE. Pearson VUE is out of Minneapolis. They write the national exam. It is a difficult exam. In fact, out of the discussion this morning, I would truly recommend that new broker commissioners take the broker exam to see exactly what it's like today. It is not how it was 6 years ago, 5 years ago, 10 years ago. It is a difficult exam. And they have set up this calculation for figuring out a pass rate. It is not the math you and I are familiar with. But prior to January 1st, 2016, here was the definition that I was able to understand as a provider. This is straight out of the License Act, Occupation Code. May of 2004, May of 08, 9 of 12, January of 2015. Here's how this same discussion read in the Occupation Code. It read, in establishing accreditation standards to an educational program under subsection A, the Commission shall adopt rules that require a program to establish that at least 55% of the program's graduates have passed a licensing exam the first time the exam has been taken by the graduates before the Commission may renew the program's accreditation. That I understand. This other is the most convoluted math situation. So I asked Mr. Olmixon, would you at least have someone that can do the math for this? And today, Mr. Arriaga he was going to ask about this, and he asked about it earlier. And I know that Ms. Jackson, she quoted capital A here, denied approval to continuing offering courses for that license category if the provider's exam pass rate is less than 50% of the average percentage of the total examinees for that license category who passed the exam on the first attempt in the 2-year period ending on the last day of the previous month. That we all have memorized, but there are paragraphs above that that also apply to this calculation. My students say, what does this mean? And I say, I have no idea. I have no idea. So in the spirit of things being more simplified, we have gone way over on the other side, as opposed to where we were January 1, 2016, where it was 3 sentences and it made sense to everybody. And then Commissioner Arriaga asked, why is the pass rate so low? Because as I just mentioned, the test is very hard. And we have multinational people in our classroom. And we have just a whole different type of testing situation. And it's not written by people in Texas, it's written by people who are paid to write exam questions. And what we teach in the classroom is how to be an agent in Texas. People in Minneapolis are writing exams in order to have the opportunity to provide their service to the state of Texas. So they are people that don't know real estate. They're just writing exams. And then they're putting these convoluted how to figure out a pass rate. Honduras College out of another state called me right after they also got this and said, Rita, can you figure out how we're supposed to figure out our pass rate? I said, no, I cannot. So I'm asking, please do not adopt this. It's not the math that we're familiar with. It's not the math that you or I grew up with. But what happened prior to January 1, 2016 is the math that we all understand. So that is my plea.
Okay.
Any questions?
Commissioner Stevens has a question.
Yes, ma'am. Will you please tell us, please tell me if I'm wrong, that if you have a group of 10 people taking the test, it's 80% of that number at that time. 80% is the passing rate.
No.
I mean, is that, or is it going to be consistent?
They have to calculate how many of our students, and that's the other question I asked Mr. Olmixon, who's inputting the information? Because this affects my livelihood.
Yes.
So whoever is inputting the information of the number of my students at Champion School of Real Estate that passed the first time, not the second time, not the third time, but those that passed the first time. We take that calculation of those people up to the month before they do the calculation, and then they say it has to be a percentage of those first-time people. So my real concern is who's doing the calculation at TREC and pulling my students, and then secondly, are they really pulling first-time pass people?
Yes.
And then are they really doing the calculation of 80% of that? There are so many areas for error that affect my livelihood, and obviously not mine, but all providers that do QE courses, qualifying courses. So it is extremely convoluted, the calculation. It has a huge percentage of error, but for 35 years, for 34 years, I was in business with the old 3-sentence way. And I'm still in business. It's just I don't even understand myself how to figure out my pass rate, much less explain it to 3 commissioners, much less explain it to my students. It's too convoluted.
Thank you.
I have a question. So I'm just looking at the, I hope your stuff is in color because that's the only way I know how to say it. But you started out over on page 288 on the, yes, yeah, but she didn't start having a problem until she got down to B. And then so you got 1A, your problem started beginning right there when you said displayed on the website by license category, right? And this blue stuff. Now, is everything that's black after that already there and not being changed?
It's been there since January 2017.
Okay.
And I have spoken
the old
to
way
this,
of doing it?
Commissioner.
That's the old way of doing it, okay.
I've spoken to this so many times.
I know, but I'm trying to understand. So
Yeah,
then
me
the red
too.
is there, but that's going away. This proposal would take what's in red marked out away, right? And it would add what's in blue. So everything that's black is already there. And already and the
Right.
pass rate is by the legislature, right? No, we did that?
It's in-house.
Oh, it's in-house.
We're required to have a pass rate,
Okay,
and previously it was set in the statute.
you took it out.
And it's only been there, and I apologize, it's only been there since 2007, because before that.
2005.
2005, okay? And I know you've been in business a very long time and operated under a variety of rules, if you will. But this particular one, 55% was a dartboard number. At that particular time, that's what it happened to be. Now, a year before that, it was different, and a year after that, it was different. It was randomized, let me just say. So they'd set a 55%. The legislature, when it was in the bill.
Okay.
Since then, and this went through the Education Standards Advisory Committee, and it took us a while to get to that. I can explain fairly simply how the calculation works. It's programmed. It's not random. It's actually programmed. And so it has very, very specific program rules.
Would you please describe it completely?
Well, you read it completely.
No, but can you really describe it?
Yes, absolutely.
Would you do that?
Yes. So how many first time for a particular license category? So let's just stick to that because it's divided by license category. So let's just say for brokers. So at the end of any given month, for the past 24 months.
Not brokers.
Brokers.
Salespeople.
No, brokers. Well, the same rules apply.
Do you mind if
By
I ask
license
some
category.
questions while you're doing it?
Sure. You want me to get the?
I don't know how many first-time graduates I have.
We do.
Okay, and you're comfortable with that number, because when I call staff to ask questions about exact numbers, I'm told they can't give me exact numbers.
Every month, we get a report, and it is put on our website. It doesn't say how many for you, but it says how many exams were taken, how many applicants, whether that's their first time or second time or multiple times, and how many passed.
Well, it is
So
for me.
all of those statistics, so yours are included. You're 18,000 in the last 2 years versus 30,000 for everyone else for salespeople. I mean, it's a large percentage. You actually set the benchmark. Your company sets the benchmark because you have 18 out of 30,000 in any given 2-year period, in the most recent given two-year period. But in any case, so we look back and we see how many people, and it's actually published on the website. We can pull it up and walk you through. It says, for this month, looking back 2 years, this is how many first-time
I go to
takers.
the website
Okay.
all the time.
And then it says for all these other folks, here's how many folks took the exam that are attributed to that person and to that provider, and how many passed and what that percentage. That's really simple math. Divide one into the other, you get a percentage rate, right? And then you compare that percentage rate to the percentage rate for 100% of the people who took the exam for the first time in the past 2 years. And then if you're above, if you're 80% or more, no problem. If you're between 50 and 80% of that number, then you're subject to probation, okay? And if you're below 50%, then you're subject to revocation.
Okay, right there.
There are so many areas for error here. We have people, for example, a company in Austin that had like the first quarter 25 students. So out of their 25 students, most of them came and took our prep. And we know for a fact that a couple of those people were included in our numbers because there are a lot of online companies that say, go to Champions, take the prep course, and you'll pass. But we often get those numbers thrown into our numbers. I'm saying that in the old days, which was prior to January 1, 2017, it was an overall statewide first-time pass rate. All the numbers, who passed the first time, we got a percentage, and then each provider, whether this person had 25 students or 15,000 students, we were all in the same playing field.
Still are. On the exact same playing
Not the
field.
way my wonderful group of smart graduates figure it out.
If
We
you look at the
never agree
statistic
with
at the
you.
top of the page, that's the benchmark. That's the
I've
if
seen
your
this
license
many
came
times.
up, if your license came up, so it's 59.34 is the overall pass rate. For this particular one, this is the, well, this has broker and sales agents, so it's two separate
First-time
ones.
pass rate.
Correct.
First-time pass rate.
First
which
time
is
pass rate.
Very, well, it's very demoralizing to new people. It wasn't before January 1st, 2017. They would look at an overall statewide pass rate, and at that point, I'm just going to say Champions was around 82% in the old days, before January 2017 and this new calculation. And then with the new calculation, and we just consistently disagree with the numbers that the TREC staff has. I mean, that's really like our first problem. And then the second problem being that when we go into first-time pass rate, to know that those numbers you get from students saying they are truly Champions people, they took all their courses at Champions. They didn't go XYZ and then took their prep. We've had a bunch of those people thrown into our numbers. And then, on top of that,
If you do have people thrown into your numbers like that, because we actually, they're required, of course, to send all of their education certificates in.
Right.
And sorry?
But not prep. We don't accept any.
No, there's no prep certificates.
Okay, so they just make a representation.
Well, but that wouldn't come up.
Okay, so how do we determine who they're affiliated with?
Well, their class, all the rest of their
Their
classes.
Their education
Not-
classes, the actual.
Yeah, no, we weren't talking about prep. I was talking about classes.
Yeah, not the prep classes.
All the classes that you took. So if you took of the 180 hours that are required,
The certificate would say it was XYZ, not Champions, right?
whoever that was, and that's who we affiliate them with. Okay, and that's again is a programming thing because every one of those classes has a number, and so we count if they took them from 3 different providers. They took 60 hours here and 90 hours there and 30 hours there.
We understand totally how it should be.
Okay.
I'm just here today to say it's not working. That's really what I'm saying.
If you send us evidence that in fact that there's programming issues, we will happily, I
believe
truly
it.
hold my staff to making sure that we get to the bottom because those are programmed rules. And so if there's a glitch in that program, I actually asked the staff to go back. When I got your letter 2 days ago, I went back and I said, go make sure that that information, the program actually reflects the rule. And they came back and said, absolutely. We sat down with the program, went through it. It actually absolutely matches the rule.
Well, I just want to make sure that you know why I'm here. I'm just here to say, the way you calculate pass rate today versus before January 1, 2017 is very, very difficult to understand. And it's also filled with many areas that can be filled with errors. And it does affect the provider's livelihood.
Get it. Go get one.
Well done. Thank you.
Hang on, we got somebody else.
Madam-
Commissioner
Madam
Stevens,
Chair.
then
Madam Chair.
Commissioner.
I am concerned that if it's taken 2 days for staff to get back in touch with us, and I know that we had sunset, and I know that we also had this meeting, it should be so simple. And that's part of, this is an invitation to us to make improvements on what we have so that there's consistency throughout the state. And why don't we try to fix this? I mean, why don't we just say 80% of the tests, are they the same tests applied everywhere?
It's the same national state exam written by Pearson VUE out of Minneapolis.
Actually
Then
written
why
by
don't-
SMEs in Texas.
Okay, why don't we
They
just
look at
say,
the exam.
We wrote it. We in Texas, SMEs wrote the questions for the exam. All the
Wait,
people who were
I'm not
invited to come to the exam,
Mr. Arriaga mentioned that.
right, he said he's been doing it for years. We've been doing it. We have staff that is a part of it. We have brokers that are invited from all across the state to be a part of it.
I have a few teachers that are involved with that, but the way that it's been explained to us, you're really not writing the questions. You're looking at the questions and sort of rewriting what Pearson View has submitted.
Well, I'm
Is
sorry that they,
incorrect?
I'm sorry that that wasn't, that isn't,
Not
that
correct.
wasn't correctly described to you.
Okay.
We absolutely look at the performance of questions, but every one of those questions was written by us, by SMEs in Texas.
There
Not the
are
national one. Of course, that's
questions
national.
that are very, very tricky and convoluted. I use that word because right now, 3 days for a buyer to get the earnest money to escrow. And then on top of that, it was a question I just sent to Carrie a week or so ago. On top of that, the broker has 2 days from the effective date in order to open escrow. There are many brokers that are saying, well, is that 5 days now? 3 for the buyer and 2 for the seller? 2 for the broker to get the money to escrow? Or is it just the way it is by the occupation code? Why are the 3 days in there for the buyer? I'm just throwing it out because I'm understanding there's a question for a new person that says, how long does the broker have to open escrow? 2 days, 3 days, or 5 days? And that's tricky.
Yes, Mr. Wilkinson, did you have a comment?
I have attended many of your classes, and you're the largest, obviously, in Texas as far as providers. And what worries me, and what I'm hearing is there's a lot of confusion out there, not only by the providers, but by the students not understanding. And I suspect that if you tested me right now on it, I wouldn't pass. I doubt anybody else would either. So I think that my feeling is that we need to listen to you and to the other providers and perhaps step back a little bit on this. And if it's a concern, we should be listening to it.
You got another speaker?
If I might voice
Yeah, go ahead.
a short concern. I have to admit, my master's was not in arithmetic, but I didn't get this either. And I read it, I had to read it several times to figure out exactly what it even meant. I think what it means is we're looking for your pass rate to fall within an acceptable range.
Right.
That if it's too low, you're obviously not educating the students well enough. If it's too high, you're giving them the answers or something, there's a problem. So we need you to fall within a range. In my opinion, I can't tell you how many times I had to read this to figure that out. I'm a little slow, but I'm not stupid. I might even be able to pass the broker's exam, who knows? So I'm agreeing with Ms. Santamaria here.
Okay.
I think we need to send this back to, who wrote this exactly? Is this a compilation of something we received from
No.
Pearson View?
Came out
We
of
need to send this back to somebody to,
Well, it's written exactly the same for the state of Indiana. And Hondros College contacted me 2 years ago when their state commission said, this is the new way that you figure out how to figure out your pass rate. I would be surprised if ESAC could come up. They're very smart people, but this is the most mathematical situation that we can't even understand. So,
Okay.
and maybe they got it from someone.
and
Hold on
can
just a
we
minute.
just, can we just say, the whole point of this is to make sure that your pass rate falls within a range. Can we just
Exactly.
say that?
I'm happy. That's how it works.
Let me ask you a question of General Counsel. If it were to be the will of the body, could we pass, does it affect anything to pass 535, 61, and 60 and 62 and leave 61, or does it have to go as a group? Or do you need to study it to answer that question?
My recommendation would be to go ahead and pass this, and then you can recommend that the language on pass rates be re-examined, because we're not going to come up with the language today.
Yeah, right.
So this would be passed, it would be adopted, then when the language gets vetted, if it gets changed, it could be proposed anew at that time. The other thing I want to point out, Amber, can you bring the statute out in case you didn't see it? The pass rate requirement and using the first-time pass rate, that's by statute. That was put into place by the legislature. So we start with that, with this here, and that is what we are supposed to do. We can adopt rules regarding the collection and publication of data relating to exam passage rates of graduates of programs approved, blah, 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 and we have to have a method that calculates the exam pass rates, and somewhere in there it says first-time. There's a different part of section where it talks about it has to be first-time pass rate. So what they started with was the statute, when the statute changed. And before that, it was a simpler, just, I believe, percentage.
But it was still first time. It was 2007, and it was
Right.
And it was 55%. So it
Right.
was very simple, but it was first
But
time.
in 2016, it changed to this provision, and then they worked on the
formula part.
The formula part,
Yeah.
yes.
To make it, and it's actually to make it so instead of, there was no wiggle room in the statute. If your pass rate was 54%, we couldn't renew your license. There was no, right, but there was no wiggle room. There was no acceptable range.
It's actually worse now than before then.
What they started with was the benchmark must be based on the average percentage of examinees that pass a licensing exam on the first attempt.
Exactly, and I love that. And the percentage, I love that. It's simple.
Madam Chair, I have a point of order, please. The only thing, and may I say, I really appreciate your involvement in our meetings.
Thank you.
You show up, you're helpful. I agree with you that this is really complicated. The problem that I have as we sit here today is I understand your comments to be a criticism of the entire scheme as it's currently enacted. Or was, no.
Okay.
What's in black is already the rule.
That's right.
And has been the rule since 2017.
January 1, 2017.
Okay. Personally, I got no problem with going back and rewriting that whole thing. But what's in front of the commission today are the changes in blue and red, not just to this section, but elsewhere. Is there a problem that you have with the changes that we're making to clarify this already convoluted scheme today? Because with the caveat that your comments about the scheme, I think, are very well taken by a number of people on this panel. And by all means, let's send this back to ESAC now and say we need something that's easier to understand. But in the meantime, we also have some changes that we need to make to this statute at the recommendation, or to this rule at the recommendation of our staff, so that it's at least what we have is operating effectively today. So
I've just spoken to this so many times.
I understand.
And then to see that it's coming back up just the way it is, but the occupation code in the past, I'm happy. I can deal with that. My students pass and people get their license. And people, thank you.
So, I mean, just for example, the definition of when a student is affiliated with a provider under subsection L2 at the bottom of page 288, where you started reading. Again, I mean, I completely understand and agree with your criticism of the rest of the language, but is there, what we're voting on today, is there any comment on that, on the actual changes that we're looking at today? Because that's the question before the commission right now.
If I'm understanding you correctly, everything before this, everything after that, I'm fine with. It's the calculation of the exam pass rate.
Okay.
That starts at L and goes all the way through It's the 5, A, B,
And here's the difficulty that I have from my seat is that what's in L, what you've just told us on basically all of page 288, right? Or the right side of page 288. Everything that's in black in my materials,
Right.
it's already the rule.
I know.
It's already been through notice and comment
Nobody has listened to me.
and votes and all that. Well, look, now you have a sympathetic board, but there's nothing we can do about
I understand.
that language today.
I understand.
The only thing we can do today is vote on whether or not these additional revisions in red and blue are okay. And so that's the information that's important to me, that's pertinent to this vote right now. Your criticism of the overall rule again is well taken, and I mean, for example, I'd move right now that we go ahead and adopt the revisions that our staff has suggested. But then I'd tag on there, let's send this rule back to ESAC for additional review, and at that point,
Are you able to do that?
yeah, absolutely, and then they can come back to us with
What's
whatever
been
suggestion they have.
changed?
You're going to have 7 new ESAC members. We just appointed them today. You've got 2 commissioners that are sitting here today that have been appointed since 2017, 3 since 2017, 1 that's not here, so that's 4 that have been appointed since this rule was revised. Let's go ahead and send it back. But what we have to do today is decide whether or not the revisions that are in front of us are okay.
Well, I so appreciate the feedback. I so appreciate Mr. Olmixon trying to explain it. And certainly, we just want our numbers to comply with your numbers. And yet, this whole section, I understand where you are today. I absolutely am taking your word of confidence that we can deal with it later. Correct?
Just a thought, if we vote to send this back, I know we've got so many new ones on the Education Advisory Committee, and I would sure think that it would be appropriate with what we've heard today to maybe have some input from Ms. Santabria in those meetings. Because you know better than anyone would know the history. So that's my suggestion. Not that we can demand that you be there, but would sure be nice if you could attend this.
Happy to be there. And the people this is going to affect the most are inspectors.
Madam Chair, may I? I have a question for General Counsel. What would be the fastest way that we could get the modifications that we're interested in making that would clear this, make it simple and clear until then?
Well, we can't do anything today, as Commissioner Turner said.
But there are different avenues, and what would be the
fastest
quickest
way would be to have you could write a suggestion and send it to ESAC for consideration, but it's going to, and copy me, because it's going to have to comply with what we're required to do by statute. And then they could have that as a starting place, and they could put that on their agenda, and Chair Wukash can give a charge to the ESAC committee that this is an item they need to consider at their next meeting. And if they came up with something workable, that could be brought back at your next meeting.
And then, do we then, what?
Then we have to go through the rulemaking process. We would have to propose it.
Propose it and then post it.
Get comments on it.
And then, okay.
Right, yeah. We have to do that for every change we make.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Kim?
May I speak to that chart that was just up there?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Identify yourself.
Chair Lukash, Commissioners. Kimberly Didelowitz, President of Champion School of Real Estate. Thank you so much for thanking us for being at many of the meetings. We've definitely multiple times tried to get involved with the different committees, ESAC, and we want to be a part of the ESAC committee. Thank you as well, Delora, Commissioner Wilkinson. I wanted to talk about these percentages here. I jumped up, and I apologize because I wanted to, I know that maybe Rita was looking at this. I know it was in her notes. We just submitted a complaint form to TREC. In fact, Pim sent me back an email and said it would be 3 months before they got to my complaint. The complaint was on this chart right here, ACEable agent, who has 101 sales agent exam count, post on their website their overall pass percentage, which is 93%. And then they put a versus sign, Champion School of Real Estate, our pass percentage, if you can scroll up, at 53%. I understand we have more applicants, therefore our percentage is going to go down, but there are providers that are using that against us in their marketing campaigns. And I received a reply back from Pim that it was going to be 3 months before they were able to get to our complaint. So they're basically taking this data and they're using it against our Champion School of Real Estate. Yes.
I was gonna offer this because it's almost self-evident that there's a rule violation there, because it specifically says if you reference this rate, you actually have to include the numbers it's based on. So if you have one agent who's passed, so you're saying 100% pass rate, you also have to say it's based on one agent, right?
Right.
But they're not doing that.
They're not
so
doing that.
Thank you for filing that complaint against them.
They also used our logo as well. But there are other providers in the past that have used their passing percentage against our passing percentage. And as well, the general public, if they go up here and they look at this chart and they scroll down to champions, and it's been brought forward by our students, why is your passing percentage so low? And we basically take them back here and say, well, because we have 18,000 wonderful students, so that's how the calculations come out. But it's an unfair advantage to us to have that posted there for those people that don't read and don't understand.
Okay.
And I just wanted to follow up with Rita's comments.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
Question.
Oh, Kim, you have a
Kim, for
question?
you. I heard that, I thought Mr. Olmington said earlier that it's applied, the formula applies to any category.
It does.
But how come inspectors are affected more? Do you know why?
The inspectors.
Yes.
May I ask?
Yes.
Roy, would you like Roy Carter,
That would be hurt the most.
director of our inspector school?
Identify yourself before you speak.
My name is Roy Carter. I'm the Director of Inspector Education, Champion School of Real Estate. And the infectors are infected more by way of the difficulty in the exam because of the nature of all of the technical information that they have to go through in that exam process. The number of hours that they now have to do is 394 hours. When I come up to speak in regards to number 20, item number 20, I can give you the breakdown on exactly how many topic quizzes and how many exams they have. But totally right now, they have about 32 exams that they have to take in order to even get to the fact of being able to even make the application, and then the exam itself, both the national and the state side of the exam. And the national exam is extremely difficult in that it has items in it that has absolutely nothing to do with Texas. Nothing at all. And I've studied the delineation study that the National Home Inspector Exam Board put together. Everything in order to prepare it, but it's a lot of information that a lot of our Texas inspectors are simply thinking about the standards of practice and not the national side of everything until they get to that exam, and then they're in shock of the fact that it has boilers, radiators, all of those things that they will not see. So they're not focused on that when we're taking them through all the coursework, the ride-alongs, and all of those things.
Okay.
So that's the reason why it really affects them, especially when they see those percentages.
Okay,
So
thank you.
some of them kind of give up.
Thank you. And we'll hear more about that in a little bit. quickly. Oh, thank me. You're welcome. Commissioner Turner is going to make a motion.
Madam Chair, I move that staff is authorized on behalf of this commission to submit for adoption the amendments to 22 Texas Administrative Code, Chapter 535, Subchapter F, Sections 535.60, 535.62, and 535.65. But, excuse me, along with any technical or non-substantive changes required for adoption, this motion specifically excludes the proposed changes to Section 535.61, which I move we send back to ESAC for further consideration on the items we discussed today.
Have a motion, have a second. Have a second. Any discussion or other questions? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Everybody understood that was withholding one section that we discussed at length to go back to ESAC. Motion carries. Agenda item 17.
Carrie, you got that okay?
Huh? Yeah,
I looked through them. I don't think there was a problem. There's nothing.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
That works.
Thanks.
Okay, agenda item 17, discussion and possible action to adopt amendments to 22 TAC Chapter 537, Subchapter G as follows. Should be 535. Sorry, typo. 535.7 definitions, 535.72 approval of non-elective continuing education courses, and 75 responsibilities and operations of continuing education providers. These amendments were published in the August 31st, 2018 issue of the Texas Register. The amendments to this subchapter G are made as a result of the quadrennial rule review, and they delete unnecessary or outdated definitions or add clarifying terms applicable to this subchapter. In addition, the term subsequent provider was changed to secondary provider to align the terms with the ones used more regularly in the education industry. No comments were received, and staff recommends adoption as published.
And there's no one wishing to comment. Do we have any questions for General Counsel? Have a motion?
I do have a question.
Okay.
It's on proctoring. Have we looked at the effect of proctoring of the, can you tell us what it was, what we used in the past, proctoring, versus what we're using right now and the difference? Because I have read some of the comments of the public that they have mentioned that this brings cost up, bringing proctoring. Can you please explain what is being done now?
So proctoring's always been part of our qualifying
Yes,
education. This is our CE courses. So the CE courses that require proctored tests, proctored exams, are the mandatory courses, your legal update 1 and 2 and your broker responsibility. Proctored exams are not required for the other courses. I believe that is correct.
CE, that's right.
Yeah, okay. I was looking for Gwen. So because of distance education, there are various ways that you can proctor. People that wanted to institute online proctoring, there are methods to do that now, and that may be where some of the costs came in. There's still available the old-fashioned way of proctoring, where you have an exam sent to a library or a university or something. So there are more options available now than were in the past, but the industry overall is going towards the online.
That's what yes, if we can provide online, that will bring the cost down.
Yeah, they can provide it however they want. There's a whole list of how they can proctor.
Okay, thank you.
When are you guys going to make a motion for me?
Just a question on the proctoring. Have we asked the providers on what the effect is on them?
We talked about it in ESAC. ESAC talked about it. Many providers provided comments. Some were very pro the proctoring. Some were not as interested in it. But I don't think we have gone back in the year since it's been in effect, about a year, maybe a little more than a year now, and surveyed how it's going.
I actually went through one of the schools with proctoring in Houston and the Galleria area, and that was surprising to me how that is handled, how much manpower it takes to do that. So it might be appropriate for us to really look at that and see what the effect is on the providers as well as the students.
Right, and like I said, there's a whole variety, different schools choose different
Correct,
methods.
correct.
So, yeah. Okay.
Commissioner Miller?
I move that staff is authorized on behalf of this commission to submit for adoption amendments 22 TAC Chapter 535, Subchapter G, as presented to the Texas Register, along with any technical or non-substantive changes required for adoption.
Have a motion, do I have a second? Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Agenda item 18.
Discussion and possible action to adopt amendments to 22 TAC Section 535.101 fees. These were also published on August 31st, and they reduce fees paid by a broker or sales agent from $20 to $10 each time a sales agent establishes or changes sponsorship. This change is recommended by the Commission as part of its fiscal year 2019 budget, and I believe in that budget it was to have an effective date of March 1st, which is why that is reflected in the recommended motion. So no comments were received. However, there is one change to the rule which is addresses an additional fee reduction that I think would be a non-substantive change because it's actually less restrictive for the license holder, meaning they would not have to be charged a fee. And this refers to the license history certificate that Mr. Slagle talked about earlier. And in this same rule, since it's open and since we now have a method of providing a free online license history, we would like to take away the requirement that we charge $40 for preparation of that. So while this rule is open, we thought we should correct that as well.
Where's that?
It's
Number
on
14.
page 304,
14.
and it's in green. It's number 14.
Okay. Got
No,
it. Yes.
we didn't get any comments objecting to the sponsorship fee being reduced by $10.
Okay, we have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
How do we notify license holders when we, that we will be having administrative penalties, so there's no confusion, because some of the older people may not be using internet? So how do we cover everybody?
When we're having,
Well, because of these administrative penalties, do we?
It's on the next item.
Okay.
yeah, I don't understand administrative
That's the
penalties.
next
This- Yeah,
She's
Oh,
on-
okay, I'm sorry.
She's on 18.
Okay,
Where
sorry.
we're lowering fees, sorry.
Thank you.
yeah, okay.
Commissioner Wilkinson, would you like to make the motion as printed on 302? Go ahead.
I move that staff is authorized on behalf of the commission to submit for adoption amendments to 22 TAC 535.101 fees as presented to the Texas Register, along with any technical or non-substantive changes required for adoption to be effective as of March 1st, 2019.
Have a motion, do I have a second?
Sorry.
Second.
Do you have any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carried. Agenda item 19.
Just can I offer one clarification on that. So the rule will be effective on March the 1st. So that's when we would program the change for the sponsorship.
Okay.
But as soon as we implement the online license history, that will become free. If anybody submits the paper request, it'd still be $40, just because the form won't change till the 1st. But if you just go online and get it, which we'll, of course, call people and let them know, we'll advertise it big time as soon as it's available, okay?
Agenda item 19, discussion and possible action to adopt amendments to 22 TAC 535-191, Schedule of Administrative Penalties. These were published in the August 31st issue of the Texas Register, and they were made as a result of the Commission's quadrennial rule review. The amendments move several violations to a lower tier of penalties and add several violations that are new or were missing from the penalty matrix. No comments were received, and staff recommends adoption as published.
Now you have a question, right?
Yes, the question is, how do we notify about penalties? This is not something that we regularly do.
Whenever we have new rules adopted, that's put out in our newsletter, and it's on our website, and then, people would only really need to know about this if there was a violation. But if the violation takes place after the date that this goes into effect, they will be under the new administrative penalties.
Okay.
So.
Thank you.
Commissioner Wilkinson?
I move that the staff is authorized on behalf of the commission to submit for adoption amendments to 22 TAC number 535.191, Schedule of Administrative Penalties as presented to the Texas Register, along with any technical or non-substantive changes required for adoption.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Agenda item 20. Mr. Slagle?
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon. Tony Slagle, Deputy Executive Director. This was the rule I spoke about earlier, where there was a, in the drafting of it, there was a, something that was missed. If you look at page 315, I'm going to try to point it out to you. Page 315, 535, 213. If you look at G, it says a ride-along inspection course for qualifying education. 1, a ride-along inspection course must, at a minimum, consist of 1 full property inspection. This language was moved from 535 to 18, and what we failed to move along with it was that applies to 1 inspection per 8 hours of coursework. So this, without that language in there, it's 1 inspection for the entire 40 hours, which was not the intent of the inspector committee when they moved that forward. So, and that particular little change impacts all 3 of those of the rules, 212, 213, and 218. So staff would recommend that we repropose that. But I also just wanted to bring to your attention as well, or repropose those 3 rules, that we've received several comments about the moving the ride-along number down from 10 to 2 for qualifying courses. And in your notes or in your materials, it says that we received seven comments. We actually received an additional comment this morning. I saw it this morning. It was sent late last night. That was just a reiteration from AHIT. It was the same comment. They just reiterated for the adoption that they're opposed to moving to going from 10 to 2. So that
and the reproposal allows another comment period, basically.
It does. If you repropose it with that simple insertion, it would be proposed to the Texas Register, and then it would allow for additional comments as well as go back to the inspector committee.
Again.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure everyone was aware that the comments we received on this rule were particular to that. I also just wanted to, for the record, give a little bit of background, just so that you understand about the ride-along course. When that was put into place, or when the rule went into effect in March of 2015, well, it was initially a continuing education solution, and then the legislature granted the commission authority to do up to 40 hours of field work. And since that had already been established for continuing education, the inspector committee thought it would be a good, useful way to get the field work for qualifying ed. So they put that into place up to 40 hours. There was a lot of concern about the impact of the industry that would take, and I pulled some numbers just so you have that information. When the rule went into effect in March of 2015, we had 2,560 active inspector licenses. Today we have 3,507 active inspector licenses. That's an increase of 27%, almost 1,000 new inspector licenses. So the committee believes that having the field handwork is important. The legislature also gave us the authority to do that. They also, we believe, thought that was important. And the impact on the industry has been that, as I said, there's been almost 1,000 new active inspectors joining the industry, as well as we have 70 current ride-along instructors offering those courses. So I just wanted to give you a little background on that as well.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but at the time that 40 hours went into place, there was some debate amongst in the industry that the legislator who proposed that bill didn't mean what it said. And as I recall, is this the one? Mm-hmm. And then Vice Chairman Jones and I went actually to his office and quizzed him about, did you really mean did you really mean you want people in the field looking at problems, actually riding along, seeing things, and got his like oral testimony of what his actual intention was by the passage of this bill. So I think that the inspector committee has done a good job. That's my opinion, and y'all are all new. I'm just telling you that because you weren't here when that happened. Because we went to the horse's mouth, so to speak, and I'm on the record, so I'm saying horse's mouth. And I don't remember that he was one. I thought he was a nice guy. And got the actual, what did I mean when I wrote this bill? And brought that back to the commission and to the inspector committee so that they would know exactly what he meant.
Well, prior to that change, the authorization of the 40 hours, anyone going through what we call the fast track program, which is just coursework, they could have gotten licensed as a professional inspector, and the first time they went into a house as a licensed person was the first time they saw that. So the thought was they needed at least a minimum of 40 hours, or I'm sorry, it's capped at 40 hours, but they needed 40 hours of, at the most 40 hours according to the statute, field work to give them at least some idea of what they're looking at when they go into a home.
He was very adamant. It was not, there was no question in his mind what his intention was.
Right. Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead.
On the ride along,
Yes,
on
ma'am.
the number of people that now is being, that the rule says, that it consists of no more than 2 students per instructor.
Right, yes, ma'am.
This is new, right?
Yes, ma'am. Currently, it's 10 students per course.
Uh-huh.
And so the inspector committee thought that they'd heard from various people who teach that course, instructors at the committee, that it was difficult to teach 10 inspectors at one time when they're all standing around an electrical panel or whatever. So there was a thought that maybe we could lower that number and make it more effective. The inspector committee chose 2. Whether that's the right number is up for you to decide, but they chose 2. But they also realized that doing 2 per course was restrictive, so they went to 2 per instructor, which meant that you could have additional instructors in the house, but they had a maximum of 2 students per instructor.
When this is, I know that this is going to be possibly reproposed when this is voted on, and then are they going to also consider cost of that? Because that's...
Well, that's something when it goes before the inspector committee that they could consider.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
So this will have to go through them? Yes. Okay,
Yes,
thank you.
ma'am.
Commissioner Miller?
So it's very controversial from what I'm gathering about 2 people or 10 people.
ma'am.
What do they want?
I'm sorry.
What does
who
the
wants?
inspector committee want?
They want 2. They want 2.
The committee wants 2.
Yes, ma'am.
The
That's
general
what they-
public
Well,
of inspectors wants
the-
10?
Most of the responses we've seen have been from providers, so I don't know what the inspector industry wants. The providers, I believe, want it to, they think that 10 is fine.
Mr. Wilkinson?
We need more.
Is that because of the cost? I would think that it would, if you're only.
I would assume, well, as our
And
materials
is that cost
say-
being passed on to the applicants?
I would guess if there's an increased cost to the providers, that they would likely pass it on to the applicants.
Which
is what I'm
that's,
saying.
yeah. Is that, so all of this is going to be thrown back, right?
Yes, and that's not to say they haven't already considered that, but it's yes, when it's reproposed, it will go before them again.
Okay.
They can obviously listen to any direction that the commission wants to give them in terms of those numbers as well.
Good deal.
If I may, Commissioner Wilkinson, there was a letter that was sent, and it was just an estimate, but it's the cost for an inspector that needs to take the ride along right now with 10 people would be approximately $250. If they move it to 2, the estimate could be up to $2,500 per applicant, which would make it prohibitive for the inspectors, which are already being hit in so many other ways. So just, thank you. Yeah.
And we have 2 speakers, but let him take, he's got something to do.
Quick question.
Yes, sir.
Did you say that in the committee, that the recommendations in the committee to reduce the number were based on anecdotal comments
From instructors.
From instructors,
Yes,
that
sir.
10 was too many?
Yes, sir.
And then the bulk of our correspondence in response to this rule proposal is from instructors?
Yes, sir. Or no,
saying
it's
from
providers.
schools.
Yes, sir. I mean, there may be, I believe they're all providers. There may be an instructor or two in there, but I believe it's all from providers. And maybe, I take that back, and there might be a trade association in there as well.
Okay. All right, well, I have a motion, Madam Chair, that staff is authorized on behalf of this commission to submit for adoption amendments to 22 Texas Administrative Code, Chapter 535, Section 535.223, as presented to the Texas Register, along with any technical or non-substantive changes required for adoption. This motion does not include subsections or sections 535, 212, 213, or 218. With regard to those sections, I include in my motion that we send those back to the inspector committee for and reproposal, for additional consideration and reproposal.
Can I clarify? I think it would be best, you want to send them back without reproposing them for public comment, or you want to actually repropose them and they would still go back to the committee?
It'll happen faster that way.
The faster way.
That would be, that you want your motion to be to repropose it?
Yes.
Today, so we'll repropose it and publish it in the Texas Register for public comment.
And just for a point of clarification, I apologize, I didn't get to 223, but that is simply the rule that would allow inspectors to replace the TREC logo on the form with their own logo. So that's not that has not been controversial.
Okay, so I'm going to get a second, and then I'm going to get you speaker. Mr. Harbuck, you understand what we just did?
Yes.
Reproposed, okay.
Yeah, I'm almost thinking that I'd almost rather not take your time, but.
We've been here all day anyway.
Well, I think it's important to maybe talk about it briefly, because we'll only go through one more series here before you consider it again anyway.
Somebody does.
Stan Harbuck with a Better School of Building Inspection. First of all, also should add, I think, that our comment was also that there is a concern with raising the amount of time required for the ride-along to 40 hours rather than having the option for 16. That was also something that the committee did that I believe is included on here. So just so you know, it's not just about going from 10 down to 2. It's also about the committee wanting to increase the minimum number of hours up to that maximum of 40 that the legislature authorizes, okay? Currently, there's a rule that says that you can do 16 hours of ride-along if you do a little more coursework to try to cover for that, you see. So, what I would ultimately, I mean, let me just go quickly here. I don't want to read these because they're kind of not relevant now in a way, but a couple quick things. I think you heard yesterday a concern from the Sunset Commission about the issue of competitors being involved with at least one of the questions related to that. And we believe, as was discussed there, that many of these are likely to be competitors of those that they are supposedly expected to be ride-along instructors for. And so we're not likely to expect them to be able to serve. We heard some other evidence in the last full meeting about 10 ride-along instructors statewide are reliably being able to be used as ride-along instructors, which is much smaller than the number. The other one is just the sort of minimum requirements to become a home inspector. We would recommend that video be considered. Yes, the legislature authorized up to 40 hours of field work. That doesn't mean that the inspector committee or this commission has to have 40 hours of field work. It does mean that they can also have 40 hours of video work that could also serve as well. So I understand that that's true, and that was the intent to authorize up to that amount, but that also doesn't preclude that this commission could say, you know what, we think that video is just as good, in fact, maybe even better than having two people follow an inspector around and try to look over their shoulder to see what's going on instead of actually seeing it on video. We have never heard any legitimate justification from the inspector committee about why video will not serve the same or a better purpose on this. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Probert.
Or did you have a question?
I'm sorry, any questions? Seeing none, Mr. Carter?
I will be brief in the interest of time.
Yay.
Roy Carter, the Director of Inspector Education with Champion School of Real Estate. Just a couple of things, because I know that you've sent back the majority of that item number 20 back to the Inspector Committee and out for public comment. Just a point of clarification, the hours for inspectors used to be 450 hours, which 120 of hours of that was considered experience lab, which in fact in that place, they did go out into the field and they did inspect houses, and there was 30 hours per clip, so they were actually getting more field time. Now they're getting less field time because they lessened the hours from 450 to 394 hours, with 24 hours of that being interactive and then 40 hours of that being ride-along. So they're actually getting fewer hours in a house because of that. So I just wanted to make sure that that was clear, because it wasn't like nobody ever went into a property, because they actually did based on that 124-hour requirement that was there. The 70 inspectors, and I had presented a letter and I sent it, and I'm sorry I sent it late, but I did send that letter. And it kind of spoke to the reasons for the ride-along and the fact that I'm glad it's going back, because I don't feel like that list was vetted. Even though there's 70 ride-along instructors that are approved, out of that 3,260 professional inspectors, you only have 70 that were approved or qualified that wanted to do ride-alongs. That's not enough. And the reason why the numbers still are there, because of the fact that the schools were able to do 10 people per ride-along, which kept the cost down, which made it cost-effective for people to seek the license, right? When we add those additional costs to it, obviously the numbers are going to continue to fall, and that's going to start to deplete the inspector community in greater ways, which in fact would affect the community or the public at large, because there won't be the body to serve them. Within that list, on the letter that I had sent, when we started to do our own vetting, a couple of the people on that list are dead. I mean, they were deceased. And we know them to be deceased because they were instructors under Champion School of Real Estate. So when you say that you have 70 people that are available to do this, you don't actually have 70 people that could actually do this. And the majority of the inspectors that are approved to do it actually stated, which we put in here, their costs, which they would cost to do it, as well as the fact that a lot of them are doing it for their family members or their friends in order to come and work for them. They have no intentions of making this a full-time business in which to do this on a regular basis. There again, that will lessen the number, which would also put the burden on the inspectors in that particular regard. The other thing that I wanted to bring up, which is also in here in that letter that I had sent, so I'm not going to really go back through and read it. The potential students.
That is for 3 minutes, but I'll just wrap it up.
All right. Potential students seeking home inspection as a career phase, being priced out of the marketplace, leaving many to seek a different career path. I had alluded to, because the question had come up in regards to the number of hours and the reason why we had the reduction in the exam and things of that nature. Something that I wanted to bring up and just put it onto the record. When Ms. Santa Maria spoke in August the 8th, in regards to that, one, she spoke to the 10-to-2 number ratio, and that would not be a good idea. But also we brought up the fact that with the inspectors, they're being treated like agents in their coursework. Currently, if you're 30 hours on a course for agents and you're doing the exams for inspectors, like I said, they have 30-something separate exams. Those are different hours. They're not 30 hours per topic. You have some that are 4 hours. You have some that are 10 hours. You have some that are 20 hours. You have some that are 24 hours. If an inspector takes an exam and he fails that exam currently, and it's a 4-hour exam, he has to wait 3 days before he can take a 4-hour exam again. 4 hours. Or 10 hours, he has to wait 3 days. which there again, frustration sets in with the inspector. So there again, they decide that, you know what, this is too cumbersome. I'm trying to provide for my family. I'm trying to get there, but I can't get there because this is taking way too long. Why do I have to wait? I hear it all the time. Why would I have to wait 3 days for a 4-hour exam? Why couldn't I take it the next day? It's only a 4-hour exam. All right. So those are some of the items. I'm going to wrap it up and I'll save it for the next time.
Is that in these rules that were?
No, that's not in those rules.
Okay.
It's only because I was answering the question based on why the numbers were so low is the reason why I brought it back up.
Okay.
So.
Got a question?
I
Another
do,
question?
sorry.
Mr. Carter, another question?
Mr. Carter, how do you feel about video as a substitution for ride-along? I'm just asking you because you're here and you're talking to us.
Yeah.
That keeps coming up. What's your personal opinion on that?
I personally would prefer an in-person. And I think it would be a matter of, on the video, would be a matter of if there was some form of two-way communication between the person that was actually out there in the field doing it and then coming back to the people. I don't think that if I stuck a video in that I would be happy with that fact, that I wouldn't be able to actually talk to the instructor and get some guidance and feedback.
Thank you for staying here all day to do this. I appreciate it very much.
Thank y'all. I appreciate
Lloyd,
everything
can I
that
ask,
you do.
before you run?
Sure.
And I hate to add time to this, but I can see, I feel very strongly both ways about the number of people on the ride-along. 10, seems to me like 10 is kind of a crowd, and if you're the 8th guy, you're not learning anything. 2, I can see where that, as Commissioner Stevens pointed out, where that could end up being very expensive for the individual inspector who's paying for the courses he's taken. What's the right number?
I think that typically we don't have 10 people in a ride-along. And I know for us, if we hit the magic number of 10, we add another session so that we don't ever exceed it. So if we added another session and let's say it was 14, then we just split them. So then it would be 7 and 7. But typically you end up at maybe about 5 or 6 per ride-along session. And I know that in the performance of the actual inspection, everybody moves in different directions because we teach them about routines and then how you would perform an inspection and then how that instructor would not have 10 people up in an attic as it's been suggested. That would just not be the case. You would put 2 up in there and then bring the other 2 and then bring the other 2.
Somebody's going to go through the sheet rock.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. So you just wouldn't do that. You wouldn't have 10 people standing at a panel box. You would rotate them through to make sure that everybody had the opportunity to
So is the
do
right
that.
is the right number?
I would go 6.
5, 6, something like that?
Yeah. But 10 is not too many, but 6 would definitely be a good happy medium for everybody. And also, before I've almost forgot to say something. In the last inspector committee meeting, some points that were brought up, and I kind of highlighted in my letter that I sent to the Sunset Commission that we sent in relationship to some of the comments. And one of the comments is that if in fact this were to lessen the number of inspectors, that would be great because that would be better for the rest of us. You know, and I thought that was a little odd coming from a committee member. And then the other comment that came up was, I really would like to get back to the sponsorship and eliminate any of the fast track, which, you know, to Diane Rose is the chairperson's credit. She said that she didn't agree with that, which I thought was obviously the right word to take because we all were there when we had the fast track. I mean, not the fast track, but the sponsorship. And you just couldn't get inspectors to sponsor folks, just like you can't really get them to do ride-alongs either, because that's the reason why both of those options are there. And most people come to the fast track option because they can't get anybody to take them out on the ride-alongs and do that 40-hour portion. So they opt to do the professional track, so that way they have choices.
Thank you, Mr. Carter. We have a motion on the floor.
Thank you.
We appreciate everybody. All in favor? I've got a second. Oh, it's your motion? What?
I just wanted to correct something.
Okay.
I'm sorry. It was mentioned earlier that this was raising the hours to 40. What it actually is proposing, I know it's going for proposal, is it's removing a particular section of the rule that not a single provider has provided a course and no one has taken. It was an option that was put in place when the rule went into place when there was a worry about people being able to find ride-along instructors. And since that has not proven in terms of what we see in the numbers. And I know anecdotally we hear there's only 10, and I don't know if that's true or not, but the fact that there's almost 1,000 more inspectors leads me to believe that that's probably not entirely the case. I mean, we can look in it and see. But I just wanted to, for the record, to say that it's not raising the 40 hours. The 40 hours is already the option. It's removing an option that no one utilizes right now.
Which option?
16 that's crossed out the
16, it's the one that's crossed out.
D14, page 314.
Yeah, I'm
Okay,
sorry.
Mr. Harbuck, come up quick, say what you need to say.
While that was in the discussion about how no one has been licensed through that, we have been applying for that for a very long time now with subsequent changes to try to match what the staff recommended. So we are in progress. My wife, I mentioned last time my wife was, and all that. I won't repeat that. The other thing is that, well, anyway, I think that's the big one. Sorry.
Thank you. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. Agenda item 21 is that.
Discussion and possible action to adopt amendments to 22 TAC Chapter 537, which is for the standard contract Form 38-5, Notice of Buyer's Termination of Contract, TREC Form 40-7, Third-Party Financing Addendum, and 49, Addendum Concerning Right to Terminate Due to Lender's Appraisals. These were all proposed, and we got comments on them. They went to the Broker-Lawyer Committee. They made a few revisions to what were proposed. None of them were substantive. They were all non-substantive clarifying changes. You can see them in yellow or purple, depending on which page you're looking at. The red and blue and green have been like the first 2 or 3 rounds. But anyway, I guess on the last one, addendum, yeah, no, I guess that's just would be yellow or purple. Is that right, Amber? Yeah, and all them. Anyway, these are what the final adopted versions that the committee, Broker-Lawyer Committee, is recommending, and staff would recommend that you adopt them as presented. And again, the date that would be recommended is they could be effective immediately for voluntary use, but mandatory use wouldn't take place until March 1st to allow form providers time to come up to speed and get their forms in place, DocuSign, et cetera.
Mr. Leonard.
Moved that staff is authorized on behalf of this commission to submit for adoption amendments to 22 TAC Chapter 530.
530? No, it is 537 for the forms.
537.
That is correct there.
And the forms adopted by reference as presented to the Texas Register, along with any technical or non-substantive changes required for adoption, to be effective immediately for voluntary use on March 1st, 2019 for mandatory use.
No motion, do I have a second? Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Agenda item 22.
Discussion and possible action to propose amendments to 22 TAC Chapter 535, Subchapter R as follows. And it's the rule on application for a license, schedule of administrative penalties, and professional conduct and ethics. As Tony already noted, these were leftover rules that just needed to have some corrections in incorrect sites or something that was inadvertently omitted on a penalty matrix, and then making some parallel requirements to 531.18. Again, these were just not proposed at the last time by mistake. So they're here, and they're just mostly corrective matters.
Move that staff is authorized on behalf of this commission to submit the proposed amendments to 22 TAC Chapter 535, Subchapter R, along with any technical or non-substantive changes required for proposal to the Texas Register for publication and public comment.
Have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Agenda item 23.
Discussion and possible action to close the review of 22 TAC Chapter 535, General Provisions, and this is our last section that was under our quadrennial review.
Move that staff is authorized on behalf of this commission to close the review of 22 TAC Chapter 535 General Provisions.
I have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? All in favor say aye. Any opposed, no. Agenda item 24.
This is discussion and possible action regarding recommendations from the Texas Real Estate Inspector Committee regarding the financial responsibility requirements under 1102.1141, and then the Real Estate Recovery Fund for inspectors. And as requested by the commission, staff and the inspector committee met to reconcile some differences that we had in some of the duplicative nature of A and B. And the committee has recommended that the 1102.1141 be retain that financial insurance responsibility, but add language clarifying that the insurance policy required by the statute can provide both general liability and errors and omissions insurance. Retain the per occurrence and aggregate policy limit of $100,000, and add language clarifying that defense within limits insurance policies are acceptable to satisfy the insurance requirement. And in doing that, they would also recommend then that the recovery trust account be, or recovery fund for inspectors be repealed and eliminated. Staff supports these recommendations as presented. The one item that is still outstanding that we will bring to you probably at the next meeting is the issue regarding the ability of an inspector to contractually limit liability given the statutory requirements. That's still being debated and will be brought back as a separate matter in the future, but currently both staff and the inspector committee agree on what is proposed here today.
Mr. Leonard, are you awake?
Turner, got it. Madam Chair, I move the commission approve the recommendation and direct staff to work with stakeholders and legislators on further development and possible implementation.
On a motion and a second, any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion carries. Agenda item 25, Mr. Olmixon.
Madam Chair and members, agenda item 25 is the revised TREC budget development policy that was that is being recommended by the budget committee. So as you recall, on the 12th at our special session, October the 12th, this body, pursuant to a recommendation contained in the Sunset staff report, directed the staff to work with the the budget committee of the commission and propose revisions to the budget development policy that specifically added additional detail, requirements, accountability, and timelines to the budget development policy. Based on a perfectly understandable assertion that too often the two times that the commissioners not serving on the budget policy would see the budget in its entirety were in the materials prior to the May meeting and the August meeting, and so that possibility has been eliminated. And there are additional draft deadlines set in here, as well as meeting opportunities and a kind of a final, if there are any recommendations that come up after the publication of the materials, that there's not a budget committee meeting. This was Commissioner Stevens' recommendation. There will not be a budget committee meeting about that. It would simply be presented to the entire commission as a potential change to the budget, edit to the budget at that particular draft, either the first draft or the final draft. And so you've had the opportunity to read those, but that's the highlight. That's the highlights of the process. There was well, no, and this one was approved 100%. It's the next policy that there was some dissension about. But this one, all three members of the budget committee recommended this.
Move that the commission adopt the revised TREC budget development policy as presented.
Second. We have a motion in several seconds. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Motion carries. Agenda item next.
26.
26.
This is the presentation of the TREC investment policy for the Real Estate Recovery Trust Account, the Real Estate Inspection Recovery Fund, and the reserve funds. You will see, so again, this was another directive based on the Sunset Commission staff report, a recommendation in their report, and a directive from the full commission and the board sitting jointly on October the 12th, and we worked with the Budget Committee on revisions to the reserve policy. And so let me give you the two large items that are represented here. Well, actually three, and then the one area where there was some where there was not unanimous agreement. Okay, and so one is it removes all reference to, based on the actions taken at the with the adoption of the budget at your August meeting. It removes all references to the education development fund. That is no longer a reserve, and all of those expenses are paid out of normal operations. It does, however, also reflect, this is new, reflects the creation of the Information Technology Reserve, into which, if this is approved, the $1.3 million that was dedicated to that purpose will be accounted for as a reserve, as opposed to a new line item on the budget. And we believe that, and the committee approved this, that creates much more accountability, because the reserve, while we also report on budget progress every month, we specifically show any deductions from the reserves in the accounting. And so that will that'll make us, in many ways, the staff forces us to be much more productive, or excuse me, much more transparent, because we'll give you the total amount that was taken out of that reserve between the meetings. And so you can ask about that. We'll talk about those expenses. So it details the kinds of expenses that are allowed in there as a part of this new policy. The last thing, and this is the one that there was some dissent on, well, two members of the committee thought this was okay, and Commissioner Stevens would prefer a single number, as opposed to the range of 30 to 40%. So if you look at page 363, under reserve fund balances, the very first reserve is current operations and contingency reserve. And that has that flexibility to be not less than 30% and not more than 40%, depending. I think the recommendation that would come out of the committee, and this is certainly how the staff would present it, is that if we were in a constrained budget environment where we actually anticipated that there might be less revenues collected than initially projected, because the method for projecting is based on 5 years average, that we might reserve more. We might propose to put more in that reserve against that hedge. Whereas if we were in the opposite environment, where we fully expected the numbers to continue to rise based on past numbers, then we might recommend less. That's the reason for there being a range. The previous range was 3 to 4 months, so it also had a range that was in our current policy. And so I don't want to speak on behalf of Commissioner Stevens. She certainly is capable of speaking on behalf of herself, but I wanted to relay the essence of the only dissent on the rest of the policy. The rest of the policy was agreed to, I believe.
Mr. Omlickson, could you please just remind us what the budget reserve was for last year?
What, the operations reserve?
Instead of the 30 to 40%,
It was 3 to
less.
4 months. It was 25 to 33%.
Yeah, it was that percentage that I was asking. Yes, thank you.
Right, 25
Okay.
to 33%.
Yeah.
Now it's 30 to 40%.
And that number is approximately what?
In terms of our budget, with a figure out with a $10 million expense budget, it would be 30.
It's a percentage,
It's a percentage
or
of
3 to
that.
4 months of that total number.
Correct.
Okay.
That's what it was previously. Going forward, it would be 30 to 40% of that expense number.
And could I ask Commissioner Stevens, and I'm asking this out of complete respect, what would be the rationale for putting one number on that instead of a range.
No, my concern was the Sunset Commission report, which I do not have fresh in my mind, but I did at the time of the budget. And it was asked, and it says that we have been holding reserves that are too large at the end of the year, and we have a lot of money left over. And the amount that we held in reserves last year was 25 to 35, and now we're going higher. And so that's what I was thinking, instead of doing what they were suggesting, that instead of going higher, we need to go lower and then be safe, keep the flexibility. They give you that flexibility, but we can still heed to their advice. That's all.
In general, the staff, the Sunset staff report urged the commissioners to be much more specific, detailed, and directive. And so we've tried to build all of that in, but we did keep this one area, as Commissioner Stevens said, and increased it a little bit. But it's up to you how you determine to go forward.
Let's get this.
Any other questions?
Moving.
No, Mr. Leonard.
Moved that the commission adopt the revised TREC investment policy for the Real Estate Recovery Trust Account, Real Estate Inspection and Recovery Fund, and reserve funds as presented.
Have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no.
No.
Motion, there's one no. That
Thank you,
motion
commissioners.
carries. Ms. Pifo, are you presenting this? Agenda item 27. This is just a presentation. There's no action
There's no
required.
action. This is simply to update the commission that the 2018 plan is being submitted to the state auditor's office and to the legislative bodies that require it. It is inclusive of the 2019 plan that you approved at the last meeting. And that is simply there for your information and to make sure you are aware of the information that is being reported to the outside bodies.
Are there any questions for Ms. Pifo about this report? Thank you. Agenda item 28.
If it's all right with you, I'll just stay here and do the next two items.
Perfect.
Agenda item 28 is just a report on some revisions that are going to be needed due to increases in FBI fees. The fee for the FBI fingerprint-based submission will increase by $1.25 for each initial submission and resubmission at renewal beginning on the 1st of this coming year. All applications that include this fee and online and paper forms will be updated to reflect the new fee as of that date. So we're just reporting that to you so you're aware of it. No motion is required.
Thank you. Agenda item 29.
This is about approving new new forms or changes to forms. And so the first form is the sales agent sponsorship form. It's updated to reflect the reduced fee approved by the commission and will be put in place beginning March 1st, 2019. B and C are the supplemental forms for qualifying experience report for a broker's license. These were amended, as I told you earlier in the meeting, seems like another day, to replace buyer or seller's names with transaction date as a category, and then they kind of all shifted where we put transaction date first. So you can see that on pages, well, I can't even read the pages.
2 of 3 is a good one.
Two of three, yeah. Look at 2 of 3 on that BLA report. So you see what the new categories will be there. And the fourth, the last form is the request for certificate of license history, active licensure, or sponsorship form. And this is being revised to remove the reference to license history certificates, as the commission has developed a free online license history certificate system.
I believe Ms. Miller has a question about one of the forms.
Yes, ma'am.
It's funny, I was just noticing that we have this really big deal in the real estate industry about not being employees and not having employees as agents, and yet these two applications refer to it as employment history, and they are asking for real estate transactions. And I just don't want IRS to come back.
You know what? That's a good point. That's a really good point. It's their employment history, but maybe it should be
Experience history.
experience history. If you want to make that a motion, we can make that change and get that done at the
Just
same time.
do the whole thing and say, and make the change.
Just say, and change to experience history.
So you move that we're approving the changes and changing the, with one exception, to change the word from employee history to experience history.
Can I say what she said?
I think you did.
Yes, just say what she said. That works.
So-
Say so moved.
So moved. I've been thinking we ought to do that.
Commissioner Miller and a second from
Good
Commissioner
catch.
Turner. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, no. Agenda item 30. Anybody got any future agenda items? Nope. Is everybody okay with meeting in February during the TAR conference in Austin on the 11th? Okay. As mentioned earlier, and the May 6th is the proposed one. I mentioned earlier, this could be my last meeting. My term on the commission, and Commissioner Ariaga's and Commissioner Westcott's, even though he's not here. My term ends on January 31st, 2019. If Governor Abbott were to decide on February the 1st to replace us all, we will not be back. It has been an amazing ride and an amazing bunch of people I have had the opportunity to work with. I appreciate you all. And I'm gonna lose it if I get any more than that,
As
because
we
I'm not
appreciate
feeling
you.
very good right now.
As we appreciate you.
Well, let's just all say that we hope you come back and, you know, I have to say, I know what you've been through a lot in the last few days, a lot of us, Doug, and we appreciate all that you've done. I'm new, but boy, I've seen a lot, and thank you so very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And so we are adjourned. Ooh, that was sort of weenie.
Bob's gonna be live with you.
Yeah, that's a record length of
I figured it might. Tell Bob.